Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2701 Lessons Learned. The long and extensive salvaging operation finally came to an end. After 10 continuous days of picking apart the battlefield, the cargo holds of the expedition vessels were all bursting with loot. During this time, all kinds of scouts, spies, mercenary outfits, and even entire salvaging fleets dropped into the star system. While they all maintained a respectful distance from the expeditionary fleet, Ves felt the pressure to leave nonetheless. The Alliance worked faster in order to grab as many drifting treasures as possible. All kinds of shuttles, mechs, and other vehicles had frantically chased after an uncountable amount of debris and wrecks, each ranked according to their approximate value. Despite their great size and mass, starship hull plating actually ranked pretty low on the priority list. While the hull of a complete fleet carrier could be worth trillions of hex credits, they took up way too much space. On a volume basis, a cubic meter of mech materials was worth much more than a cubic meter of starship materials. Mech designers and shipwrights adopted divergent approaches to their work. A mech designer always attempted to maximize the value in the smallest possible package. A mech that was oversized and bloated was not only uncompetitive in the market, but also terribly slow and unwieldy. To a mech designer, a cost-efficient product had to utilize the least materials possible to achieve the strongest possible effect. It was easy to cook a good meal with excellent, fresh ingredients. It was a lot harder to achieve the same level of satisfaction when the chef only had access to nutrient packs. This was also one of the main strengths of Ves. His iconic glow mechs provided a considerable degree of value without raising the cost to produce them. If making mechs alive demanded the inclusion of expensive materials or components that raised their cost by 50%, then the LMC's sales and profit margin would only be a fraction of their current level. Shipwrights abided by a different set of priorities. While mech designers always had to abide by volume and mass constraints due to the difficulty of transporting mechs, shipwrights did not have to pay too much attention to these limitations as long as their budget and purpose could accommodate their visions. Space was vast, so there was unlimited room for starfaring vessels. Whether a corvette was 80 meters long or 120 meters long didn't matter. There was a market for both. The Age of Mechs was a period of time where humanity spread across half the galaxy and beyond. Starships represented the dominant form of travel. The demand for ships was never sated. Larger starships and especially capital ships always attempted to do as much as possible within the constraints of a given budget. As long as a customer or client could afford a vessel, shipwrights possessed a wide latitude to configure them in a way that maximized their performance. Oftentimes, that meant making the hull or key sections bigger. For example, hull plating was a typical area where shipwrights chose to pile up a lot of bulk materials instead of opting for higher quality alloy formulas. The latter might be more effective, but they were too expensive when applied to the entire exterior of a starship. As a result of all of these considerations, the expeditionary fleet prioritized mech salvage to a heavy degree. In any case, most of the mechs fielded by both sides of the Battle of Reckoning consisted of premium or premier mechs. The Larkinson clan didn't even bother to pick up the pieces of its broken budget mechs. The Princess Jekkas, Vima Sons, and Tamara Stellas were worth only an eighth or less than a typical Friday Man or a Trader clan mech. It didn't matter to Ves if he filled his starships with mechs fielded by the enemy. There was no need for the Larkinsons to waste their time on trying to restore them for their own use. The Golden Skull Alliance already contracted a mercenary organization to cover its security needs. This meant that his mech forces didn't need to worry too much about lacking enough strength to protect their fleet, at least for the duration of the contract. In the next couple of months, Ves intended to address the greatest need of the Larkinson clan by completing the crucial Giant Killer, Bright Warrior IB and Ferocious Piranha IB designs. Once the new mech models entered service, the Larkinson clan would finally gain the strength to fight against state-backed second-rate forces on a roughly equal basis. Of course, mechs were hardly the only factor that made the previous opponents strong. The skill, teamwork and discipline exhibited by the Fridayman elite mech pilots was very impressive and brutally exposed the lack of accumulation on the part of the Larkinsons. The harsh truth was that it took a lot more time and effort to nurture true second-class mech pilots. So far, most of the Larkinson mech pilots just passed through the threshold. They weren't even that good at piloting the more powerful and complicated mechs at this performance level. This isn't an easy issue to address. Ves grimaced as he crossed his arms. Fortunately, the Larkinsons received a lot of help on this aspect. The penitent sisters, glory seekers and crossers generously dispatched trainers in order to instruct the eager Larkinson mech pilots. While it was unrealistic to expect quick results, the Larkinsons would definitely be able to close the gap in a couple of years as long as this pattern continued. In the medium term, the initial batches of mech cadets would graduate from the Larkinson Mech Academy. Unlike the mech pilots the Larkinsons hired before, these promising graduates started off with a strong second-class foundation from the start. With the help of the Chiron model, Ves looked forward to witnessing the performance of mech pilots such as Lainey Larkinson. That will take some years, Ves grumbled. For now, the best way to strengthen my troops in the shortest amount of time is to provide them with better mechs. When the Golden Skull Alliance finally transitioned back into FDL travel, he convened the entire design department at the design lab. The principal designer, the two lead designers and a small army of assistants gathered for the first time in over a week. Ves even invited his four seeds. Michael and Xanther sat noticeably apart from Maisie, Anne and Rennie. Apparently, the young men hadn't made up with the young women as of yet. Considering how much the latter exuded some of the typical demeanor of Hexers, it was no mystery why the boys and girls didn't get along. Ves dismissed the sight. This issue was beneath him. It may even be beneficial to maintain a strong sense of rivalry between the two groups. Once the final stragglers entered the compartment, Ves began the meeting. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a good time fixing up our broken machines. As mech designers, it is always crucial to accumulate hands-on experience with the products that you have dedicated your lives to develop. I hope that each of you recognize that this side duty is a precious learning opportunity for all of you. I'm no different. When your lives are on the line, you tend to learn much more than when you are safe. Not every assistant saw the value in this. Their mixed expressions showed that they would rather be spending their time in a safe facility on a boring planet rather than sit in the front seats of a life-threatening event. Ves merely smirked. They would get used to it one way or another, particularly for his braves. He waved his hand, causing a projection to come to life that displayed various clips of the prototypes in action. Anyway, the Battle of Reckoning and the aftermath has exposed all of us to how mechs fight, how they break and how they can be put back together. I won't talk about the general insights that you have gained. That is part of your own learning process. Today's meeting is centered around the performance of LMC mechs. The Battle of Reckoning has exposed the strengths and weaknesses of both our finished and unfinished designs in the most realistic test imaginable. Actual battle is always the best way to determine the true performance of any machine. Everyone nodded. The prototypes of the Bright Warrior IB, Ferocious Piranha IB and other unfinished designs had truly taken part in the fighting. Even though it wasn't entirely safe or responsible to field the flawed and rough mechs, the situation was too dire to leave them in the hangar bay. Ves waved his hand, causing the projection to display selected footage of his prime mechs. Our prototypes aren't the only mechs that can yield useful insights on our current prototypes. The prime mechs that I have developed are all derived from our existing mech design projects. They are basically souped-up variants of our standard mechs meant to serve as a stopgap for our expert pilots. The performance of these exceptional mechs may not be comparable to the prototypes, but they provide a good preview of how our mech designs perform at their maximum potential. Expert pilots were a lot less bothered with the various flaws and inefficiencies in the unfinished mech designs. They either performed so great that these weaknesses simply didn't come into play, or they easily compensated for the quirks. Kedis raised her hand. What are prime mechs exactly? Are they failed expert mechs or something? They don't even come close. Ves shook his head. Expert mechs are so much more than what I've managed to cobble together in a matter of weeks. To be honest, I expected a lot more from the prime mechs that I've invented, but I am happy with what I've got. Even if I didn't hit the jackpot, they are still considerably more powerful than standard mechs. They are just right for our current roster of expert pilots while they are waiting to receive their true expert mechs. Do you intend to make more prime mechs, sir? Miles Tover asked. Nope. These machines are just as demanding as expert mechs. Their material requirements are very excessive, and they can only be utilized by expert pilots. Since none of our expert candidates broke through recently, there is no need to make more. Will you redesign your existing prime mechs? Juliet Stamaros asked a very important question. Ves had to take his time to come up with his response. It's not worthwhile to do so. Upgrading the prime mechs takes too much time and effort. A much more efficient way to increase our comprehensive strength is to address the demand of quality standard mechs in our clan and to start designing expert mechs as soon as possible. The prime mechs are already sufficient as they are now, so I would rather go into detail on how we must alter our existing design projects. Some of the assistants looked surprised. What do you mean by that, sir? I'm saying that our initial set of requirements for our mech design projects are flawed. Some of the assumptions that we have made to base our design choices do not match reality. What we must do now is to go over the performance of every prototype and prime mech and systematically identify their various shortcomings, particularly the ones that arise from their designs, and come up with solutions that hopefully lead to better results. Let's begin with the Bright Warrior version B. Ves honed in on the Bright Warrior IB straight away because it was already slated to become the mainstay of the Larkinson clan. He had already identified a couple of subtle issues that he did not want to see in the final product. He summoned a wireframe projection of the 4 configurations of the Bright Warrior IB design. Let's start with the weapon loadout. Ves began. The battle has showed us that we need weapons with a bigger punch. The armor of the enemy mechs bounced off so many attacks from our budget mechs that the performance of our mech forces was simply embarrassing. As far as I'm concerned, we must upscale the weaponry of the Bright Warrior IB so that we will never end up in this situation again. Chapter 2702 Design Revisions. The initial review and respecification session was a great success. Once it got going, the mech designers of the design department all provided their input on what they thought about the performance of the derivative products of their current design projects. The Bright Warrior Mark I version B design came under intense scrutiny. While it was technically unfinished, it was functionally complete. Originally, the design teams working on this project thought they would just spend a month or so to put the prototypes through their paces and optimize the design based on the results. This was no longer the plan. Ves was so dissatisfied with the performance of his mech forces that he wanted to make sure that they carried their weight in battle next time. The differences in performance had become especially stark when the mech designers all watched footage of the Larkinson mechs fighting side by side with Glory Seeker and Crosser mechs. Whereas the latter two were roughly able to match the Friday Man and Traitor Clan mechs blow for blow, The Larkinson mechs were like kids trying to enter a sports match played by adults. The others just thought that the Larkinson mech forces were rather cute. The budget mechs fielded by the avatars of myth, living sentinels, and so on were so lacking in strength that the reputation of the Larkinson clan should have been in shambles if not for some redeeming factors. The only bright spots for the clan was the excellent performance of the Transcendent Punishers, the Valkyrie Redeemers, the Prime Mechs, and most notably his battle networks. These were the only reasons why the Larkinson clan reluctantly managed to retain the respect of the powerful crossers. Of course, this was not a sustainable pattern. The Larkinsons urgently needed to carry their own weight in the expeditionary fleet, or else it became untenable for them to maintain a leading position within the alliance. It didn't matter if VS possessed more MTA merits than Patriarch Reginald Cross. Battle strength was the ultimate indicator in whether they would be able to survive in the chaotic Red Ocean. Without the strength to fight against strong opponents, the Larkinsons didn't even need to bother with passing through the Beyonder Gate. Their rivals and competitors could easily squash them whenever they wished if this was the case. Every version of the Bright Warrior IB aside from maybe the Lancer mech configuration is deficient in terms of offensive power, VS opined. The Rifleman mech configuration needs a more powerful rifle. The Swordsman mech configuration needs a better weapon and a more powerful means to exert mechanical power through its limbs. While the need to improve the strength of the Space Knight configuration is not as great, it still shares a common root with the other ones, so it will get stronger anyway. The needs of every configuration was different from the others, so it was not easy to suggest changes that improved all of them at once. What was particularly challenging was that the Rifleman mech configuration possessed different priorities from the melee mech configurations. The mech designers had to be very creative about making changes to the modular components instead of the base platform. Fortunately, VS had the assistance of Gloriana and Juliet. Both women excelled at different aspects of technical design and provided workable solutions to many of the identified problems. Overall, each configuration received comprehensive upgrades to their damage potential. VS outright decided to raise the design budget by a fourth in order to allow for enough improvements to turn the Bright Warriors into a real threat against second-class military-grade mechs. This was not a cheap decision to make. VS felt a bit reluctant to increase the price of what was supposed to be the foundational mech of the Larkinson clan. To put it bluntly, the Bright Warrior IB was the beginner mech model that many new recruits were initially supposed to pilot. While the mech model was rather bland and lacked pronounced strength, they were designed to be the ideal mechs to get new mech pilots accustomed to fighting alongside other Larkinsons. Once the mech pilots leveled up, for a lack of a better description, they could move on to piloting the high-level mech models of the Larkinson clan. The Transcendent Punisher, the Valkyrie Redeemer, the Giant Killer, and the Ferocious Piranha all fell into this category. Each of them were advanced machines that could deliver much better performance due to their superior specs and vastly higher skill ceilings. Of course, their skill floors were raised as well, so inexperienced mech pilots wouldn't be able to use them at their full potential for quite some time. That was very obvious when VS compared the performance of the Ovanan mech pilots with the performance of the Destiny Hammer mech pilots. The latter were the real deal. Their marksmanship, control, knowledge, and other traits were truly the most impressive that VS had ever witnessed from heavy artillery specialists. The duel between the Transcendent Punishers and the Destiny Hammers clearly exposed that just providing good mechs to his mech forces was not enough. It was better than doing nothing, though. After a long and fruitful discussion, the mech designers made many significant revisions to the Bright Warrior IB design. The Rifleman mech configuration received a larger and more powerful laser rifle. "Why do you insist on keeping it paired with a laser rifle?" Gloriana asked. "With the Bright Warrior's current design budget, We can easily retool the design so that it can accommodate positron rifles or other types of energy rifles. Many of them pack a significantly greater punch than pure laser weapons, which is exactly what we are looking for in this revision. The expressions of most of the assistants showed that the rest were wondering about this as well. There are 3 reasons why, Ves replied. First, the energy efficiency of laser weapons is considerably higher than those other fancy guns. They don't inflict much damage per discharge, but they can keep going. Their damage output over time is very high, which makes them very suitable for battles of attrition. All of the other Larkinson mechs that our clan will be utilizing will be tailored to our prevailing mech doctrines. This means that we will be trying our best to fight quick, decisive battles that do not drag on for days. This also means that we will have few mechs that can take part in an endurance race. The Bright Warrior IB should be one of them due to its suitability with the living sentinels. I think it's better to design a dedicated rifleman mech that excels at attrition battles, his wife remarked. We don't have the time to design redundant mechs. The Bright Warrior IB may not perfectly fit this role, but it does the job well enough that we might as well proceed in this direction. Ves partially agreed with Gloriana, but he simply couldn't help it. After they completed their current round of projects, they had to begin with designing their expert mechs straight away. There wasn't any room to design any additional mechs. Let me continue with the other reasons why I favor sticking with laser weapons. Their high accuracy and light speed characteristics makes them very easy to use. Our mech pilots can quickly become battle effective with the rifleman mech configuration if it is armed with a laser weapon. Laser weapons were considered basic and even primitive by second-class and first-class mech pilots. While they were not completely unjustified in their beliefs, the laser technology was highly scalable, which meant they could still perform decently at higher levels. As someone with a third-rate background, Ves felt much more at ease with laser weapons than positron weapons. That was not to say he disliked the latter. He successfully incorporated them in the Transcendent Punisher design. It worked for this particular mech because it possessed so much capacity that Ves could easily put in a lot of support systems to deal with the higher demands of positron weapons. The Bright Warrior was different from a heavy artillery mech. Its capacity was much more limited, so it would come under heavy strain when paired with a positron rifle. Its deployment time would suffer a lot as it would rapidly expend its energy cells in battle. This was not what Ves wanted to see in this particular design. There's also a third reason why I favor laser weapons, he spoke. We have special tech and solutions that make our laser weapons a bit more effective than normal. The difference is just significant enough to make it worthwhile. If not for Luminar Tech and the illustrious one, Ves would have settled with positron weapons instead. This was because stronger and tougher second-class mechs were very good at defending against normal laser weapons. The weapons wielded by the Bright Warrior needed to pass a minimum threshold in order to make them viable against opponents comparable to Friday Man elites. Once Ves pushed through this decision, the other mech designers helped with how to increase the threat level of the rifleman mech configuration as much as possible. It was definitely going to be widely used as soon as the Bright Warrior IB design was complete. In the initial stages, this would become the primary ranged mech of the Larkinson clan alongside the Transcendent Punisher. Once the design department released some additional standard mech designs, a significant amount of mech pilots would transition over to more powerful and specialized mechs. However, the living sentinels would still be sticking with this model, so the rifleman mech had to be strong enough to remain relevant for at least a decade. Ves smiled wider and wider as the Bright Warrior IB design incorporated more and more improvements. Not just the rifleman mech configuration, but the other configurations received various enhancements as well. While they didn't look very exciting, he estimated that all of the changes to the original design elevated its performance by 10 to 20%. This was not bad. In the end, The Bright Warrior IB project was extended by another month in order to provide enough time to incorporate all of the revisions. While VS really didn't want to delay the completion of the project, he didn't want to rush it either. He would rather wait an extra month if that was what it took to obtain a proper design. In the next couple of days, VS held discussions on the other design projects. The auxiliary mechs such as the Blinding Mech and the Cherub didn't really get to show their potential during the Battle of Reckoning. The lack of data meant that the mech designers had little to add to these designs. Fortunately, they still had the ferocious Piranha IB, which performed admirably under the circumstances. The Piranha Prime, piloted by Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, and one of the prototypes piloted by Riella Larkinson, really showed what it was capable of in different circumstances. Tusa showcased the potential of the ferocious Piranha as a solitary harasser. At one point in the Battle of Reckoning, Tusa single-handedly paralyzed the Corunnian giants. As for Riella, she employed the ferocious Piranha as an offensive support mech. The footage of her and her mech in action showcased a shrewd way to use the mech in combination with other mechs. She isn't even getting close enough to launch attacks. Ketty stated the obvious. Riella is just weaving between friendly and enemy lines. When her mech approaches any formation of hostile mechs, the ferocious Piranha only sticks around for a few seconds before darting back to friendly lines. Some might call this cowardly, but VS didn't really mind this tactic as long as it was effective. The ferocious Piranha is a valuable asset. Only by remaining intact will it be able to employ its glow the fullest. Look at the reactions of those enemy mech pilots. While the Freidemann mech pilots are strong enough to resist most of the effects, their reaction time and judgment still becomes impaired for a short moment. That is enough to doom some of the offensive mechs. One of the frustrating aspects about Riella's approach was that her arrival and departure was unpredictable. The enemy mech pilots constantly had to remain on guard for her eventual arrival. Yet, when the ferocious Piranha finally approached, the Freidemann mech pilots were still caught off guard due to their overthinking. VS laid out what he learned from Riella's fighting methods. So far, our premise surrounding the ferocious Piranha is that we expect it to be deployed in squads or larger units. That's why it's called after a piranha. However, we have not considered an approach like this. If we want to make this mech fit in seamlessly in units that consist of other mechs, then we need to make some tweaks to its design. Chapter 2703, Sitting on a Bench. So all of our upcoming mechs will become better, but it will take at least an extra month before our mech pilots will receive the final versions? Keddies nodded. Yup. The previous battle has truly been an eye-opener for us. Aside from Gloriana and Juliet, the rest of the design department didn't really have a good grasp of high-level second-class combat. I think VS and the others thought that they wouldn't be fighting against this caliber of opponents too soon. Venerable Joshua chuckled. VS should have known better. He's a trouble magnet. He's making waves wherever he goes, so there are bound to be people who want to get rid of him. We're not playing a virtual game here where our opponents get stronger step by step. Well, we all know better now. I look forward in seeing these new mechs in action. They sound quite promising. Both of them sat together on a bench in the forward observation chamber on the first deck. It was a large, expansive, and idyllic garden that provided any visitor with an abundant amount of space to relax or engage in recreational activities. Since the forward observation chamber was limited to officers, VIPs, and other high-ranking personnel, there weren't many clansmen around. In fact, there were a lot more pets than humans scurrying about. Woof! A black pit bull eagerly wagged his tail as Keddies ruffled his head and neck. Mow! 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 A young cat rolled onto Joshua's lap and exposed his belly. When Joshua rubbed it, the pet softly purred. The pets didn't belong to the couple. They were taken care of by other clansmen. It was just that when their owners were on shift, the cats and dogs didn't have much to do in their cabins. Most of them preferred to spend their time in the larger communal areas on the ship. Every time Joshua and Kedis visited the observation deck or the city deck, they became inundated with pets. Joshua especially attracted them on a regular basis. They all brushed up against him to leave behind their scent or begged for pats. It was fortunate that Joshua never got tired of the attention. As an expert pilot who was expected to shoulder the burden of defending the Larkinson clan against powerful opponents, he could use the distraction. "We never really got to be together after the battle until now," Kedis said as she adjusted her poofy beret on her head. "Are you doing okay? We won, didn't we? I'm already happy with that. It's a shame that so many of our clansmen died. I felt like I could have done more to prevent them from dying. The battle was way too big for you to achieve more. You did the best you could." "I know. I'm not doubting myself or anything," he replied. "I am just trying to figure out how I can perform better next time. The Valkyrie Prime is a great mech, and what I was able to accomplish with the Hexers back then is indescribable." The moments where he became an integral part of two battle formations was one of his best moments so far. He would always remember the times where he turned the tide of the battle by wiping out a swathe of Friday Man with the first try and disabling Venerable Ganso with the second try. He even looked forward to doing it again. A part of Joshua wished that some other enemy would come and provoke the Larkinson clan. That way, he could get back into the Valkyrie Prime and lead another battle formation. "Enough about me. How are you doing? Are you making any progress towards becoming a journeyman?" Kedis grinned. "The Battle of Reckoning is a goldmine for me. I have access to lots of footage and analyses on the performance of different sword-wielding mechs. I'm so happy that Venerable Dice managed to show her strength against the Jeanne d'Arc. My sisters held a huge grudge against Venerable Foster. It's great that we managed to avenge the sisters we've lost, but it doesn't bring back the dead." She gently nodded. "The Sword Maidens are still as small as ever." "Aren't the Sword Maidens training a batch of several hundred women?" "That's true, but it will take at least several years or so to whip them into shape. It's not enough to be a female swordsman mech specialist. They need to be truly dedicated to the sword and our way of life. In battle, every sister must be able to trust each other without reserve. That not only takes time, but also considerable pressure. Not every trainee will live to the end of our training program." In fact, the harsh demands of the Sword Maidens to their fellow trainees was a source of considerable controversy. The Larkinsons generally wanted every clansman to be treated well. There shouldn't be any room for excessive abuse and mistreatment within their ranks. That put the Sword Maidens in an awkward position. The training regime they devised back when they were still pirates may be cruel, but it was reasonably effective at producing powerful mech pilots. In the end, VS personally had to grant them special permission to run their training program the way they wanted to. As far as he was concerned, the Sword Maidens could do anything they wanted as long as the hopeful trainees agreed to subject themselves to the difficult circumstances. Joshua frowned when he recalled what he heard about how the Sword Maidens raised their sisters. "Are the Sword Maidens still intending to pit their prospective members against exhibists while armed with nothing but a great sword?" "Of course. Why would you ever think we would stop with that? It's the ultimate test that separates true Sword Maidens from those who are too weak to be relied upon in battle." "Isn't that over the top?" Kedis sighed and patted his arm. "Maybe it sounds crazy from the perspective of someone who grew up in civilized space, but the frontier is a completely different environment, at least back before the Sandmen swept the entire region. There was no room for weaklings back then. You also have to take the training environment into account. The recruits we picked up from settlements and space stations were usually women without any prior training or preparation. Their genetic aptitude or other talents were almost always poor. How can you possibly turn them into strong sword maidens like Venerable Dice or myself? By training harder than everyone else. The sword maidens developed an effective method that worked well under the circumstances. Sure, the drop rate was not light, but those who passed our graduation ceremonies were always dependable. That is a quality that is exceedingly rare in any lawless region like the frontier and the Nixian Gap. Though Joshua was swayed by her arguments, he still disapproved of the sword maidens. His appreciation for life made it difficult for him to accept that trainees had to be subjected to so many risks in order to succeed. What are the recruits like? Eager. Hardworking. You have to keep in mind that the sword maidens don't pay too much attention to talent or foundation. That means that mech pilots who aren't good enough to get selected by the avatars can always approach the sword maidens. As long as they are women, right? Well, there's a bit of a discussion about that within the ranks. Given how urgent it is to replenish our ranks of mech pilots, some of my sisters have started to suggest we should open our doors to men. What? Really? Kitty's did not look as if she was kidding. It's just a discussion for now, so don't think it's already set. Personally, I'm not sure it will work out. We sisters trust each other to a large extent exactly because we're in a sisterhood. If we begin to take in men and other genders, I'm afraid we'll lose the closeness we had before. The sword maidens will never be the same if we embrace this change. Joshua didn't know what to think on this matter. The part of him that was in favor of equality supported opening up the sword maidens. However, their all-female identity was clearly a point of strength for them, so losing that would dilute their fighting spirit. Maybe. Your sisters should just continue like this. It's not as if the men in the Larkinson clan are stuck in a dead end. Maybe we need to raise an all-male force in order to counterbalance the sword maidens and penitent sisters. I don't see how that's useful. Ketty snorted. Besides, who will lead this new group? Vincent Ricklin? Nah. Vincent is already an expert candidate. He should be focusing on his own training. Heh. Of all of the mech pilots who broke through, it had to be this guy. It must be his custom mech, Joshua guessed. I took a look at it as it's one of the few mechs designed by Ves that I never got to pilot. It had a unique glow and a special touch that's considerably different from his other products. It's a pity that I'll never get to pilot, it seems. If you really wanted to, I can gather a crew to fix it up. I'm not Ves, so I can't restore the mech to its original condition, but don't underestimate my abilities. You don't have to do that, Keddies. I know you are busy with trying to reach journeyman and all. The Adonis Colossus is not a mech that suits your tastes. He was already resigned to placing the Adonis Colossus in the list of LMC mechs that he never experienced. The achievement hunter within him felt quite annoyed with this, but it couldn't be helped. As they continued to chat about other matters, they grew more comfortable in each other's presence. It had truly been too long since they set aside their responsibilities and spent some time alone with each other. I won't be able to meet with you very often in the coming weeks, she warned him. My workload has increased due to the recent changes. Ves wants us all to redo a significant portion of our design work. Didn't you get an exemption in order to concentrate on trying to advance to journeyman? I need this, Joshua. She looked at him with a fiery passion. Being able to work on the swordsman mech configuration of the Bright Warrior is a great opportunity to prepare for designing my own swordsman mechs. I'm still laying the groundwork for my Monster Slayer design. Once I embark on this project, I want to be familiar with every aspect of designing a second-class swordsman mech. This is going to be my first true breakout work. It will define the direction of my future designs just as how the Desolate Soldier design has shaped the subsequent designs of Ves. Kitty's had a feeling that she had an opportunity to turn her monster slayer into an iconic mech. As long as she put in the effort and prepared as best as possible, the mech she designed with the Sword Maidens in mind would become their defining machine in any duel or land battle. Her main concern was that the longer she delayed, the longer she might remain stuck as an apprentice. While she was still young for a mech designer, she didn't want to lag too far behind Ves. Whenever she saw Gloriana and Juliet cooperate with Ves on an equal basis, she felt jealous. Her competitive nature didn't allow her to linger behind for so long. One way or another, she vowed she would advance within a year from now. Just like Ves, she did not want to waste too much time. She suddenly dove into Joshua and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Whoa! What's the occasion?" It's nothing. I just felt like it. I feel our relationship is moving too slow. We haven't gone out on an actual date yet, you know. We're too busy and our schedules don't always overlap. We'll have time in the future. Once all of the excitement dies down, I think we'll have plenty of opportunities to spend time with each other. I hope so, Joshua. I hope so. Keddies trailed. Chapter 2704, Head Start. The prime mechs I've developed are not as practical as you think. Not only can they only be applied onto living mechs that conform to my design philosophy, they also rely on extremely harsh material requirements. If you have taken a look at the notes I've made, I only found 2 exotic materials that match my requirements. I'm not sure how available they are, but I have a hunch that one of them can only be found in the Nixian Gap. The projection of Master Willix did not look happy when she heard that. The woman tapped impatiently with her feet. Ves did not hold this secure conversation on the spirit of Bentheim. He did not dare to install such an advanced first-class device on the most important vessel of his fleet. He decided to keep the Darkbreak module aboard the Scarlet Rose so that he wouldn't feel that Master Willix was secretly snooping on him all the time. You have created an unprecedented product as far as I am aware of. She spoke in a measured tone. I have searched throughout our database, and I do not believe that any other mech designer has created anything that matches the characteristics of your prime mechs. In my judgment, there is great value in a mech that bridges the gap between standard mechs and expert mechs. Yet the practicality of your innovation is seriously in doubt if it is limited to the use of rare and exceedingly specific exotics. Ves nonchalantly shrugged. I never intended to revolutionize the mech community by propagating this new kind of mech. It's purely a stopgap measure to give my expert pilots something to play with until they finally receive their long-awaited expert mechs. There's no reason for us to keep our current prime mechs anymore. I think I will probably attempt to integrate some of their principles in the expert mechs. He never intended to hide his prime mechs. It simply wasn't possible considering that they had just taken a starring role in a battle involving 16,000 mechs and more than a dozen expert pilots. Even so, the Friday men, Praetors and Planats weren't eager to advertise their catastrophic defeat. They not only came across as the bad guys, but also got defeated by incomprehensible methods that made the Larkinsons look dazzling. He didn't know to what extent his opponents had spread the battle footage, but he was sure it had already landed in the hands of important organizations like the MTA. As Master Willix rapidly read through his mostly honest reports, she became more and more discontent at her inability to reproduce what Ves had come up with. In the perspective of the association, prime mechs actually held a lot of value considering that it was possible to combine it with expert mechs. Yet even the greatest inventions in mech design was worth nothing in her eyes if it could not be reproduced by others. She wasn't shy in making her displeasure known. Your selfish approach to your work is acceptable if you are just a journeyman, but when you advance up the ranks, you will need to shake that mindset. When you become a senior or master, you are no longer just a maker and seller of products. Mech designers who reach these heights must assume greater responsibilities. Spreading knowledge is a core responsibility that not even pirate designers dare to ignore. I don't see how that is relevant to me considering that I am decades away from reaching that point. There is nothing wrong with starting early, Master Willix advised. Let me fill you in on a little secret. If you establish an entirely new school of thought within the mech industry or pass on your teachings to your apprentices at your current stage, you will begin with a considerable head start once you finally become a senior. In the more optimistic cases, you shorten the time it takes for you to advance to master by at least several decades or even centuries depending on your circumstances. Ves widened his eyes. The implications of her advice was actually game-changing. He almost couldn't believe that Master Willix shared this secret so casually. If he understood it correctly, this must be a key approach that gave mech designers a greater chance to realize their design philosophy before their lifespan came to an end. For example, if a random mech designer progressed normally, he might need to reach the age of 350 years to reach master. It was not that easy for anyone to live that long. Even seniors struggled to extend their life by 2 rounds. What if the mech designer could only live up to 320 years after he exhausted all of his means of prolonging his life? While there were ways to live longer than that, the cost was too prohibitive. Ordinary seniors were very unlikely to be able to afford the required treatment. Therefore, a gap of several decades could easily change the fate of many mech designers yearning to realize their design philosophy. The difference in status between seniors and masters was so enormous that the former would probably be driven to do almost everything to go a step further. The Skull Architect was a prime example of how this yearning could drive seniors to desperation. Ves scratched his smooth-shaven cheek. I understand your underlying message, he slowly replied to Master Willix as his thoughts were still churning. The problem is that my design philosophy is not very transferable. It is based on rare preconditions that I haven't found in any other mech designer. While I am in the process of experimenting with nurturing at least one aspirant, I don't think it will work out. As I'm sure you have already learnt, it takes a very specific outlook on mechs and life in order to grasp my unique design philosophy. Ves didn't need to ask whether Master Willix succeeded in imitating his design philosophy. She wouldn't have issued her advice if she was already capable of designing living mechs herself. Fortunately, the esteemed MTA mech designer acknowledged his circumstances. He wasn't to blame for developing a design philosophy that was incredibly obtuse and difficult for others to adopt. Master Willix crossed her arms and shook her head. I hope you have taken my previous warnings into account. The more unique and deviant your design philosophy, the harder it is to progress it once you reach senior and master. You are making your career trajectory steeper by going off the beaten track. It's worth it, though. I never would have enjoyed the success I have now if I chose to pursue a more conventional design philosophy. It's impossible to stand out in the mech market if I don't offer anything different from my competitors. This was an old discussion, so they quickly moved on after they made their stance clear. Let's head back to the topic at hand. She looked at him with an intrigued expression. My backer has expressed greater interest in your work. Despite the lack of practicality of your latest innovations, the fact that she recognizes your effort is a great honor. Ah yes, the supposedly unidentified star designer paid close attention to the work of a single journeyman. Yeah, right. Even if Ves was bluffing the MTA by pretending to be the disciple of Mr. S, he seriously doubted that one of the top figures of human civilization would even bother spending more than a single second to study his mechs. I feel very honored, he replied flatly. Don't be cheeky, Mr. Larkinson. I am being very serious. It would help if you actually told me who this star designer actually is. So far, I only know she is a woman. That cuts down the list of possibilities, but there are still dozens of names, and that applies only to the known ones. The master smiled coyly at him. You can keep guessing. It is not my place to reveal her identity. What I am allowed to tell you is that she is currently preoccupied with matters of great import in the Red Ocean. If you manage to reach the dwarf galaxy, she may make some specific arrangements for you. It would be a shame for you to meet with disaster because you were too careless. Ves immediately frowned. He didn't hide his averse reaction to the possibility of meddling. I already told you that I work at my best when I am free to explore the cosmos. I get my inspiration from visiting many different sites and going through a lot of unique experiences. The situations I've faced have all stimulated me in developing much of my better works. We are not ignorant of that. Any possible intervention from us is not as serious as you think. We are only looking out for you, Ves. The battle that you have just fought is a situation that I do not wish to see from you again. Ves awkwardly coughed. I'm working on it. Our mech forces will become a lot stronger in the short term. I already have some great designs in the pipeline that will greatly alleviate our lack of quality mechs. He briefly explained his upcoming mech designs, such as the Bright Warrior IB. He might as well take advantage of the situation and see whether he could obtain feedback from one of the best mech designers that he knew of. Even a casual word of advice from a master was enough to transform a mech design. As Master Willix calmly listened to his impromptu presentation, she did not offer any strong response. Your mech designs suit the purpose of your clan. A mech design does not have to sound exciting to be effective. Was that all? Ves expected to hear more, but the master didn't even bother to go in depth about any aspect of his upcoming mech designs. They talked a bit about other matters. Master Willix inquired a bit about his future plans. Ves hesitated for a moment but decided to voice one of the uncertainties that had been bothering for some time. I'm interested in paying a visit to the Smiling Samuel Star sector. The people that live over there have developed an interesting society. It would be remiss of me to ignore their distinct culture when my route just happens to pass by this star sector. Master Willix raised her eyebrow. Hardly anyone expresses interest in the customs and way of life of the natives of Smiling Samuel. The Vulcan Empire is a highly insular state. Unless you are a heavy gravity variant human yourself, you will not be able to gain entry. Ves grinned. I'm aware of the difficulties, but I have never shied away from a challenge. I've already ventured into the Nixian Gap, and while the trip was very dangerous, I've harvested a lot of useful insights along the way. It's a pity that not every star sector hosts such an abnormal region of space. Much of the galactic rim is just an ordinary void. Smiling Samuel is one of the few truly interesting places that offers a strong contrast to normal human space. He received a skeptical look from the MTA master. I hardly took you for a fan of their stout mech designs. I'd love to examine their dwarf mechs up close, Ves sincerely claimed, though he added a bit of exaggeration. Their deviating body structure alters how they perform and how they are being utilized. I don't think I'll be able to visit a dwarf haven like the Vulcan Empire in my subsequent journeys, so I'd be remiss if I miss out on exploring these fantastic mechs. I see. I must say that you have a bold taste of mechs, Mr. Larkinson. Why did you feel the need to share this particular desire? I'd like to ask if you can help me obtain passage in the star sector, Ves finally asked. While I'm already working on it, I heard that organizations like the MTA and CFA can issue special passes that can make the Vulcanites back off. Can you arrange a pass for me? I'd like to be able to travel freely in the star sector. This was a bold request. Master Willix clearly didn't anticipate that Ves would make such a random request. She was rendered speechless for a moment. Chapter 2705, Star Striders. While Master Willix clearly wasn't prepared to consider V's sudden request, her eyes quickly cleared up. She looked as if she just realized something that explained why he felt the urge to go on a sightseeing tour in a star sector claimed by dwarves. I shall look into it, she slowly replied. As far as I am aware, only long-standing associates are eligible to obtain the passes you are referring to. Each normal human that enters the Smiling Samuel star sector is another source of instability. The local heavy gravity variant humans do not take pleasure in hosting another guest from outside, particularly when the visitor is of the taller variety. If you can't arrange a pass for me, I'll find another way to get in. I'm not giving up on Smiling Samuel so easily. I might be leaving the Milky Way for good, so I want to experience at least a couple more interesting places in my native galaxy before I depart for another one. I've heard that there are other organizations who can arrange free passage to third parties. Willix frowned. Do not act too hastily, Mr. Larkinson. Smiling Samuel is of significant interest to our association. A number of my other colleagues have long presided over the developments that take place in this special star sector, so they hold jurisdiction over any matters related to it. They will not be pleased if I approach them with your request. In other words, Smiling Samuel was someone else's turf. Even if Master Willix held more prestige within the MTA, it was not a trivial matter for her to approach another department. Just like every other transgalactic organization, the Mech Trade Association was split up into many different branches and hierarchies. It was impossible to centralize so many different operations and impose total uniformity in every single branch. This meant that the regional bosses who were in charge of specific branches still possessed considerable autonomy in their seats of power. As long as the MTA branches exercised all of their necessary duties, they possessed some latitude to pursue their own policies. The general idea behind this approach was that those on the ground knew better than some faceless bureaucrat sitting in a luxurious office 100,000 light-years away. While that wasn't a wrong assumption, the distance between the sector headquarters and the core institutions of the MTA could easily give the former an opportunity to take some liberties. While Master Willix didn't say any of this out loud, her troubled response caused Ves to imagine what must be going on behind the scenes. Even if his guesses weren't entirely accurate, they should at least touch upon the truth. Ves already knew that the MTA was divided into rivaling factions. This proved that for all of its greatness, the association was still prone to the same shortcomings that plagued any organization run by humans. As long as humans were selfish, they always pursued their interests even if they weren't supposed to. Ves did it all the time. After issuing his request, the call eventually ended. Ves didn't particularly enjoy chatting with his patron from the MTA, and he was sure that Master Willix had better things to do with her precious time. Before he left the Scarlet Rose, Ves paid a brief visit to compartment G13, which still held the automated Briar alloy production line. Even after Ves used many months' worth of accumulation to construct the dazzling prow of the Spirit of Bentheim, the renewable source of Briar alloy still churned out tons of useful material without interruption. As Ves gazed at the escape pod that effortlessly slid inside the hot forging machine, he came no closer to lifting the veil of its creepy occupant. Who is Cassandra Briar? This wasn't the first time he asked this question. The more he thought about it, the more he had the feeling that he was neglecting a very serious matter. Yet no matter how closely Ves tried to examine the escape pod and the mummified corpse inside, this not quite dead, which kept mystifying him. Her existence and the fact that she continually regenerated without fail was a complete aberration to his life. She showed up without warning and haunted him for reasons that he couldn't even begin to guess. His spirituality grew stronger, and he developed a bit more insight into the nature of spiritual energy. He developed a deeper comprehension of life and became more adept at manipulating it with his growing toolbox. Yet despite all of this growth, he came no closer to answering this lingering question. How long can this continue? Ves wondered. Years? Decades? Centuries? He did not dare to think he could keep exploiting Cassandra Briar's powers for more than a decade, let alone a century. In a century, I can probably buy briar alloy in bulk. There is no need for me to rely on this absurd loop to spit out valuable materials. What would happen if he decided to shut down this production line? Would Cassandra Briar enjoy a reprieve that allowed her to take revenge against Ves? I won't let that happen! His experiences with dangerous entities like Nixie taught him that he needed to solve them one way or another. If he gave them too much time, they might be able to turn the tables. Still, Ves was not at that point yet. Briar alloy was still useful to him, and he could still benefit from having free source of this material. I'll decide what to do with you when I am close to entering the Red Ocean, he decided. I don't think I can smuggle you through the Beyonder Gate without getting noticed by the authorities. The Gate Consortium and the Big Two thoroughly swept every starship that was slated to pass through the Beyonder Gate. This was a necessary procedure as the massive but incredibly precious Beyonder Gates weren't immune to damage. It would be a tragedy if terrorists managed to blow up the only gate that allowed humanity to enter the Red Ocean. While Ves was sure the Big Two gathered enough phase water to build another gate by now, it was immensely costly to do so. So far, the Gate Consortium hadn't published any plans to build another Greater Beyonder Gate. Ves returned to the Spirit of Bentheim and went about his work. He invested a lot of time in fleshing out his revised mech designs. Meanwhile, the Golden Skull Alliance continued to travel further and further away from the site of the battle. It didn't take long for the expeditionary fleet to complete its previously planned detour through the Vicious Mountain Star Sector. After curving around and passing through another sector border, the damaged and diminished armada of starships officially entered Majestic Teal. This was a different environment. While Vicious Mountain was dominated by a single regional superpower in the form of the Garland Empire, Majestic Teal was split up into smaller states that were usually called associations due to their origins. In the view of people like Ves, Majestic Teal came under the sway of corporate-like entities. While the local second-rate states such as the Life Research Association, the Heavensward Association, and the Harmony Association weren't run like companies, they still retained traces of their past incarnations. What is interesting about Majestic Teal is that no local state is truly dominant, Major Verl explained to him during a meeting. There is nothing comparable to the Garland Empire here. In addition, the Star Sector split up into greater states like the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony. What we have instead are more than a dozen small to medium-sized states that are strong enough to hold their own but aren't threatening enough to swallow the entire Star Sector. Ves found this odd. It's rather amazing that this has lasted for centuries. I would have thought that at least one of those states would have succeeded in taking over their neighbors before launching a war for supremacy. Majestic Teal doesn't have a tradition of waging total war. It's quite similar to Vicious Mountain in that regard. The reason why this is so is different, though we don't need to explore that considering we are just passing through. They didn't meet in order to discuss the history of Majestic Teal. Instead, they gathered in order to discuss the impending arrival of the mercenaries that they contracted on an expensive monthly contract. Tell me about the fellows who will be arriving soon. Major Verl waved his hand, causing a projection to appear that depicted the logo of the mercenary organization. It depicted a purple star field where a man was walking off into the distance with his back facing the viewer. Ves had no idea why such a symbol represented the name of a mercenary organization with a fixed base of operations. The Star Strider Security Group is a massive commercial enterprise that offers security solutions to clients on both a short-term and long-term basis. Verl began. It's a reputable and upright mercenary organization that has never acted shady, at least that we know of. Its headquarters is located in the Grand Loxic Republic, which is a very powerful second-rate state in the Winged Serenade Star Sector. That last part was important. Winged Serenade was the administrative center of the Aena Star Cluster. It received greater investment, than its neighboring star sectors, so its development level was considerably higher. This also meant that any organizations that were rooted there possessed a lot of power and influence. This was one of the many reasons why no one wanted to stir up trouble with the Star Striders. Do we know which unit within the Star Striders are assigned as our bodyguards? Major Vol nodded. We do. The Star Striders informed us that they have dispatched their 14th Fleet, otherwise known as the Infinity Guards. That's an audacious name to take. What are they like? As their name suggests, the Infinity Guards are defense-oriented. While they are lacking in mobile and flexible mech units, they are known for fielding an abundance of medium and heavy mechs that excel at defending fleets or fixed positions. Ah, I see. We can't ask them to perform raids or act proactively, but they are very difficult to dislodge as long as they stand their grounds. That's the Infinity Guards in a nutshell. What is reassuring is that the 14th Fleet has successfully completed many assignments, but only failed 4 times throughout their entire existence. The main reason for those exceptions is because they got caught up in larger conflicts where their enemies weren't cowed by the deterrence exerted by the Star Striders. No mercenary outfit was completely successful all the time. A few failures was normal and completely acceptable. VS was completely assured by the low failure rate of the Infinity Guards. How many mechs are we talking about? The Infinity Guards comprise a total of 2 mech regiments, or around 4,000 mechs. Their fleet consists of around 60 combat carriers with expanded capacity, so they are able to carry 60 mechs each. The flagship is a fleet carrier called the Indefatigable. She's nowhere comparable to the Orleans, but she's considerably cheaper and easier to maintain. According to the Galactic Net, the Indefatigable is a second-hand starship that the Star Striders happened to acquire from a state that sought to dispose of her. She's aged but well-maintained. Even if the Star Striders were based in Winged Serenade, it was a bit of a stretch for them to make use of assets comparable to military-grade hardware. The Indefatigable was still an overpowering fleet carrier against any non-state entity, and that was enough for the mercenaries. All of this sounds fairly impressive, but how much do they cost on a monthly basis? When converted to hex credits, their base pay amounts to 17 billion hex credits. You wanted the best we could get on short notice, VS, remember? While it is higher than the prevailing market rates, the service provided by the Star Strider is the real deal. VS slowly sighed. That's true. If we get what we paid for, then we shouldn't be afraid of any threat as long as the contract holds. Chapter 2706, Infinity Guards. Paying 17 billion hex credits a month for protection was a very high price. As long as VS had enough time, he could raise a basic force that was just as strong. The best part about it was that as long as VS paid all of the upfront costs, the monthly upkeep would be only a fraction as much. Sure, it was expensive to pay tens of thousands of personnel. Sure, all of those mechs cost a lot of money to keep in shape. Sure, the Indefatigable along with those combat carriers and support ships also cost money to maintain. Yet paying 17 billion hex credits to cover for protection for just a single month was a rip-off considering all the alternatives. It was just that those other solutions required time, which was something that the Larkinson clan and its partners were very short of. The Golden Skull Alliance wasn't the first to end up in this awkward situation. Conflicts happened all the time in human space. A lot of outfits, fleets, and other organizations incurred huge amounts of damage after they fought against serious opponents. Even if these organizations possessed the means to rebuild their strength, their other enemies might not wait for them to recover. Pouncing on a weakened target after enduring an enormous beating was one of the best ways to achieve a quick and profitable victory. The galaxy wasn't fair. Without sufficient backing, there was no rule in effect that gave exhausted survivors a grace period to get back up to strength. This was where mercenaries came in. They already built up their strength and readily lend their strength to those who could afford to pay their rates. The client didn't have to invest any time and effort to borrow all of this protection. The mercenary corps had already done the hard work beforehand. The only contribution the customer had to make was to hand over enough money. Considering that mercenaries didn't demand anything except for money, it was a given that this was always a hefty amount. The costs ramped up massively as the mercenary organizations got bigger and bigger. Their greater scale and numbers allowed them to field more powerful mechs and more professional mech pilots. They switched out their light carriers for combat carriers and also began to acquire fleet carriers to give their forces a lot of extra intimidation power. At this level, the mercenaries were all about deterrence. While they were not shy about fighting, they generally disliked getting their hands dirty. Every battle not only entailed deaths, but also required them to repair or replace their combat assets. Even if the mercenaries were able to cover these costs by demanding extra payment from their clients, it was still an undesirable outcome. Therefore, large-scale mercenary organizations such as the Star Striders tended to puff themselves up as much as possible to scare any possible attackers as much as possible. That became clear as their 14th Fleet finally arrived in the border system within Majestic Teal. When Ves studied the composition of this renowned mercenary force, he became somewhat impressed. What a heavy fleet! The high-capacity combat carriers were not only larger than the ones of the Larkinson clan, but also boasted substantially thicker hull plating. There was no doubt that they could all take a beating and still be able to venture onwards. There has to be a catch, he murmured. Mercenaries always counted the money they earned and the money they had to spend. It was highly unlikely for them to splurge on quality ships with higher upkeep costs. Soon, Ves figured out the shortcomings of the combat carriers of the Infinity Guards. They're slow. This was no understatement. The combat carriers were truly sluggish. Their sublight propulsion systems simply weren't powerful enough to provide a lot of acceleration to the unwieldy ships. It took far more time for the Infinity Guards to travel somewhere inside a star system than other fleets. Ves even guessed that this was a deliberate choice. With these sluggish vessels, a client has to retain the services of the Infinity Guards for a longer period of time in order to get anywhere without being waylaid. The only reason why Ves wasn't more upset about this scam was because the combat carriers truly looked intimidating. Hardly any pirate wanted to try and pick a fight with just one of these tough bastards. The Indefatigable flew in the center of the fleet. The fleet carrier was much as he expected. She featured moderate armor, mobility, and capacity. Already, the mercenaries trotted out their mechs from their starships. More than 1,000 mechs appeared in space, giving their customers a good show of what 17 billion hex credits a month was worth. Ves happened to be in the design lab when he studied the newly arrived Infinity Guards. Gloriana helpfully shared her opinion on the mercenary mechs. They're commercial-grade mechs, all right, she snorted. While it's clear that the designers know what they are doing, they were under obvious cost constraints. The Star Striders or the 14th Fleet in particular doesn't want to waste an excessive amount of money on servicing their mechs. In other words, they cut corners, Ves remarked. Exactly. Gloriana pointed at a beefed-up rifleman mech. Look at this mech, for example. It's a stationary gunner that doesn't conform to the most dominant interpretation of rifleman mechs because it has to look larger and more intimidating than it actually is. All of that extra armor slows it down, which suggests that it can withstand a lot of damage. Is it actually? Partially. Maybe. The armor is real, but according to our initial scanning data, it's likely a bulk alloy formula. The protection is largely based on quantity rather than quality. I can already guess that the other mechs of the Infinity Guards are designed according to the same principle. It's cheap and easy to fix the damage, but I'd bet the mercenaries will try and charge us as if their mechs are clad with premium armor. VS looked skeptical. I don't think such an obvious scam will work. That's a bit too brazen if you ask me. This is especially when there are plenty of mech designers in our alliance. Professor Cortez will never let himself get taken advantage of like that. Besides, the Star Striders can't go too far or else they will ruin their credibility. The reputation of the Star Striders was truly good for a reason. Perhaps they might act like other mercenaries and overcharge here or there, but VS didn't believe they would outright seek compensation for something that didn't really exist. You'd be surprised what companies think they can get away with. Gloriana disagreed with her husband. Anyway, it shouldn't be a problem as long as we show that we are attentive. Shall we change and prepare for the upcoming meeting? VS nodded. Let's go. They exited the design lab in order to prepare for their first formal meeting with the head of the Infinity Guards. Both of them changed into their formal wear. In the case of VS, he wore a more elaborate version of his patriarch uniform complete with cape. Gloriana opted to wear a sophisticated business suit in order to project a look that suggested that she meant business. The hexer confidence she exuded while wearing this outfit caused her to look as if she was in charge instead of VS. I look great, don't I, Clixie? Meow. Hi. When VS beheld her outfit, he briefly became confused. Don't you usually wear dresses to these official meetings? I dress according to the situation, VS. Mercenaries will always try to upstage their clients. If our momentum isn't strong enough, they will gain the upper hand in our relationship and get a greater say in matters. We need to show that we are still capable of standing up to ourselves. The mercenaries may not be their enemies, but it was still important to establish mutual respect. VS just thought that he was already capable of doing so on his own. He didn't need his wife to carry his weight. It wasn't as if he was a boy. Let's board our shuttle and head over the Hemington Cross. He coughed. I hope Patriarch Reginald is a good host. It'll be fine, VS. Letting him host the initial meeting is a great choice. The first in-person meeting with the leaders of the Infinity Guards had to take place in the right venue. Since trust between the mercenaries and the clients wasn't solid yet, there was no way that VS wanted to step aboard the Indefatigable. His paranoia simply didn't allow it, no matter how trustworthy the Infinity Guards appeared. While VS felt tempted to host the meeting aboard the Spirit of Bentheim, a factory ship simply wasn't as impressive as a fleet carrier, especially one built for military purposes. The Cross clan may have fallen way below their peak, but much of their assets still reflected their prior glory. When VS entered the shuttle with his wife and bodyguards, Calabast and Lucky were already waiting inside. Though Gloriana crinkled her nose at the other woman's appearance, she didn't take any further action. Instead, she sat down on her seat and began to cuddle with Clixie. VS, on the other hand, reached out to Lucky. Hey there, buddy. Meow. The gem cat languidly rolled around on Calabast's lap. VS coughed. You missed me, right? Meow. Lucky just closed his eyes and settled on a more comfortable position. It seems that your pet is fine where he is right now, Calabast amusingly said. Ha! That's just because he hasn't been away from me long enough. He'll miss me eventually. After they completed their usual banter, they immediately moved on to the topic at hand. Who am I about to meet? The leader of the Infinity Guards is Colonel Amos Pendulum, she briefly explained. He is an experienced mech officer with military experience. He's a native of the Winged Serenade Star Sector and is aligned with the headquarters of the Star Striders. That was an interesting detail to VS. I see. So he's the company guy who makes sure that the local branch is dancing to the tune of headquarters. You can see it that way. Calabas nodded. That is not to say that the relationship between him and the majestic Tealers that comprise much of the 14th Fleet is bad. He wouldn't remain in charge if he didn't command the respect of his men. What is important for you to know is that he possessed an aristocratic background. I believe he is destined for a higher position once he completes his tour in this star sector and returns to headquarters. That told Ves a lot. These kinds of high flyers were usually very ambitious. They received a lot of attention from the company and gained promotions a lot easier than those who attracted less attention. Of course, the price for being in the spotlight all of the time was that they had to deliver excellent results, or at least maintain the illusion of doing so. When Calabas told him that Colonel Pendulum was only 43 years old, that confirmed his suspicions. A 43-year-old colonel, Ves frowned. Most of the officers I've met who are around this rank are a lot older. Colonel Ariadne Woden is twice as old, I believe. It's true that flag officers in established militaries or other armed organizations generally have to wait at least half a century before they reach this level, but mercenary organizations aren't as rigid. If Colonel Pendulum possesses real talent, then he may be up to the task despite his lack of experience. For some reason, Ves thought another explanation was more likely. Maybe that's true, but it could also be that this fine colonel comes from a notable family from Winged Serenade. With such powerful backing, he can easily secure one cushy job after another. Calabas pressed her lips. Nepotism is a decent possibility in this case, but the Infinity Guards still enjoy a good track record under Colonel Pendulum's command. That's true, but keep in mind that not a single force dared to pick a fight against them in the last 6 years. Ves pointedly pointed out. While he didn't go as far to believe that the Infinity Guards were mismanaged, he might have to revise his expectations of their battle readiness. Even if they trained diligently for all of these years, they were probably a bit rusty. Chapter 2707 Increased Trust. When Ves stepped aboard the gargantuan Hemington Cross once again, he noted that the crossers had stuffed a lot of mechs in the hangar bay. Every ship in the expeditionary fleet was in the same straits. The Alliance picked up so much salvage from the battlefield that every space had to be utilized as efficiently as possible. In fact, a lot of mech stables, hangar bays, and cargo bays were stuffed with ugly wrecks and broken parts. Of course, the crew of the Hemington Cross didn't haphazardly toss their salvage in the hangar bay used to greet the incoming guests. Instead, the best mechs of the Cross clan stood in neat rows. When Ves and his wife studied their appearances, they instantly recognized that they had been deliberately fixed up and polished to a shine in order to present a magnificent image. The sight of all of those military mechs that had proven themselves in battle was capable of impressing everyone, especially those who worked with them and knew about them. In fact, the more they knew about mechs, the more they appreciated the design and deadliness of these machines. What was even more interesting was that these standard mechs only served as a backdrop to the expert mechs of the hosts. The Amphis took up a prime position further ahead. The sturdy and dependable Night Mech with its iconic Chainsword had been the only crosser expert mech to make it through the Battle of Reckoning intact. As the miracle couple and cats moved closer, they eagerly studied the design characteristics of this solid machine. It's not the most sophisticated expert mech I've seen, but it definitely ranks at the top when it comes to sturdiness, Gloriana remarked. She possessed substantially more experience with expert mechs than Ves. Her experience in certain Hexer development projects gave her a more critical understanding of their design principles. I can tell that the Amphis is a senior grade mech, which means that a senior must have been its lead designer. This is obvious in how simple it is. While there is nothing wrong with aiming for simplicity, the mech clearly lacks additional features that can amp up the mech even further. Ves nodded in understanding. The previous battle showed that the Amphies possesses a distinct lack of mobility. While it doesn't have to be able to catch up to a light skirmisher, it could have benefited from having a short-duration booster system that allows it to jump on its opponents or catch them by surprise. One of the lessons he learned from the previous battle was that the weaknesses of any expert mech became a lot more impactful. In the case of larger forces, standard mechs which often fought alongside hundreds or thousands of different mechs. Different specialized mechs were able to cover each other's weaknesses, allowing them to make full play of their strengths. For example, the Transcendent Punishers were extremely vulnerable against melee mechs, but the Ilvanan mech pilots never had to be afraid of that because other Larkinson mechs would fend off these threats on their behalf. Yet at the expert mech level, it was impractical to depend too much on mixing and matching. The low quantities of expert mechs involved in battle meant that every powerful machine was vulnerable. This was especially the case when the opposing mechs were being piloted by expert pilots, who possessed the skill and acumen to exploit every identifiable weakness. Ves thought that the performance of one-dimensional mechs was quite poor in the previous battle. The Imperial verdict was no doubt a lethal mech up close with its trident. Yet it spent much of its time trying to get within striking distance of the crosser expert mechs while fending off attacks from multiple directions. The Amphies possessed stellar defense, and a surprising amount of threat within the range of its chain's word, but the Praetor and Planet expert mechs weren't stupid enough to let it approach. Hybrid mechs such as the Balvo's Rage and the Trost proved to be more flexible and more able to respond to different situations. Even venerable Damra Planet's Erranter displayed some enhanced mobility and range threat despite its excellence in melee combat. This was why both Ves and Gloriana soon dismissed the Amphies in favor of admiring the Balvo's Rage. Expert mechs were informally split up into different performance tiers. Low-tier expert mechs were the most common. They had to be designed with lower budgets in mind, so they utilized less resonating materials and didn't possess too many features. The Balvo's Rage was different. Its entire frame was packed with either stellar parameters or extremely useful features. It looks like Professor Cortez worked overtime to repair the battle on this expert mech, Gloriana remarked. I can still spot some of the signs of hasty repairs. Its chest projector may look operational, but I'm sure that's only the case on the surface. In truth, its overall effectiveness may have dropped by as much as a fifth. Ves missed that particular detail, but now that his wife had pointed it out, he could see why she made this judgment. The Balvo's Rage was still a wounded mech underneath its shiny metal exterior. Regardless, it was still the best hybrid mech that Ves had ever witnessed with his own eyes. He was mentally running back the battle performance of this expert mech as he examined each and every known weapon system. Every aspect of the Balvo's Rage was meticulously designed. The more Ves studied it, the more he admired its nuances. It's amazing how the Balvo's Rage is able to accommodate so many integrated weapon systems, he expressed. The expert mech is able to integrate all of these armaments seamlessly without overly compromising its defenses. Its other parameters are also up to par, and it can even fight up close with a pair of handheld weapons. Perhaps its only true shortcoming is that it doesn't possess any supremely powerful weapons. Gloriana mentioned another weakness. Don't forget about its short endurance. In the previous battle, the mech expended much of its weapon systems, leaving it with relatively few options at the end. I think Patriarch Reginald demanded a solution that excels in fighting against other expert mechs, either in a fair duel or in a short brawl between mechs of the same level. It clearly does the job considering that it managed to fight against the Erranter on an equal basis. The two stopped their current discussion as they finally reached the greeting party. Patriarch Reginald Cross, Professor Cortez, Venerable Linda Cross, and some other important crossers wore their best dress uniforms. Golden cords and epaulets embellished their white and pale blue uniforms. Impressive-looking medals rested on their chests, as if to emphasize the battle prowess of their wearers. Ves felt distinctly underdressed in their company. While he still had a collection of old brighter medals, he felt it was too shameless to show them off. After all, the people he was meeting with wouldn't be impressed by awards given out by a pitiful little third-rate state. Still, he quickly suppressed this feeling. He was a mech designer. As far as he was concerned, his mech designs were his medals. Patriarch Ves. Welcome back to the Hemington Cross. The leader of the Cross clan didn't appear to have sustained any lingering wounds from the previous battle. The older and larger man stepped forward and patted Ves on the shoulder. I truly feel vindicated for partnering up with you. The mechs your clan deployed are so remarkable that I truly cannot wait to receive an expert mech that has benefited from your input. If you can design a mech that allows me to slaughter the entire crew of a capital ship like the Orleans, I promise to fight your enemies unconditionally for the span of a decade. The other crossers in the greeting party looked surprised at their patriarch's spontaneous offer. Reginald clearly hadn't discussed this demand with the rest of his people. Professor Benedict Cortez quickly stepped forward. I believe that some of the capabilities displayed by the Larkinson clan are subject to very harsh requirements. We cannot expect Patriarch Ves to reveal his trump cards to us so casually. Isn't that right? Your guest designer is correct. Ves nodded, but then proceeded to display a slight smile. However, there is a possibility that I might be persuaded to offer some of my more exclusive services to your clan. Just take into account that the results might not be as drastic and the price will be steeper than you can imagine. That left the crossers with a lot of food for thought. While Ves wanted to keep his trump cards for himself at first, the salesman within him recognized a potentially lucrative business opportunity. Patriarch Reginald badly wanted to obtain the strongest expert mech possible. Ves just happened to have a couple of methods that could strengthen any mech in a unique fashion. These methods were not only strong, but unable to be replicated by any other competitor. As a result, as long as his services were attractive enough, he could keep teasing Patriarch Reginald with possibilities, theory driving up his desire until he was willing to give up almost anything to empower his mech. Of course, Ves didn't expect to sign a deal right away. He left his pitch at that and only answered a couple of questions. Can you truly enable our clan to perform an extraordinary group attack comparable to that of your penitent sisters and sword maidens? It's possible, but it only works for close comrades who are all uniform to a degree. Ves openly explained. They need to be closely aligned in thought, training, inclinations, and so on. They don't have to be identical, but there has to be enough common ground to pool their strengths together. Also, there has to be someone powerful enough to enable this move. An expert pilot will do as far as I know. Professor Cortez carefully memorized the revealing information. This application reminds me of the neural networks of a certain Friday Man Master. Is there any relation? I have a history of fighting against Master Huron. I had a few brushes with Master Huron's apprentice in the past. Ves calmly replied. She even showed up during the previous battle, along with 2 different applications of neural networks. It's a shame that I haven't been able to capture the Master's research data. You wouldn't be able to comprehend his work anyway, Mr. Larkinson. Neural network tech is exceedingly obtuse to understand to those who do not specialize in this field. It isn't good for your development to spend an excessive amount of time on studying the work of another mazer. You do not need to remind me. I am still focused on making my own creations rather than copying someone else's work. The two continued to chat about general mech designer topics. Patriarch Reginald quickly became bored as he could no longer keep up with the technical jargon. Fortunately, his boredom soon passed as the next guests arrived. Colonel Ariadne Woden, Venerable Brutus Woden, and a couple of other senior officers of the Glory Seekers arrived. Good day, Patriarchs. The older woman tactfully greeted them all. I see your mechs are back in shape. We have been knocked down more times than we can count. We always get back up. Patriarch Reginald grinned. The relations between the Larkinson clan, Glory Seekers, and Cross clan had warmed up considerably after the Battle of Reckoning. No matter what, fighting alongside each other brought them closer together. By combining their forces to take down their collective opponents, they learned they could trust their allies to cover each other's backs. This was an important development to VS. It was better to fight alongside friends rather than a bunch of strangers. While he still cared about binding allies together through mutual interests, he saw hope of forging more permanent bonds. He didn't mind offering some extra benefits as long as his allies reciprocated. Besides, it was a good way to gain another batch of voluntary test subjects. Chapter 2708, Colonel Amos Pendulum. The Larkinsons and Glory Seekers arrived earlier than the guests of honor. The Infinity Guard's shuttle had to traverse a longer distance because their fleet kept a respectful distance from the expeditionary fleet. Even though they already signed a contract that was recognized by the Mercenary Association, they were still strangers to each other. This initial meeting was meant to break the ice and see whether the two sides would truly be able to get along with each other. If this wasn't the case, then it was better to cancel the deal. The contract already incorporated this scenario. If the clients changed their mind, they only had to pay a relatively modest fee to compensate the mercenaries for mobilizing their fleet and traveling all the way out here. Meow. HM? Oh. I see. Their shuttle is finally approaching. Lucky and Clixie didn't do much aside from resting by the feet of their owners. They licked each other, sniffed the other people, and remained on guard against any unanticipated threats. The shuttle utilized by the Infinity Guards looked grander and more embellished than the vehicles used by the Alliance. Markings that belonged to both the Star Striders and the Infinity Guards prominently branded the armored shuttle. The logo of the Infinity Guards consisted of rows of armored soldiers holding shields that were shaped like infinity symbols. The logo was designed in such a way that it suggested that there was an endless amount of identical soldiers. The colors of the Infinity Guards were purple and black. Ordinarily, this should have given them a serious and martial impression. However, as soon as the first mercenary stepped outside of the shuttle, VS was taken aback at the amount of embellishments the lead figure wore. The man that could only be Colonel Amos Pendulum wore a peaked cap that was as high as his own head, an embroidered uniform that was bedecked with gold and was covered by over 30 medals of all shapes, sizes, colors, and materials. Perhaps to most people, the leader of the Infinity Guards may come across as incredibly accomplished. His overflowing pride and confidence certainly helped convey a lot of strength. The other Infinity Guard officers weren't as extravagant, fortunately. They wore less medals, though they still wore fancier uniforms than VS was accustomed to. What they lacked in pomp, they made up in professionalism. It was good to see that the rest of the 14th Fleet was made up of warriors who knew their business. Patriarch Reginald Cross stepped forward as soon as the honored guests almost reached the greeting party. Welcome to the Hemington Cross. We have been awaiting your arrival with great anticipation. Thank you for reinforcing us on short notice. It must have been quite a rush to mobilize your forces and reach our side as soon as possible. That's what you are paying for. Colonel Pendulum smiled as much of his confidence was sapped out of his body. Though people like V.S., Gloriana, Colonel Ariadne, Professor Benedict, and so on were mentally resilient enough to hold their ground against Patriarch Reginald's forceful presence, this did not apply to the latest people who arrived. Patriarch Reginald was the strongest and most developed expert pilot in the Alliance. His force of will was so domineering that it practically demanded the submission of those who couldn't withstand his will. Naturally, even weaker-willed individuals were able to mitigate the consequences after getting used to the effects. Otherwise, Patriarch Reginald wouldn't be able to get anything done if he met with his subordinates in person. Still, the first impression was the strongest. Even though Ves was the most prominent leader of the alliance, they all agreed that Patriarch Reginald should become their spokesperson at this time. It turned out to be a great choice. Let alone Colonel Pendulum, the rest of his entourage all lost their momentum. Even though they were all grown men and women, they seemed to have been turned into kids who couldn't do anything in the presence of someone who was larger than life. To his credit, Colonel Pendulum didn't completely blank out. His social training was still good enough to compel him to maintain appearances. He even stepped forward to shake hands with the leader of the Cross clan. "I have heard great tales about your plight. While it is a tragedy that your clan has fallen to this point, you have still been able to retain your legacy. With a proven war leader and expert pilot like you in charge, I am certain that I will be hearing about your return to glory very soon." Patriarch Reginald smiled. He felt flattered by the compliments. "I appreciate your well wishes. We have gone through so much darkness that we have shed all of our weaknesses. Our enemies will rue the day they failed to finish us off. It's too late for them now. Under my leadership, my clan shall rise from the ashes and ascend to greater heights than ever before." As the Patriarch kept ranting about his hopeful vision for the Cross clan, Colonel Pendulum completely lost the opportunity to regain the initiative. Ves and the rest who stood a small distance away couldn't help but be a little disappointed. While the strength of the person at the top did not necessarily reflect the performance of his underlings, it was nonetheless a sight they didn't wish to see. Still, the meeting between the two leaders revealed some additional details. Colonel Pendulum was still someone who was trained to meet all kinds of forceful personalities. Even if he lacked enough exposure, he was eventually able to find a way to cope with the pressure. Once he regained his own sense of self, he stood a little straighter and diverted his attention to the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance. "Patriarch Larkinson, Colonel Woden, it is a pleasure to meet the two of you as well." He grasped the chance to distance himself from Patriarch Reginald's strong force of will and moved to the other two leaders. The mercenary leader exhibited some of his slickness as he lightly bowed to the glory seekers. "We don't see many hexers outside of the Komodo star sector. The rest of the galaxy holds many different states, each of which have developed their own unique way of life. I have always become fascinated with people who go against the status quo. We are just passing through here." Colonel Woden spoke bluntly. "We have no intention of imposing our order on the locals here. We are aware that our ideology is difficult for others to embrace. This is of little concern to us. We much prefer to enlighten those who take the trouble to approach us. This is much easier to do in the Red Ocean where the powers haven't established themselves yet. The new frontier will be our true stage to spread our beliefs." "Well, I wish you good luck on your endeavors," Pendulum said before he quickly turned to Ves. His smile widened. "Patriarch Larkinson, your fame precedes you. Even my colleagues back in Winged Serenade sing praises about you. I heard that you have just unveiled some very fantastic mechs during the last battle." Though Ves felt flattered by the man's appreciative words, he did not lower his guard. "I don't know where you got that information, but don't believe in all of the rumors. Our clan did indeed employ some new mechs and techniques, but they are not prepared for the market." "That is a shame to hear." Pendulum expressed his disappointment. "Our security group has long been interested in your products, but your mech company doesn't offer anything suitable for customers such as us. Your third-class mechs are no doubt powerful, but the Star Striders don't do business at this level. When will you be publishing your promising second-class mech designs?" "Thank you for expressing your interest, Colonel, but we cannot discuss our business plans at this time." Ves gently pushed back the inquiry. "Entering the second-class mech market is a huge endeavor and not something to be taken lightly. We will not be offering any commercial second-class mechs anytime soon." You may have to wait a number of years before our company has grown to the point it is able to roll out more powerful mechs. Colonel Pendulum likely sensed the underlying meaning behind the message. Our security company has been in business for many decades. We can spend a few more years without benefiting from your products. I hope to hear the good news fairly soon, though. That time may come if some of our plans go right, Ves mysteriously replied. Once the initial meet and greet was over, the entire group moved deeper into the Hemington Cross. They passed by many spacious hallways and important-looking compartments before entering a formal dining hall. The compartment was richly furnished but conveyed a distinctly martial theme. Banners of fallen opponents, helmets of defeated enemies, and pieces of fallen expert mechs took up positions of pride. Each of these trophies had stories behind them. Ves even recognized the centerpiece of the grand display. Hovering atop some pedestals were pieces of recognizable debris that originated from the Errantier, the Imperial Verdict, and the Trost. When Patriarch Reginald approached his latest trophies, he smiled proudly and began to boast some of his feats to Colonel Pendulum. Though the Crosser Patriarch was undoubtedly beating his own chest, he also revealed some details about the battle that they hadn't publicized before. Ves didn't know whether that was good or bad. Still, at least the tales put the expeditionary forces in a good light. They had to fight against qualitatively superior opponents who came for the express purpose of defeating their old foes. The glorious battle impressed all of the Infinity Guards. They looked like they wanted to take part in it as well, but that was just because Patriarch Reginald glosses over the considerable losses. As bots began to fly in and deliver the first dishes, Colonel Pendulum turned to Ves and asked a question. There are a lot of rumors flying around in our circle. Is it true that you developed some sort of superweapon that could wipe out the crew of an entire fleet carrier at once? Ves hesitated a bit. How should he approach this question? Did you see that big golden capital ship in our fleet, Colonel Pendulum? It's rather hard not to miss such an excellent fleet carrier. Ves smirked. The only reason we managed to capture her intact and in such a pristine condition is because none of the crew were left alive to activate any of her self-destruct mechanisms. If just one Friday Man crew member survived, he or she could have at least blown the core systems such as the data banks and the valuable long-range FTL drives. He didn't need to say anything more. The truth was there for everyone to see. Colonel Pendulum and his command team all looked a little horrified. After all, if such an attack could affect a vessel like the Orelise despite her shield generators and thick hull plating, then the Hemington Cross or their own flagship were just as vulnerable. It took at least a minute for them to push aside the frightful implications. Doesn't this qualify as a superweapon to the MTA? A chief engineer of the Infinity Guards asked. So far, the MTA has not made any announcements concerning your recent battle or your exploits. Ves shrugged as he raised a spoon and took a sip of some thick vegetable soup that tasted far too bland to his taste buds. I have friends in high places. Besides, while my trump card is exceedingly powerful, its destructive potential isn't enough to wipe out entire cities. There are plenty of other mech designers and weapon developers who invented arms that can kill thousands of people in a city all at once. They aren't immediately banned from the onset. That is because the MTA likes to take its time on their investigations. That said, if the weapon is too powerful or used too often, the MTA may decide to issue their judgment within days. That's true, Ves acknowledged. He wasn't sure what the MTA thought about his battle formations. It was very powerful but also very destructive. In the wrong hands, it could easily lead to a lot of loss of life. Still, as long as the Larkinsons controlled this method, the issue shouldn't be a high priority. His clan just had to keep his battle formations in reserve in order to avoid raising the priority level on this powerful invention. Also, VS had to make sure he stayed chummy with Master Willix. Chapter 2709, Parent Company. The initial banquet proceeded rather smoothly. It helped that the space between the tables was rather large in order to allow the cross-clan's latest trophies to take up the best space. As warriors themselves, the Infinity Guard officers all became fascinated by the debris and other spoils of war. They were especially impressed with the pieces that originated from the enemy expert mechs. Mercenaries generally didn't retain the services of expert pilots. They generally never fought against mech pilots of this caliber. They also found it too expensive to meet the needs of an expert pilot. If an outfit or group couldn't make an expert pilot happy, then much of their investment would go to waste if the demigod walked away. Perhaps the larger mercenary organizations such as the Star Striders may be able to afford retaining some expert pilots, but their 14th Fleet obviously hadn't benefited. Their roster was completely filled with standard mech pilots. There was nothing wrong with that. Though his recent experiences may have suggested otherwise, the vast majority of forces hailing from private individuals and organizations were pretty much in the same boat. As long as everyone was on the same level, there was no need to make excessive investments. States were fine with this as well. They hoarded as many expert pilots as possible and did not want to see any of them slip away in order to work for a bunch of mercenaries or something. The superiority of mech militaries in this aspect was one of the many ways they maintained their dominance over private forces. The latter could only dream of fielding expert mechs but would never make the decision to change this aspect. Unlike a military force, a private force had to generate a profit. Even if it didn't have to, it eventually belonged to an organization that had to be smart about its spending. The Larkinson clan was a good example of that. The LMC's current business success enabled the Larkinsons to invest in expert mechs. Yet business was volatile, and the good times might not always last. Expert pilots also had their standards. A mercenary career was not the most glamorous or honorable that mech pilots could choose. Generally, only those who weren't good enough to serve in the military to begin with considered jobs in the private sector. Once an expert candidate or expert pilot emerged in the private sector, the state always moved to offer an opportunity to these previously unnoticed mech pilots. VS had fallen victim to this treatment as well when they initially took away Janzi. Would she have ended up with a more mellow personality if she remained in his service? What is it about the mech corps, anyway? He muttered in confusion. On the one hand, it was able to facilitate the rise of a great expert pilot in the form of my uncle Arkansas. Then they go on to produce absolute terrors like Ganso and Janzi. All three of them were Larkinsons, but the latter two somehow became awful for no reason. Was the mech corps incompetent, or had someone in the ranks deliberately tried to sabotage the Larkinson family? That sounds like a stretch. He shook his head. As VS continued to eat and chat with a couple of Infinity Guard officers, Lucky looked a bit dejected. The Cross clan provided Clixie with a bowl of alien fish that many cat species loved for their taste. As for Lucky, the hosts merely provided a portable battery so that a mechanical cat could plug in its tail and top off its energy reserves. Meow. Just bear with it, buddy. Once you go back, you can eat a proper meal. Meow meow. VS ignored his cat and went back chatting to one of the chief engineers. Pelmud Nerd was the chief engineer of the Indefatigable. He was a relatively older man at 70 years old. While he was not one of those 150-year-old fossils who had lived through multiple generations of starship technology, he was still an incredibly knowledgeable man who possessed a wealth of technical knowledge on second-class ships. The Orleans is truly a fantastic ship that I would love to get my hands on, he complimented to VS. The quality of the materials used in her construction and the modern systems that I have been able to identify are all in the upper range. The Orlease makes our Indefatigable look like a discount product. Are the Infinity Guards or your parent company interested in acquiring the Orlease, perchance? Ves asked. The older man shook his head. Headquarters will decide. My superiors may ask for my input, but that is hardly the only voice they listen to. While I would celebrate if our fleet can turn the Orlease into our new flagship, I shouldn't get my hopes up. A ship that incorporates so many advanced and demanding systems must have a very high upkeep cost. In other words, the Orlease wasn't good value for money. Most organizations similar to the Star Striders weren't interested in acquiring her when they could already accomplish their goals with a more affordable capital ship. What are the capital ships in Majestic Teal like? They are no different from the capital ships that are typical in the surrounding star clusters. Chief Nerd responded. If I have to identify a distinguishing element, it is that we favor smaller and more affordable flagships. The economies of our star sector aren't poor, but their scale is not as big. The various states prefer to go for quantity over quality. I can see how that can be the case. Is there anything else that is notable about the local capital ship market? You can always buy a second-hand capital ship if you quickly need to expand your fleet. Visit any major port system and you can probably spot a number of capital ships anchored around a satellite. Is the demand for capital ships not high enough? Ves raised his eyebrow. I wouldn't say so. It's more accurate to say that the supply is too much. Quite a lot of factional struggles take place in these parts. Fleets regularly get defeated and their flagships sometimes fall into the hands of the victors. Just like the Larkinson clan, the winning side might not always want to take the risk of putting a captured ship to use. The security risks were too substantial. In fact, this concern was giving Ves a lot of headaches. Unless a vendor was able to provide some solid guarantees, Ves preferred to exchange the Orlease for a new order. The banquet quietly proceeded as the mercenary officers became more familiar with their clients and vice versa. The relations between the two had thawed. Once the Golden Skull Alliance established its might and prestige, there was no need for the Larkinsons and Crossers to throw their weight around. It was more important to establish a good working relationship with their new protectors. The Infinity Guards had to be able to mesh well with their clients in order to cooperate in any battle that might occur. Colonel Pendulum soon began to talk shop with Colonel Ariadne. The two senior officers discussed basic arrangements such as the distance the Infinity Guard ships should keep to the expeditionary vessels, how many mechs were allowed to get close, and other details. Once these talks came to an end, both sides affirmed their commitment to the contract. The Infinity Guards are proud to take on the responsibility of guarding your fleet. Colonel Pendulum spoke with an officious voice. We are eager to do business with you and serve as your companions during your stay in Majestic Teal. The meeting soon came to an end. Neither side was in a hurry to deepen their shallow bond. There was plenty of time to do that in the days to come. For now, it was more important for them to head to safety and remove the risk of falling victim to an ambush yet again. Once everyone returned to their own ships, the fleet briefly waited until every vessel cycled their FTL drives before leaving the star system. The Mercs are actually quite decent. Ves summed up his thoughts. They're better than I expected. Gloriana didn't agree. I'm not sure that you should put too much stock in your first impressions. Mercenaries are much more skilled at presenting themselves in a good light than putting up an actual fight. You have a point, but I don't think the Infinity Guards are unreliable. Perhaps they were judging the Infinity Guards too harshly. The Star Strider Security Group was a private company. It was unfair to compare its fighting prowess to that of a state-backed military. After making it through the Battle of Reckoning, Ves had become too used to comparing his mechs and forces to that of the Friday men. Their elite mechs and expert mechs had turned into his internal measuring stick. This was also why he pushed to overhaul his current design projects. Mechs such as the Bright Warrior IB had to do more than fighting against a typical military mech on an equal basis. It had to be stronger. Only by giving his second-class mechs an advantage would they be able to keep more friendly mech pilots alive next time. No more excitement took place after the Infinity Guards formally started their protection mission. The presence of these familiar mercs instantly changed the expeditionary fleet's security situation. Previously, whenever the Golden Skull Alliance emerged out of FTL travel, they always attracted the attention of scout ships that just happened to be in the neighborhood. Even though these innocent-looking corvettes were several light hours away, it was obvious that they were scoping the expeditionary fleet out. The owners of these corvettes may be plotting something nefarious. All of that changed once the Infinity Guards showed their presence. The 14th Fleet was a known presence in Majestic Teal, so the various forces that were showing interest in the foreign visitors tactfully withdrew their eyes. The obvious changes brought a lot of relief to VS and the other leaders. Their decision to hire the Infinity Guards turned out to be the correct one. None of the locals wanted to provoke a fight against the 14th Fleet or its parent organization. Even if the Infinity Guards were beatable, what about the rest of the Star Striders? Their main fleet back in Wing Serenade was far more formidable than any of their branch fleets. VS found this to be an interesting dynamic. The strength of the parent organization effectively sheltered its branches. He believed he might one day make use of it as well. After all, it might not be possible to keep his entire fleet together all this time. As the days went by, VS no longer paid attention to the mercenaries and fully invested himself in his work. He focused much of his attention on completing the Bright Warrior IB project. By prioritizing this project, he hoped to be able to start with mass-producing the new Larkinson mechs as soon as the expeditionary fleet arrived at its first stop in the Life Research Association. The output of the Spirit of Bentheim was not good enough to meet the demands of the Larkinson clan. VS wanted to obtain thousands of his new Bright Warrior mechs, and that entailed purchasing a huge amount of raw materials as well as borrowing a lot of additional production capacity. A port system was the ideal place to make this happen. The abundant amount of trade and industrial development would allow the Larkinsons to accomplish all of their production goals as long as they paid enough money. It's also a convenient place to sell our salvage. Of course, the Larkinson clan and its allies intended to do much more than that. They needed to perform a lot of repairs and recruit a lot of replacement personnel. This presented VS with a difficult question. Should he allow his clan to recruit second-raters? Previously, he resisted this decision. Talented and well-trained second-rate citizens were usually entangled with existing institutions. None of them were as clean and unentangled as third-raters. VS glanced at the Larkinson mandate and shook his head. What am I worrying about? I have the Larkinson network. Spies and saboteurs won't get the chance to stir up any trouble. Chapter 2710, Rushing to Completion. After several weeks of intensive design effort, the Bright Warrior Mark I version B project almost reached completion. It had not been easy. In order to rush the design work, VS deliberately diverted additional design resources into the project in order to brute force its completion as fast as possible. Optimization work that most often required both design ingenuity and raw processing power. The former could be increased by allocating more manpower to the project, which he did. Not just Gloriana and Juliet, but many more assistants took part in performing the tedious work of solving all of the little faults and inefficiencies in the multiple configurations of the second-class modular mech platform. The latter was even simpler to solve, but that made it even harder for VS. The Spirit of Bentheim's powerful Astra AI core was capable of performing a huge amount of calculations every moment of the day. Additional processors took on this burden as well and served as backups in case the AI core became unavailable. The issue was that the factory ship also needed to draw on these capabilities in order to run billions of major and minor systems that kept the entire vessel running. On top of that, the other 5 design projects also needed to perform an immense amount of calculations to come up with better solutions to the myriad of problems they faced. Ves decided that finishing the next incarnation of the Bright Warrior design was more important than anything else, so he straightforwardly doubled its allocation of computing power at the expense of other priorities. Not everyone felt comfortable with this decision. Gloriana had a lot of words to say to him when he announced the change. "You're delaying the completion of our Mech designs," she accused when they were just starting their session at the design lab. "Don't you care about the Komodo War anymore?" To be honest, the war did not occupy his thoughts as much as before. While he still wanted the Friday Coalition to lose, his own needs came first. Ves crossed his arms. "Gloriana, before we help anyone else, we have to help ourselves first. The Battle of Reckoning almost squashed us, you know. Think about what would happen if the Friday men succeed. Not only would we all die, but the Komodo War won't be getting our upcoming Mechs at all. So if you truly care about the plight of the Hexadric hegemony, you should help me finish this important design project once and for all so that we can get back to finishing our other projects with minimal delay. I'm not blind to the circumstances we're facing, but we're not allocating our design resources efficiently anymore. Piling twice as much mech designers on the Bright Warrior project won't double its progress. On the other hand, taking a few of them away from our other projects will slow their progress considerably enough that it will take at least several more weeks to finalize them even if we put back what we took. The Hex army can hold out for a few more weeks. The war is not a conflict that is decided in a matter of weeks or months. Besides, the hegemony is big and is probably working on other solutions. We're hardly the only ones who are trying to save it. Our next batch of Hexer designs are all auxiliary in nature, so their effect on the war effort will likely be subtle. It was difficult for Ves to placate Gloriana, but their safety was truly at risk this time. The only other way to solve their lack of powerful mechs was to purchase a huge batch of premium mechs from their upcoming destination. Neither Ves nor Gloriana liked this solution. The Larkinson clan should be making use of internally developed LMC mechs. Otherwise, what was the point of running its own mech company? Ves knew that his mechs possessed great advantages that could give his mech forces a decisive edge. He was so confident in his own work that he truly intended to replace any third-party mech in their roster with one of his own products over time. As for Gloriana, she simply wanted to control everything. She had no involvement in the design of third-party mechs, so they possessed plenty of glaring traits that scarred her eyes whenever she looked at them. The Princess Jekkas, the Vima Sons and the Tamaris Stellas had already sickened her to the point where she didn't visit the hangar bay on her own accord anymore. The Bright Warrior concept may be bland and full of compromises, but it was much less objectionable than mechs designed by other competitors. She craved control, and being able to put her mark on the Larkinson clan in this fashion was the best way to soothe her urges. In the end, Ves managed to persuade Gloriana to play along. She didn't have to agree with him, but she shouldn't get in the way either. "I'm the principal designer in this department," he reminded his wife. "It doesn't make much sense to give every project equal attention at this moment, so I've decided to shift resources around. That's all you need to know. I'm not deliberately delaying our Mech design projects. They'll just have to sit in the back for now. If you want to remedy this situation, then do your utmost to complete our priority project." She did just that. Due to how much time, effort, and affection she invested in the Cherub, Blinding Mech, and Devious projects, she worked on the Bright Warrior IB project as if her life depended on it. The energy she displayed helped a lot in hastening its progress. All of their hard work eventually bore fruit. With the wealth of data provided by the logs and footage of the previous battle, Their working conditions couldn't be better. Mech designers always work best with enough supporting data at their disposal. The entire point about fabricating prototypes and putting them through their paces was to verify what worked, what didn't, and what needed to be fixed. Even though they only had a single battle to go on, the experiences the prototypes went through were so thorough and all-encompassing that none of the lead designers felt lost. Gloriana pounced on every irregularity in the data and obsessively tried to solve or mitigate them no matter the difficulty. There was no doubt that she contributed the most to the project at this stage. She even tolerated the necessity of working together with Juliet in order to accelerate the project by a couple of days. Now that she no longer behaved catty in the presence of the other Hexer mech designer, it turned out that the two women worked quite well together. The collaboration between Ves and Gloriana was best described as a union designed to borrow each other's strengths while covering for each other's weaknesses. The budding cooperation between Gloriana and Juliet generated a different dynamic. Both of their interests and strengths overlapped to an extent. When it came to flight systems and anything related to mobility, Juliet held the upper hand against the Woden Scion, but that did not mean the latter had no way to be useful. On the contrary, when Juliet developed a solution that allowed a given configuration of the Bright Warrior to accelerate faster, Gloriana took a look at the proposed solution and solved some of the problems and shortcomings that the changes introduced. The overall result was that the mech's overall performance noticeably improved without introducing too many downsides. I'm quite impressed by how far we have been able to push the mobility of all 4 configurations. Juliet reported her progress to Ves one day. While Gloriana still isn't the most pleasant person to be around, we are doing quite well for ourselves as long as our thoughts coincide. You want to finish the project as fast as possible as well? Ves asked. Why wouldn't I? My fellow penitent sisters didn't suffer as badly in the last battle as the rest, but our numbers keep growing smaller. The best way to prevent us from losing any further sisters is to make the other mech forces stronger so that they can hold their ground much better next time. This Bright Warrior of yours will definitely help with that. Besides, completing this project faster allows me to get back to working on the giant killer design. Our penitent sisters need its firepower. That was another good reason to work hard on the current project. He thought about the opinions that others held about the Bright Warrior IB. Neither Gloriana nor Juliet exhibited much passion for the future backbone of the Larkinson clan. Aside from Ves himself, only a handful of assistant mech designers exhibited any passion in the mech design. Is the Bright Warrior IB a bad mech? He questioned himself. He didn't think so. It was a good performer by any objective measure. It just didn't have the pronounced strength and star power of his more flamboyant designs such as the Doom Guard, Valkyrie Redeemer, and Crystallord Mark II. The reactions of the other mech designers reflected the reality that the mech industry and the mech market simply didn't care too much for boring but serviceable products. The Bright Warrior IB ticked all of the boxes, yet that was nothing special in the eyes of others. Even its glow was rather bland and lacking in distinct features. Whereas the Piranha Prime could destabilize any opponent that got close while the Valkyrie Redeemer could do something similar at a distance, the Bright Warrior merely boosted the sense of belonging of a Larkinson mech pilot. That does sound kind of weak, Ves belatedly admitted. The Golden Cat may be a key factor in increasing the cohesion of the Larkinson clan, but she was not that impressive when employed as a design spirit. She simply didn't bring as much benefits as some of his other design spirits, such as the Superior Mother or the Illustrious One. It was not as if he considered the option of inserting another design spirit in the Bright Warrior IB. Yet every time he thought about it, he instinctively felt it was wrong. The Bright Warrior product line must remain as a pure representation of the Larkinson clan. The mech had to prove that the Larkinson clan did not necessarily need to borrow the power of other grand and powerful entities in order to hold its own. If the Bright Warrior mechs were weak, then that simply meant that his clan still had a long way to go before the machines actually became good. In a way, the Bright Warrior product line served as a mirror to the Larkinsons. It presented an unvarnished view of the actual state and strength of their clan. It doesn't matter if the Bright Warrior's glow is a bit lackluster for the moment. Goldie has already grown a lot, and she'll definitely enjoy an even greater growth spurt now that we have gained a bunch of expert pilots. The high-quality spiritual feedback provided by Venerable Joshua, Venerable Janzi, and so on invigorated the Golden Cat. Her strength and capabilities constantly rose every day. She was slowly catching up to the likes of Kalankso and the Superior Mother. Ves smiled. He no longer felt insecure about the Bright Warrior IB anymore. Perhaps the only spiritual aspect it was truly lacking in was that Ves hadn't succeeded in incorporating a working spiritual construct. My original Bright Warriors never managed to trigger the ancestral possession or ancestral assistance abilities I've developed. He frowned. Their conditions were too harsh and Ves overestimated his capabilities. While Ves still felt that there was a chance those abilities had a chance of working, perhaps he should go back to the drawing board. Should he discard the non-working abilities and replace them with simpler spiritual constructs? What iconic spiritual features should he add to the mechs instead? Ves turned his gaze towards the Larkinson mandate. What can you do these days, Goldie? Naya, Chapter 2711, Cat Tricks. A spiritual cat materialized into view and flew onto V's lap. Goldie was actually quite a powerful spiritual entity these days. She not only possessed more spiritual energy, but she had also learned or developed more methods to harness her growing powers. Of course, Ves hadn't witnessed any of her new abilities. He just knew that she had become more versatile. Despite her increase in powers, she still possessed a young and playful demeanor. It didn't seem to matter that she was mentally connected to the minds of tens of thousands of Larkinsons, many of whom were adults who possessed complex and profound thoughts. Her overflowing cuteness was too much for Ves. He broke out into a smile and petted her back. Nya nya nya. I'd love to play with you further, but I still have work to do. Now Daddy Ves needs to know what you can do these days. Have you developed any remarkable powers that you can bestow to my mechs? Goldie looked confused. She tilted her head. Nya? Just demonstrate your powers, please. Nya. Goldie reluctantly distanced herself from Ves and turned to face an empty bulkhead. She briefly inhaled before unleashing a small and sharp spiritual beam that didn't deal any material damage. While the beam penetrated through the bulkhead without encountering any hindrance, Ves saw that it wouldn't do much damage to anyone even if it hit someone. Obviously, she could have unleashed a stronger attack, but saw no need to expend too much energy and put someone at risk. How strong can you scale up this attack? He asked. Goldie spread out her forepaws until they became twice as wide as her head. Nya nya nya. Ves didn't know how strong that was supposed to be. This was one of the instances where he could really make use of a solid measurement of spiritual power or damage potential. Can you knock out a person with this beam attack? Nya. You don't even know? Nya nya nya. Oh, I see. You lack test subjects. Ves understood. It's good that you've restrained yourself. I don't want our clansmen to get hurt due to reckless experimentation. Anyway, even if your beam attack is able to threaten someone, I don't think it's very useful to pass it on to a mech design. Even though Ves was still in the dark about the actual effect of her beam attack, he already figured out some shortcomings. First, the attack was very simple. It directly discharged spiritual energy in the rawest possible form. This was an extremely wasteful method of utilizing its potential. It's as if a rifleman mech picks up a rifle only to throw it at the enemy. While such an act might inflict a bit of damage to an enemy mech, it was a horrible way to utilize the rifle. Ves felt that Goldie might be able to compress the energy, or use some kind of other technique to increase the lethality and efficiency of her attack. However, this was not the time to explore these options. He wasn't really interested in passing on this capability to his bright warriors. The range of mech combat in space potentially stretched across many kilometers. From what Ves had witnessed, Goldie's attack lost cohesion fairly quickly, which meant it didn't appear to be practical unless the enemy was right in front. He already had more effective and efficient solutions at his disposal which could attack the mentality of enemy mech pilots. The death phase battle formation was the best example. What else can you do? Nya. Goldie subsequently formed a bubble around her glowing body. The golden barrier didn't look very substantial, but when Ves experimentally tried to pass a spiritual projection through it, he failed to pass the spiritual shield. This looks useful. Ves became a bit impressed. Kalankso must have taught you how to form a shield, right? The cat nodded her cute head. Nya. Can it block any material attacks? Nya. Ves decided to test it out. He picked up a data pad from his desk and threw it towards the glowing cat. Naya. The physical object passed right through her shield and impacted her body, causing it to pop. Fortunately, Goldie didn't actually get hurt. She rematerialized her body and hissed at Ves. Naya. Oh, sorry about that, Goldie. I thought that if it failed, the data pad would go right through your body. Naya. She quickly forgave him as she rubbed her head against his hand. Unlike Kalankso, Goldie didn't appear to be capable of forming a barrier that could defend against material attacks. While it appeared to be somewhat effective against spiritual attacks, it wasn't as if they were about to square off against entities comparable to the Dark Gods anytime soon. Goldie didn't specialize in defense, so her spiritual shield was fairly weak. The only noteworthy aspect about it was that it was fairly efficient, no doubt because of her excellent teacher. What else can you do? She began to show a bunch of other parlor tricks. She amplified her glow, demonstrated her multitasking ability, became almost unnoticeable, and even managed to showcase her ability to extend her senses at a distance. Except for multitasking, I can already do these tricks myself. Ves crossed his arms. You have to show me more if you want to impress me. I haven't seen anything that works great with my upcoming Bright Warrior design. Seeing that he didn't take note of the abilities she displayed before, Goldie decided to become serious. She looked at Ves with a determined expression that only made her look cuter. As Ves wondered what she was trying to do, he sensed that the Larkinson network was actually becoming more active. Through his spiritual senses, he perceived that his bond received more input all of a sudden. Where is my underwear? I hate this hover chair. Why is it taking so long to regrow my legs? This sword needs to be sharper. The surface thoughts of hundreds of different Larkinsons poured into his mind. Ves held his head in pain as he hastily put up a spiritual block. Warn me before you do that! Naya. Goldie didn't understand why he couldn't handle all of the incoming thoughts. I can't multitask to the extent that you can. You can really knock someone out by flooding them with so many distracting and disparate thoughts. It was too bad that this unintentional attack method only worked for those who were connected to the Larkinson network to begin with. It couldn't be employed against an enemy. Nya. Goldie looked downcast as she lowered her tail. It's okay. Just be more mindful next time. Can you connect the minds of multiple people together like this? For example, can you connect the minds of a squad of mech pilots together? Naya. She didn't sound too certain, but she thought it was theoretically possible. This brought a lot of interesting possibilities to Ves. Wasn't this just the spiritual version of the most basic application of a symmetrical neural network? If he was able to develop this method even further, he may be able to develop a mech unit within the LMC that could fight like the bloody herons. Ves quickly dampened his enthusiasm. It's too dangerous. He was not ignorant of all the risks involved. Even Master Huron had to work long and hard before he developed a viable framework that would allow mech pilots to link with each other without going crazy or incurring brain damage. The possibility still tantalized him, though. He planned to revisit the idea once he gained a better understanding of spirituality and how it interacted with the human mind. At his current level, he didn't feel confident enough to attempt something like this without sufficient knowledge. It would have been handy if I managed to obtain Master Huron's research data, he briefly lamented. He turned his attention back to Goldie. Under his encouragement, she began to display some other abilities. He already knew about her ability to facilitate communication between Larkinsons through the network she maintained. She had become more efficient at this, but there still appeared to be a range limit. Naya. So if I understand you correctly, you can pretty much allow me to communicate with any clansman as long as the Larkinson mandate is in the same star system. This was actually quite a useful feature. While the bandwidth of this connection wasn't high, it was a lot more secure. Of course, it wasn't perfect. Anyone who was sensitive to spirituality such as Ves may be able to intercept the spiritual signals and figure out their meaning. Goldie actually copied the core function of his upcoming cherub mech design. The Hexer communication mech was designed to facilitate secure short-ranged and long-ranged communications through a subnetwork of the Superior Mother. The spiritual cat was able to do this without relying on a purpose-built mech as long as it was limited to Larkinsons. This was a considerable advantage, but Ves was reluctant to implement it because it was related to a lot of secrets that he didn't want to spread. Still, it might come handy in an emergency. Look, I'm impressed at what you can do, but none of them fit the Bright Warrior design. I need you to showcase an ability that can truly fit the mech. It has to turn into a unique and iconic ability for the Larkinson clan. Nya. She thought for a moment while swaying her tail. While she developed a lot of new techniques, many of them were derivatives of her existing abilities or imitations of the abilities of other design spirits. This was not what Ves was looking for. Just like the Bright Warrior design, Goldie appeared to be lacking an advantage that was distinct and unique enough to define her. She needed to develop a signature move that could become as iconic as Kalanxo's space barrier or the illustrious one's synergy with Luminar crystals. The two brainstormed for a time. Both Ves and the spiritual cat swapped various ideas. Despite all of the information that Goldie had access to, she didn't possess a lot of imagination. Part of that was due to her youth, but another reason was because she was a very different kind of existence. Ves was much better in this aspect than her. He considered the capabilities that she already showed and tried to generate ideas that Goldie was capable of implementing. After half an hour of experimenting and delving into Goldie's powers, he gained a much deeper impression of her capabilities. Her versatility was remarkable. This was a true strength, as she was able to respond to many different situations. Aside from that, Goldie only truly distinguished herself from other design spirits when she leveraged the Larkinson network. Ves believed that this was the key to imbuing the Bright Warrior design with an iconic ability. Ves somehow went back to his original idea. For some reason, ancestral possession sounded perfect for this situation. It doesn't work, though. He found it ironic that his search to find a replacement for this failed implementation eventually brought him back to his starting point. It was absurd. Maybe I need to revisit it and try and see if I can make it work, he muttered to himself. If he wanted to make a serious effort, then he needed to perform an experiment. Yet that entailed using his Larkinsons as test subjects. Again. We're not in a crisis anymore. Is there really a need to put my own people at risk? Who was he kidding? If he set his mind on an experiment, then he would definitely find a way to perform his studies. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I'll need to do it fast and discreet. The completion of the Bright Warrior project can't be delayed, so I only need a couple of successful test results to prove that my implementation works. Who shall become my test subjects? Chapter 27:12 Ves the Network Administrator. Why do you think the Patriarch called us over? Ayman Ingvar asked. I know as much as you do, sir. I still don't know why I've been summoned from my school. I'm years away from graduation. Lainey Larkinson looked very out of place in V's personal workshop. She was still a teenager who hadn't piloted a second-class mech for real. While she tried out some virtual mechs, the gap was still too big for her to display any battle effectiveness with such a formidable machine. At her current level, she was only reluctantly able to pilot third-class mechs. The Chiron had truly helped her in building up her fundamental piloting skills. Yet that was far from enough from piloting a Bright Warrior mech like the pair that were standing idle a short distance away. While Ves hadn't arrived yet to explain why they were here, Lainey already formed some guesses. She threw a glance at the older mech pilot standing next to her. While Ayman Ingvar was not as well known as her sister, he was still an expert candidate in his own right. Ayman was currently one of the strongest and most skilled mech pilots in the Larkinson clan. The only mech pilots who were able to beat him flat in simulation and live practice sessions were expert pilots. The former noble noticed her stare. He smiled good-naturedly at the mech cadet. How is your training progressing? Is the clan's mech academy to your liking? I'm doing really well in my studies, she grinned. In fact, I'm close to the top of the rankings in my class. While I'm not the best in terms of marksmanship or swordsmanship, my combined scores are the highest of all of my fellow cadets. Maybe that's why the Patriarch called me up. These mechs. They're the next Bright Warriors, right? That is unmistakably true. This newer version looks a bit different, but the relation to the older one is still clear. I've piloted the original Bright Warrior for an extensive amount of time. I even fought a number of battles with it. I still miss it in a sense. Its armor was really good, so it didn't matter if I made a bunch of mistakes. He was obviously disappointed by the decision to move away from Briar Alloy. The new Bright Warrior was stronger in every aspect, yet the feature that Ayman loved the most was reduced. While he no longer needed a huge buffer to keep himself alive in a battle, he still missed what he could do with the old one. He wasn't the only mech pilot who felt this way. Yet what could they do? None of them controlled the supply of Briar Alloy. They didn't know where it came from, how much it cost, and what they needed to do to buy this fantastic material. Mech pilots didn't understand anything about the logistical aspects of mechs. They just created wish lists and tried to see which mech ticked most of the boxes. How do you pilot the Bright Warrior effectively? The young lady asked. It was very rare for mech cadets like Lainey to get close to an expert candidate. How could she not ask for some tips? I can only speak about the original version, he replied and jerked his head towards the two late-stage prototypes. I haven't had the pleasure of piloting this new version yet. If the replacement is close enough to the older model, then it won't be that difficult to pilot. It's kind of a vanilla mech. Vanilla mech? It's a good mech, but it's not a mech that decides how you should fight. It's an open-ended mech that stands at the middle of what mechs can do. This makes it difficult to steer it into becoming strong in any single area. Lainey looked fascinated as she listened to the experienced expert candidate. What do you mean by that, sir? Iman smiled. The sword maidens dislike the bright warrior. Even if it comes in a swordsman mech configuration, those sword-mad women feel like the mech holds them back from performing their favorite and more extreme moves. It's the same for rifleman mech specialists. They would rather pilot a crystal lord than a bright warrior because the former is much more compatible with their fighting style. I see. The bright warrior can do everything, but that's also the reason why it doesn't excel at anything. That's just what is obvious from the surface. If your thinking only stops at this point, then you won't perform as well as you should. Hyman gestured his arm towards the pair of bright warriors. The mech doesn't push you into fighting in a specific or preferred way. I told you before that it's an open-ended mech. What I mean by that is that the mech is as strong as you make it. You need to find your own way to make the bright warrior work. The mech won't do this on your behalf like other mechs. For example, when you pilot a Valkyrie Redeemer, you're pretty much stuck with performing flanking and charging attacks. You can't employ it as a rifleman mech or a traditional spearman mech. Lainey gleefully absorbed Iman's insights. While his advice wasn't too specific, he presented an approach to mechs that she had never considered before. Instead of allowing the mech to define her performance, she should instead seek to impose her own mark on the mech. Of course, this insight only applied to versatile mechs like the Bright Warrior. Eventually, Ves entered his workshop. Both Lainey and Iman fell silent as they watched their leader approach. The patriarch held the Larkinson mandate in his hands. He looked at it with a smile before directing his attention to the mech pilots he invited for this occasion. Iman Ingvar, Lainey Larkinson, thank you for answering my summons. I'm sure you are wondering why I brought the two of you here. Let me begin by stating that I have not made a mistake. I truly need you both in order to prove something that I have been developing for some time. Due to the sensitivity of this new invention, I can only ask for help from those who I can trust and can keep a secret. Both Lainey and Iman felt flattered from his words. Obviously, the fact that he selected them both meant that he trusted the two out of thousands of other Larkinson mech pilots. That was a great honor. Still, there was something fishy about this situation. Lainey slightly narrowed her eyes. Sir, does this test of yours involve putting me in the cockpit of your new Bright Warrior? Correct. You're quite astute, Ves generously praised. The two prototypes you see before you are pretty much the final version of this new mech design. The problem is that the Bright Warrior design lacks a final element that can truly make it special. You are here today in order to help me see whether my attempts to put an extra touch to the design actually works out. While I can't promise you that this little test is safe, the implications for our clan are massive if every Bright Warrior can exhibit the same function. Lainey looked increasingly more skeptical. Sir, I can understand why you would want Mr. Ingvar to help you out, but I don't think I belong here. I'm just a mech cadet. I know. Ves grinned at her. His enthusiastic stare disturbed the aspiring mech pilot. It's exactly because you're not a full mech pilot that you're a suitable volunteer for this little operation. The more immature the mech pilot, the greater the contrast to an expert candidate such as Mr. Ingvar over here. If I invited someone older and more capable, then the gap wouldn't be as big. That makes it harder for me to see whether my new invention has made a difference. He didn't babble on for too long. Time was tight, and his schedule was already packed. There was no need for him to explain every detail of his experiment. Once the mech pilots changed into their piloting suits, Ves commanded them to fly up to the cockpits of their assigned bright warriors. While Iman did so without hesitation, Laney still looked reluctant. "It's okay," Ves softly said. "I would never hurt you. This will be good for you. I promise. Please get into the cockpit so you can get this over with and return to your academy." Even though she felt some misgivings, Laney did what she was told. After all, she couldn't say no to the leader of the entire Larkinson clan. As the mech pilots strapped themselves into their piloting seats, Ves set up his workstation in order to record and display the readings he cared about. Several minutes passed before he completed his setup and checked whether his mech pilots were in good condition. Once those steps were out of the way, he formally initiated his test. "Iman, you go first. Activate your mech and interface with it. Don't do anything else once you're done." "Will do, sir." No problems occurred as the mech booted up. Iman was an experienced mech pilot who quickly adjusted to the experience of piloting an updated Bright Warrior. "All right, Laney, it's your turn now," he transmitted. "I know this must be an intimidating experience for you, but it's not that bad as long as you don't try to do anything. I've already locked the controls of the mech so that you won't be able to move and damage something by accident." Laney reluctantly activated her mech. Every time a mech pilot interfaced with a new mech, they first went through an adjustment session. The first time was always the most magical for this reason. Laney became mesmerized as she felt as if her mind was wrapping around a mech that was much stronger and deeper than the Chiron. The latter was deliberately designed to be as light and accommodating to pilot as possible. The Bright Warrior IB was different. It was designed with well-trained mech pilots in mind. While it was supposed to be easier to pilot than these more advanced mechs, Laney soon discovered how much strain the grown-ups had to endure in order to pilot the Bright Warrior. GNN. Ves noted her increased strain, but saw she was reluctantly able to hold her own. Once the lengthy adjustment session finished, the Bright Warrior no longer pressed on her mind as much. "I'm okay, sir." "I know. Please take some time to center yourself. I need you to be in your best possible condition before I start my test." Several minutes passed by as Ves performed various checks. Once he was sure that everything was okay, he brought forward the Larkinson mandate. "I need your help, Goldie." "Nya." The Golden Cat began to do something with the Larkinson network. As Ves switched to his spiritual vision, he noticed that she was attempting to form a new bond. Usually, every bond in the network passed through Goldie. She functioned as the server and gateway of the network. While there was nothing wrong with this, it did not allow any Larkinson to connect directly to another Larkinson. This was different. By forming a direct bond between Laney and Iman, the two would soon be able to exchange thoughts and other mental signals with each other. This was very dangerous, but also very promising. Ves theorized that this was the best way to enable a demanding ability like ancestral possession. According to his guess, the reason why this ability never worked in the original Bright Warrior was because the channel was too limited. The answer, therefore, was simple. He needed to forge a direct connection between the source and the recipient of all of the piloting skills. There were less barriers in the way, and the bandwidth was also considerably higher. Of course, this also meant that the damage would be much worse if anything awful happened. "I feel something," Iman stated. "Why do I feel? Laney, is that you?" Laney immediately tried to grasp her head. My head is pounding. It's as if it's about to burst apart. Keep concentrating, Ves quickly said. Don't lose your focus. You need to stay in control. I know you can do it, Lainey. I will. Try. Chapter 27:13 Regulating Input. The mood in the workshop became more tense as a critical moment took place. When Ves conceived of this experiment, he knew there was an element of risk involved. Each time he performed experiments that tied spirituality and the human mind together, the latter always had an annoying tendency to explode. Right now, the signs looked concerning. While Ayman Ingvar's life signs were only slightly elevated, poor Ves Larkinson's head must be enduring a great amount of pressure. Still, Ves wouldn't have selected her as his test subject without some assurances that he'd be able to keep her safe. Even though he could have put another random kid or mech pilot, she was the ideal recipient of this new technique for several reasons. First, she was young. Her mind was more malleable and could bend under stress to a slightly greater degree. Of course, her lack of mental development and piloting conditioning also meant her mentality wasn't as strong from the outset, so she experienced strain at a considerably lower threshold than mature pilots. Second, she was talented. Lainey's genetic aptitude was B-, which didn't sound high but ranked in the top out of all of the potentates in the Larkinson clan. It wasn't easy to encounter someone with a genetic aptitude of A or higher. The Hafner Duchy wouldn't have invested so much in venerable Relia Foster if mech pilots of her talent were common in human space. Genetic aptitude was not the sole factor used to judge mech pilots. Anyone who did would be making a very serious mistake that could prove fatal in battle. This talent indicator merely denoted the maximum load a mech pilot was able to endure, and how easy it was for them to pilot mechs as extensions of their bodies. They needed to invest less time in order to master piloting skills, allowing the hard-working ones to become a lot better than those with lower genetic aptitude grades. That didn't mean they were assured of victory all the time. There were plenty of stories where those with less talent prevailed due to a combination of hard work, luck, calculation, and circumstance. All the talent in the cosmos wouldn't save a mech pilot with great talent from getting defeated by 10 poorly talented mech pilots if all else was equal. Another factor that gave average mech pilots hope was that talent no longer became as relevant at the expert pilot level. While a good genetic aptitude still made it easier to advance up the ranks, the gulf between the top and the bottom narrowed. This was mostly because those with limited genetic aptitude always gained a huge boost in every piloting attribute. Large and complex mechs they couldn't pilot before suddenly became easy as their stronger minds and were much more able to bear the strain. Ves personally paid a lot more attention to spiritual potential than genetic aptitude. As long as the latter was higher than a D grade, then a mech pilot was already good enough to pilot his mechs. Lainey happened to be one of the few mech cadets who possessed spiritual potential at a very young age. From what Ves observed from many different mech pilots and other people, it was much more common for the lucky ones to develop spiritual potential in their 20s. The young woman was an abnormality in this case. Ves believed that she could one day bloom into a great mech pilot. If he helped her along when she was still in her academy days, then she would get a head start in becoming an even greater mech pilot. Whether the knowledge transfer is permanent or temporary, I hope she's able to take something away from this experience, Ves muttered. He had become more obsessed with the possibilities of ancestral possession now that he revisited the idea with a fresh perspective and greater insight into spirituality. As Ves kept his attention on Lainey's various body and health parameters, he made sure to keep his finger on the abort button. While he had already programmed the prototype Bright Warrior to shut down on its own accord once its mech pilot underwent too much strain, it might be too late at that time. Ves witnessed plenty of head explosions throughout his experiments. Even though they happened rather abruptly, he believed he developed an intuitive sense of when something catastrophically wrong was about to occur. Whether his judgment was reliable or not remained to be seen. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to put his assumption to the test. And then GG. It hurts, Lainey cried out. Though Lainey currently experienced a greater amount of mental strain than she had ever experienced in her life, Ves judged that she was still able to endure the pain. Her life signs were growing more volatile, but it had not yet reached any of the safety thresholds. Still, they were getting closer, so Ves might be forced to shut down this attempt before long if nothing changed. He frowned a bit. The bond is formed and the spiritual constructs of the two mechs have become active. Why hasn't the next phase commenced? The spiritual construct he rebuilt from the ground up was built by relying on his incomplete spiritual framework, his strong intuition, and a heavy dose of intent. This construct was responsible for performing the various steps he conceived to enable ancestral possession. With Goldie's help, his two test subjects successfully established a direct spiritual bond with each other. This new channel was not completely open. Otherwise, Lainey would get overwhelmed straight away by Iman's considerably more powerful spirit. Instead, Goldie continued to pay close attention to the new bond and carefully limited the signal transfer so that Lainey would only receive the input that was necessary for her to improve her mech handling ability. Yet nothing seemed to change. Lainey only became more and more pained as the new bond wasn't doing its job. Ves figured out a possible reason. He neglected the role of the source. He quickly turned his attention to the other mech pilot. Mr. Ingvar, he shouted. I need you to help Lainey out. Don't just sit there in your cockpit while doing nothing. Concentrate your mind and set aside as many distractions as possible. Put yourself in a state of focus with as little fluctuations as possible. Your only thoughts should center around piloting the bright warrior in a calm and controlled fashion. Do this while at the same time imagining as if you are teaching someone. The expert candidate reacted with surprise, but quickly did as instructed. He was worried about Lainey's distress, so he wanted to do everything possible to relieve her burden. His active involvement immediately changed the equation. Even though he wasn't able to clear his mind and concentrate as well as Ves, his mind became a lot less cluttered than before. This change altered the kind of signals he transferred through the direct bond. With the cooperation of her bright warrior mech, Lainey became much more able to process the foreign input she received. I miscalculated. He frowned. He already figured out a couple of factors that put undue strain on Lainey's mind. Piloting the bright warrior was already a burden to her, so adding even a modest amount of input on top of that brought her much closer to the edge. On top of that, the spiritual construct that was supposed to filter and regulate the input did not work as anticipated. If he used a normal mech pilot as the source, then the spiritual construct should have been able to process the input properly. Yet Ves didn't pick a normal mech pilot for a good reason. According to one of his theories, the strength of the source had to fit within a certain range. A mech pilot without spiritual potential was completely unsuitable to act as a source. Their weak spirits were almost fully tucked inward. It was impossible for Ves to draw any of them out and transmit signals through the direct bond. He needed to employ someone with at least some spiritual potential. Yet Ves didn't consider this option to be ideal because potential alone was not useful. Only when a mech pilot's potential had bloomed to an extent would they be able to do something with their spiritual energy. This was why Ves settled on expert candidates as the ideal source. With someone like Iman Ingvar acting as Lainey's teacher, he would be able to transfer enough skills over the direct bond. To be honest, Iman was not his first choice. He considered opting for expert pilots such as Venerable Joshua instead, but quickly realized that the strength disparity was too great. An expert pilot was directly capable of overpowering a direct bond, thereby smashing through any limiters that Ves had set and potentially flood Lainey's mind with an excess of input that would surely have devastating consequences on her mind. As the experiment quickly stabilized, Ves became relieved that most of his guesses and assumptions turned out to be accurate. Now that he handled some of the unexpected variables, the bond had stabilized and Lainey received a steady amount of mental signals that no longer pushed her close to the edge. "It's better, sir, but… NGHH. I still can't hold on too long." Ves contemplated moving on to the next step of his plan, but he hesitated. Lainey may have gained a reprieve, but she already went through a difficult ordeal. She didn't seem to be in the right state to put her enhanced abilities to the test. If Ves was working with a more disposable test subject such as a pirate or some other person he didn't care about, then he wouldn't have hesitated to proceed with his original experiment. Yet this wasn't the case. Lainey was someone who possessed a lot of promise and might go on to become one of the most powerful Larkinson mech pilots of her generation. He had already pushed his luck to a great extent. Just one bad occurrence could cause everything to tumble down. He suppressed his curiosity and urge to gather more data and made the prudent decision. "I am ending this session. Please stay calm." He told Goldie to dissolve the direct bond while he shut down various systems that enabled the current state. The two mech pilots shut down their mechs in a controlled fashion. Soon enough, Lainey breathed in relief as she no longer endured any pressure. When Lainey and Iman finally emerged out of the cockpits and lowered themselves to the deck, Ves left his workstation and approached his two test subjects. He quickly scanned Iman with his spiritual senses and did not detect anything amiss. That was to be expected. Lainey did not look so great. From a mental perspective, she looked like she had run a day-long marathon or something. Her mind had become shaky, and she looked as if she was unable to regain her center. "Take the rest of the day off and go to sleep. You'll feel better after you've enjoyed a good night's sleep," Ves suggested based on his own experiences with excessive mental strain. "If that doesn't work, keep resting until you're back to normal." The young woman cradled her head as if Ves had whacked it with a stick. "I briefly felt as if I was a much stronger mech pilot than before. What exactly is this all about?" Ves smiled and nudged his head to Iman. "I'm sure you have already guessed the answer. What you have just tried out is a new and hidden feature of my Bright Warrior mechs. It's still a bit rough, so I have to tinker with it some more. While it's a shame that we haven't been able to see you in action, what you have just told me is highly encouraging. Did you really feel as if you became a lot better than before?" She nodded while glancing speculatively at Iman. "For a moment, I felt like I completely mastered the Bright Warrior despite the fact this was the first time I piloted it for real. All kinds of thoughts, considerations, and even reflexes filled my consciousness." "Has any of it stuck?" Ves asked an important question. She shook her head. "No, sir. It's all gone now. However, I still remember a portion of the stuff that spoke to me the most. Even though I only grasped just 1 or 0.1% of what I became exposed to, I think I can become a much better mech pilot after I've processed what I've learned." Ves and Iman reacted with interest. If this was true, then Lainey definitely benefited from this brief experience. Chapter 27:14 Lainey's Good Day. Ves frowned as he finished going over all of the logs and other data of his previous experiment. Clearly, a couple of aspects didn't go according to plan. He had already made some small tweaks to the spiritual construct embedded in the spiritual foundation of the Bright Warrior design, but that wouldn't do much against the faults he had just ascertained. His original intention for ancestral possession was to establish a mechanism where a much more skilled mech pilot was able to transfer his or her considerable piloting skill to a weaker recipient. While Ves ended the initial session too soon before it came to that point, Lainey's feedback suggested that she might have truly been able to exert more strength than her normal self. If Ves fixed some of the problems he ascertained before, Lainey would definitely be in a good enough state to make use of her temporary boost. He should feel happy about this result. Even if it was only a preliminary indication, the signs were all hopeful. He finally managed to improve an ability he conceived before into a workable state. It's just that the conditions of activating it are too harsh, he sighed. It needed the active and conscious cooperation of Goldie. If she was indisposed or unable to respond to the requests of the mech pilots, then who would be able to form a direct bond? This wasn't something that Ves could automate with his current skill set. If he attempted to tamper with the Larkinson network to this degree, it could easily warp and turn into a mess. Another difficult condition was that the mech pilots had to be very specific. Not everyone could act as a suitable source and recipient. The former had to be a mech pilot with spiritual potential or an expert candidate. The number of clansmen who fit in these two boxes probably didn't surpass 100 at this time. As for the recipient, they should be capable of handling the input. This meant that they needed at least some favorable combination of genetic aptitude, spiritual potential, and other talent factors. If Iman's considerable piloting skills suddenly poured into a mech pilot who was unable to match Lainey's mental resilience, then an explosive result might easily occur. All of these limitations substantially reduced the practicality and usability of ancestral possession. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin in thought. The good news is that this is just an initial result. As long as I progress my design philosophy further, I will gradually gain new insights, formulate new theories, and develop new techniques which can substantially improve the combat application of this ability. That would probably take years or decades to come to fruition. While that did not sound ideal to Ves, he found it to be an acceptable trade-off considering the incredible potential of this invention. It was very easy for a mech designer to improve the performance of a mech, but it was a lot more difficult to improve the performance of a mech pilot. This may prove useful in the long run, he concluded. It may even become a key feature of the Larkinson clan and the Bright Warrior Mechs in particular. This is something that only a Larkinson can do. Ves cared a lot about that. Ever since he established his Larkinson clan, he constantly sought ways to make it more exceptional. Just like mech designers and mech companies, those who did not excel at something quickly got lost in the crowd. The competitors who merely settled for average wouldn't be able to leverage any unique advantages when it truly mattered. For example, the Larkinson clan would have undoubtedly lost the battle of reckoning without the various innovations he introduced. If he could introduce one more unexpected variable to the equation, then his enemies would make even bigger miscalculations. Above all else, Ves wanted to fulfill his desire to make the Larkinsons good at something. They needed a recognizable advantage that defined them as a strong force. I'm not sure whether ancestral possession is the right answer, but it's certainly a candidate. The development of mech pilots was crucial to his future plans. One of the ways in which the Larkinson clan fell short compared to more mature groups like the Cross clan was the lack of truly skilled and experienced mech pilots. While Ves had no doubt that his mech pilots would do great in battles involving third-class mechs, they were simply too inadequate in the previous battle. Therefore, a solution that could elevate his mech pilots quickly would be very useful even if it was only applicable in some cases. As Ves began to finalize the spiritual design of the new Bright Warrior based on his initial experiment, one of his test subjects experienced a very different day after she took a good rest. When Lainey woke up and had breakfast with her parents, she left her family's quarters and moved to the Mech Academy that was housed on another deck of the Spirit of Bentheim. "Hey, Lainey!" a fellow cadet called her as she stepped onto the grounds. "Where did you go yesterday? You look more tired than usual. I can't say. I'm supposed to keep my mouth shut. Oh, how mysterious. Despite her classmates' interest, the other girl knew better than to pry any further. Confidentiality was taken seriously in the Larkinson clan. Since their first class started soon, they quickly moved into the academy building and attended their first theoretical lessons. The reason why we have taught you math and basic physics in your previous courses is because they are necessary prerequisites to study mechanics. Now, I'm not talking about learning to fiddle with machines or being able to design your own mech. I know you kids hate being put through these lessons, but the understanding you gain from here will save your life one day. Usually, Lainey listened attentively to the lecturers. The Larkinson veterans the Academy employed as instructors all possess rich experience and a lot of insight in what truly mattered in the field of battle. We know you aren't nerds, so we don't expect you to achieve the same results as those who are raring to become an engineer or mech designer. In this course, we will build on Newton's laws of motion and delve into astrodynamics. They always had something interesting to say every day. The only issue was that not every veteran was cut out to be a teacher. Fortunately, the mech cadets could supplement their knowledge by reading their textbooks or attending an optional virtual class. Why astrodynamics? Well, anyone who fought a battle in space will be able to tell you why. Simply put, movement in space is different from movement on land. I'm sure you've experienced that when you've piloted virtual mechs and when you took your cute little training mechs out for a spacewalk. Now you may have been able to learn how to control a mech in space through trial and error, but this is not a systematic approach. As Lainey listened to one of the instructors trying to teach a principle by drawing upon his experiences in one of the Bright Visual Wars, she slowly began to frown. Turning around and flying in another direction is not as simple as pointing your mech where you want to go. You need to orient your mech at a steeper angle in order to counteract your existing momentum if you want to be able to turn more efficiently. Also, when you fight in the vicinity of a planet, you need to keep an eye on orbits. Everything has a tendency to curve around, and that is counterintuitive to humans like us who prefer to visualize everything in straight lines. Usually, the lessons taught by this particular Trueblood Larkinson instructor was rather obtuse to her and her fellow classmates. Oh, and you ground pounders shouldn't be snoozing during this class either. Any projectile fired in the air will get subjected by gravity and get pulled down. While artillery mechs and the like can precisely calculate the trajectory of a shell, your decision-making process will constantly be delayed because you are being held back by your mechs. If you can develop a good enough understanding of how projectiles arc at different gravities, you'll be able to make sound combat decisions several more steps in advance. As the instructor began to show numerous formulas and calculations on a projected screen, Lainey didn't have as much trouble in understanding the theory as she thought. Her old self would have struggled to stay on top of all of the numbers. She may be a fast learner when it came to piloting mechs, but she wasn't as good in all of these science lessons. Yet now, Lainey could follow the instructor without failing to catch up. While that didn't mean she could make use of the formulas like a pro, she possessed an odd sense of familiarity and understanding when she viewed them. It was as if she already knew how to perform complex maneuvers in space. Instances like these took place in her subsequent classes as well. When she and her fellow cadets donned protective suits and held rods that were supposed to simulate swords, she began to spar against another girl. Nikki also ranked high in their class. Lainey frequently squared off against her, as she was one of the few sparrers who could give her a challenging experience. Yet as soon as Nikki lunged in, Lainey already adjusted her body and parried the incoming stab with relatively little wasted motion. Her body was already moving forward at this time. When Nikki hastily tried to recover and pull back her rod for a block, Lainey had already outpaced her and thumped her weapon against her opponent's chest at close range. I slipped up, Nikki grumbled. Again. Once they launched their second bout, Nikki approached the spar more carefully. She circled around a bit and tried to find an opening to attack. Lainey didn't let Nikki have her way. Somehow, she knew that it was better to take the initiative and disrupt her opponent's rhythm. For this reason, she moved forward and launched a flurry of strikes. Nikki quickly had to throw away all of her considerations and became fully preoccupied with defending against the storm of attacks. At a critical moment, Lainey overextended herself a bit. This caused Nikki to launch a counterattack. She swept her rod to strike at Lainey's side. Yet before her weapon could hit the mark, Lainey's body swung backwards just enough to evade the incoming weapon. What? Lainey moved in a way she never thought possible. She quickly stopped her backwards motion and leaned forward again in order to stab out and strike Nikki straight in her sternum. The other cadet's protective suit briefly hardened in order to bleed off the force from the attack. Nikki wasn't hurt, but her pride simply couldn't accept the result. What's going on, Lainey? Did you receive some private tutoring or something? Something like that. Lainey briefly frowned before she schooled her face. This was odd. As they fought further bouts, Lainey always managed to find a way to solve Nikki in less than 10 exchanges of blows. Normally, Nikki put up a much greater fight. Part of that was because of their relatively high skill, but another part of it was because they both knew each other's moves and capabilities. Now that Lainey began to perform her old moves more efficiently and pull out maneuvers that her classes had never taught, Nikki completely became outclassed. Nikki let out a grunt in frustration. This is infuriating. How the hell did you become so good, Lainey? Who did you bribe to get tutored by an expert pilot? The woman in question could only twitch her mouth in response. She could hardly explain the changes herself. Even though she felt uncomfortable whenever she pulled off a brand new move, it was strange that she always felt assured that it would work. This was not normal. Chapter 27:15 The New Standard. Ves leaned back on his chair and waved his hand. The projection showing Lainey's latest results and performance indicators in her classes disappeared. The comparison between her old self and her new self revealed a lot of remarkable differences. She's gotten better. A lot better. Lainey's performance improved in almost every aspect compared to before. In some cases, the difference was only slight, but in other cases, it was as if she had become a different person. While she didn't instantly turn into a mech pilot who was as good as Ayman Ingvar, the gap between the two had narrowed by a significant margin. What Ves was particularly impressed with was that her scores in sparring sessions and simulated battles shot up drastically. She could never have improved so much if she merely gained a lot of knowledge. Whatever carried over after the experiment has integrated deeply into her mind, Ves concluded. Why was this the case? Ves came up with various explanations. Perhaps a piece of Ayman was left behind. Perhaps the brief connection caused Ayman to make a strong imprint in Lainey's mind. Perhaps Lainey's mind unconsciously sought to return to its highest state. No matter which possibility was accurate, the results did not lie. That didn't mean he considered his experiment to be a solid success. Far from it. Aside from the practicality problems that he had already identified, he also grew concerned about another consequence. How much contamination did she receive? Even though Ves and Goldie tried their best to limit the spiritual transmission to signals related to mech piloting, who knew what actually went through? What Ayman transferred to Lainey back then was not pure piloting theory. Instead, he conveyed his own piloting style, his own interpretation of mech combat, and his self-developed arsenal of techniques. A high degree of bias was inevitable. There was no standard approach to mech piloting. Different schools of thought all advocated different philosophies and outlooks on how to pilot a mech, and individual mech pilots all developed their own interpretations from the lessons they learned. Ves wasn't able to judge whether Lainey had been affected by these personal interpretations and to what extent she leaned towards Iman's style of fighting. "It's fine as long as it doesn't happen too often." Indoctrination was inevitable. Every mech cadet received their learning from a given source. This source was inevitably biased one way or another. Even without the experiment, Lainey and the other young Larkinson cadets would have been subject to the opinions, interpretations, and other forms of subjective knowledge from their mech instructors. From what Ves picked up from one of the reports he read, the Larkinson Mech Academy was already split up in different factions divided by their origin state. Each group of mech instructors wanted to push a different set of mech doctrines and piloting styles. For example, the former Briters showed a preference for asymmetrical warfare. They disliked straightforward clashes and preferred to fight more conservatively if they didn't enjoy a solid advantage. The former citizens of the Sentinel Kingdom adopted a more aggressive approach. Their long history of fighting against Nixian pirates called for a more proactive and aggressive approach. The Sentinel instructors disliked delays and showed a high preference for taking the initiative and abiding by the principles of momentum-based warfare. Which approach was right? Which approach was wrong? The mech pilot community couldn't come to a consensus. Everyone had already picked their favorite horse and couldn't be persuaded to change their minds. Ves knew that it wasn't good for the Larkinson Mech Academy to remain split and divided in its teaching direction. "It's not my problem." He shook his head. He eagerly left this headache to Principal Ves Larkinson. One way or another, the mech instructors had to come together and figure out a specific teaching direction that fit the Larkinson clan best. Ves turned his thoughts back on his experiment. "If Lainey gets contaminated by anyone, then it's not bad to get contaminated by Iman." One of the reasons why he picked Iman Ingvar out of all of the alternatives was because he was the best and most solid option. Even though Iman possessed a brash personality, his piloting foundation was extremely solid. These were distinct traits of his that were both recognizable. Since Lainey was not a reckless mech cadet by nature, Ves would easily be able to spot whether his test subject underwent an extensive personality change. For now, the results were too early to tell. Lainey's first day back in the academy didn't reveal too much when it came to her personality. She was too confused about her changes to feel confident and good about herself. That might change in the following week, but Ves had a feeling that the contamination wasn't too severe. Lainey would have acted more proactively in her classes if that was the case. This was a good sign, though Ves wondered whether he'd be able to control the degree of contamination. The strength of the source and the mental resilience of the recipient probably affects this as well, but I should be able to raise or lower it by changing some settings. Usually, Ves was averse to mental contamination because it posed a threat to him or the people he cared about. Yet he could think of several scenarios where he might actually wish to make use of contamination. He grinned. For example, if I quickly need to set up a uniform group of mech pilots in order to establish a new battle network, or something, I can make use of contamination to get everyone on the same page. So far, Ves only created battle networks for his Sword Maidens, Penitent Sisters, Battle Criers, and Ilvanants. There weren't any further subgroups within his Larkinson clan who were uniform and cohesive enough to qualify for a battle network. The Flagrant Vandals came close, but they had never been too keen on making every mech pilot identical from each other. They prized individuality to a high degree. This allowed them to develop many interesting personalities such as Venerable Rosa Orphan. As for his other mech forces such as the Avatars of Myth, their identity wasn't distinct enough yet. Just like the Bright Warrior IB design, they needed to move away from their vanilla starting point and develop some unique flavors. Subjecting the Avatar mech pilots to some contamination with the help of his Bright Warrior mechs might be an effective way to empower Commander Melker's troops. Ves furrowed his brows. It sounds crazy, though. This solution is too drastic. The side effects and unintended consequences will likely be severe. He would never adopt this radical solution unless he was pushed into a corner. If he had conducted this experiment before the Battle of Reckoning, then he probably would have applied to his avatars so that his clan would be able to deploy an additional battle formation. For now, there was no need to take this dangerous shortcut when the proper route was safer. He was willing to let the avatars develop their identity in an organic fashion. Once Ves wrapped up all of his notes and conclusions, he decided to finalize the Bright Warrior IB. The mech could keep its ancestral possession ability now that Ves had found a way to make it work. It didn't matter whether the ability was still in a crude and rudimentary state. Since the Bright Warrior was exclusive to the Larkinson clan, he didn't need to pay any attention to customer expectations. He could change or tweak the spiritual configuration of his new Bright Warrior model without needing to account to an authority figure. I'm the ultimate authority when it comes to mechs in the Larkinson clan. I can rubber stamp all of my own decisions. When Ves eventually returned to the design lab, he worked with Gloriana and Juliet to put the finishing touches on the mech model. This mech represents the future of the Larkinson clan. Ves proudly spoke as he formally ended work on the project. While the role of the Bright Warrior Mark I version B is not as flashy as that of the version C at the time of its introduction, it is still an indispensable mech model for our clan. Every new Larkinson mech pilot will likely spend their initial years in our mech forces by piloting this mech. Some may move on while others will stick to their Bright Warriors on a permanent basis. Whatever the case, our troops will make good use of our latest work. The Bright Warrior may not be as unique as the Valkyrie Redeemer or the Transcendent Punisher, but it was definitely the mech with the highest degree of compatibility. Just like Goldie and the clan itself, the mech was designed to unify different mech pilots who came from different backgrounds. Gloriana dramatically released a breath. Finally, I'm done with your pet project. I can finally get back to working on the Cherub, Blinding Mech and Devious designs. Even though she contributed a lot to the final phases of the Bright Warrior project, she did not hide her lack of passion. As far as she was concerned, Ves had hijacked her time. The defense of the new Bright Warrior is not comparable to the older one, but it's considerably faster and more agile, Juliet noted, highlighting her own contribution to the finished design. It fights best in space, but it can still perform well in the air. The only snag is that its locomotion systems are still below average even if you detach the flight system. This was one of the downsides of both the old and new Bright Warriors. They were designed with flight systems in mind, so the mech wasn't optimized for walking on land. It would make for a less than average land-bound mech if forced to fight under such conditions, but this was an acceptable trade-off as far as Ves was concerned. In any case, the Larkinson clan was first and foremost a space-born clan, so it was essential to flesh out a mech roster that excelled in space combat. As for land-bound combat, Ves figured he might design some flightless mechs when he was done with all of the mechs on his waiting list. Ves proceeded to transfer the design schematics and all of the relevant documentation to the production department of the Spirit of Bentheim. While the production halls had been preoccupied with fabricating replacement parts and replacement mechs, he quickly wanted them to switch over to producing as many Bright Warrior IBs as possible. It's not enough, though. He frowned. With 20 production halls, Ves estimated it would take at least a year to produce the thousands of Bright Warrior IBs needed to meet the needs of all of his mech forces. Even if every production line was able to produce a Bright Warrior IB in 2 days, That meant it would take at least 3 months to churn out 1,000 units. Could the Larkinson clan afford to wait that long? Absolutely not. Therefore, aside from employing the production capacity of his other ships, Ves already planned to rent some additional production facilities at his upcoming destination. He had already issued instructions in advance. While it was not easy to reserve so much production capacity as a foreigner, money was able to solve many problems. Besides, we also have a local guide. He still needed to earn Dr. Federico Navarro's approval, but it wasn't a big issue to request his help in brokering a deal with the local mech industry. The expeditionary fleet had been badly savaged, so the Golden Skull Alliance urgently needed to rebuild its forces. As Ves fleshed out his plans for the duration of his stay in the Life Research Association, Kedys requested to enter his office. "What's up, Kedys?" Ves looked up from his terminal. The younger mech designer put up a serious expression. "I'd like to make a request on behalf of myself and the Sword Maidens. It's a rather big one, but I think it's necessary for us to do this. Please don't refuse." Ves frowned. What was this about? "Tell me. What do you want?" "We'd like to separate from the main fleet in order to visit the Heaven's Word Association for a time. We intend to go on an exchange. Once we gain what we need, we'll return, but only if we are successful. If we fail, I'm not sure if we'll be able to get back." This sounded serious. Chapter 27:16 Great Omandry Festival. Ves never expected that just as the expeditionary fleet arrived at its first resting point, the Sword Maidens already wanted to leave. He immediately grew worried. Splitting up his clan was the last thing he wanted to see. What if the Sword Maidens encountered trouble? It was impossible for the main fleet to come to the aid of his protégé and the women he appreciated the most. With at least hundreds of light years separating him from the former pirates, he wouldn't be able to do anything but fret in his seat if they fell into some sort of ambush. Kedys already anticipated what Ves was worried about. "It's fine, Ves." She stepped closer to his desk and smiled in reassurance. "Venerable Dice and Commander Sendra have already spoken to Colonel Pendulum's staff. The Infinity Guards still have some squadrons at their disposal that can be assigned to escort us for the duration of our trip. The travel time between the Life Research Association and the Heaven's Word Association isn't too long as we use the established trade routes. It's not a dangerous journey." He knew that, but that didn't ease his worries. "Let's take a step back and start from the beginning. Why do you want to separate from the main fleet and visit a different state?" His former student transmitted a virtual brochure to him. Ves quickly manipulated his calm in order to project what he received. "Welcome to the Greater Omandry Festival, the most exuberant celebration in the Heaven Sword Association. You Sword Maidens want to go through all of this trouble just to join a party?" Kedys impatiently shook her head. "The Great Omandry Festival is more than just a party. We're not heading out here just to go on a holiday and have fun. We have greater goals in mind. As long as our trip succeeds, we'll be revived." That was an ambitious claim. Ves couldn't help but grow skeptical. "How?" "By taking part in the open competitions that are held as part of the Great Omandry Festival. The Heaven's Word Association holds many competitions, but none are as large as this one while at the same time allowing entry to foreigners. The timing is just right for us. As long as we depart next week, we'll make it in time to take part in the preliminaries. There are a lot of people arriving from all across Majestic Teal, so the competition organizers have to cut down a lot of participants before the main event begins." "I see. So it's that kind of contest," Ves murmured. He understood Kedys and her fellow sisters better now. He himself initially shot to prominence when he participated in the Limar Open competition back when he was just a novice who looked up to the Friday Coalition as a blessed land. That was a long time ago. Ves briefly indulged in his memories. He remembered the kindness shown by Master Carmen Olsen and also appreciated the time he spent with Oleg Vorn. It was too bad that greater events forced them to become enemies. Ves still respected Master Olsen, but that did not stop him from wanting to tear down her state. His life-changing experience with the Limar Open competition allowed him to understand the context of the Great Omandri Festival a little better. Perhaps other participants merely wanted to join the fun, but the sword maidens were never the vain type. If they wanted to join a public spectacle, then they likely had greater considerations in mind. She quickly confirmed his suspicions. A core attraction of the festival is the contests it holds. In truth, it holds dozens of different contests, each of them challenging the participants in different ways. For now, we've decided to apply to 4 different contests. There is the Duelist Swordsmanship Competition, the Group Swordsmanship Competition, the Duelist Swordsman Mech Competition, and the Group Swordsman Mech Competition. They were basically contests that pitted individuals or small groups in either personal combat or mech combat. Ves grew a bit worried. How dangerous are these contests? If their format entails using real swords and real mechs, then accidents can easily occur. It's true that the competition mandates the use of real equipment rather than practice tools, but it's not as dangerous as you think. A true swordsman or swordwoman won't acknowledge any contest that is held with using fake weapons. That said, the contests are primarily meant to showcase skill, so good equipment alone won't be able to carry anyone to victory. She briefly explained the individual formats of the aforementioned competitions. For the personal combat contests, participants were allowed to use their own swords as long as they were pure. They couldn't incorporate any active tech that allowed them to heat up, transform, or perform other weird tricks. The organizers were more than willing to provide standard-issue swords if necessary, though it was better to commission one of the many swordsmiths in the Heaven's Word Association for a custom piece. So you and your fellow sword maidens are allowed to use your own great swords? Ves eyed the weapon floating behind her back. A while ago, Ves issued Briar alloy great swords to every sword maiden. While it wasn't the best second-class material to forge swords from, they were leagues better than anything that Ves had access to at the time. Of course, Kedis received something better. She already possessed a sophisticated CFA greatsword. Ves had modified it for her multiple times in order to obfuscate its origin and strengthen some of its attributes. Most notably, Ves incorporated a portion of unending alloy to her personal weapons so that it became even more potent. We can indeed employ our own swords. Kedis happily smiled. Still, we shouldn't underestimate the weapons that other participants can bring. The seated participants who come from Heaven's Word all have heirlooms or custom-forged masterpieces. I see. If the personal combat contests all mandate the use of real swords, how will you be able to stave off death and injury? A true warrior should never quake from the threat of death. We sword maidens have conquered our fears, she stated seriously before lightening up a bit. Don't worry though. The festival is supposed to be a pleasant occasion, so not a lot of blood will be spilled. There are multiple special shield generators active in every arena and venue. With the help of special protective suits that are highly resistant to cuts, these shield generators are constantly on the lookout for any threatening incidents. As soon as a blade begins to cut any suit, the shield generators will erect a protective energy barrier around the victim in question to stop any wounds from going further. I see. Nothing bad will happen as long as the relevant systems are working properly. Have there been any accidents in the history of these competitions? There have been a couple of nasty accidents in the early history of the festival, but the Heavensworders learned from them and increased the number of redundancies. The personal combat contests are perfectly safe these days. The reputation of the Heaven's Word Association was at stake, so he didn't doubt her assertion. Who will participate in these single and group contests? Everyone sword maiden who can pick up a weapon. She grinned. Aside from Venerable Dice, Commander Sendra and the other veteran sword maidens will all take part as individuals or in groups. We'll even be bringing our trainees. They probably won't get past the preliminaries, but this is a great learning experience for them. I think Sendra will score the highest. Are expert pilots allowed to take part? Of course not. Both expert candidates and expert pilots are on a whole other level. There are too many problems related to their participation, so they are just left out entirely. There were both practical and philosophical reasons to leave high-ranking mech pilots out of the equation. As humans who attained a higher life phase, they became comprehensively stronger through mysterious transformations. This was not something that involved pure skill anymore. Ves asked a few more questions about the personal combat competitions. He learned that the quality of swords actually mattered quite a lot. A stronger and sharper sword could cut through or overpower a weaker and more fragile blade. If this was the case, then Ves didn't possess full confidence in the weapons of the sword maidens. Aside from Kedis, the rest would be wielding weapons that could still be chipped or cracked during each serious bout against a seated contestant. This is part of combat as well. She shrugged. There are many ways to prevent your blade from getting damaged. You just have to work harder than those who wield better weapons. Ves wasn't sure why the contest organizers simply restricted the format so that every participant could only make use of standardized swords. It seemed that the competitions didn't revolve around pure skill after all. The native participants probably enjoyed a greater advantage in this aspect. Let's move on to the mech competitions. Will you be utilizing your own mechs as well? No, the female mech designer replied. The variety and capabilities of mechs diverge so much from each other that it's too chaotic to let them all in. The single and group mech combat competitions will all mandate the use of a single land-bound swordsman mech model. Let me show you so you can see for yourself. She projected a white-coated machine that looked a bit boring in his eyes. While it possessed a good range of motion and decent mechanical strength, the model was bland and neutral in other aspects. The good part about this was that the overall design was very stable. It offered good protection to the mech pilot, both because the cockpit was well protected and because the mech did not possess the strength to pierce through the frontal armor and sink in deep with a sudden blow. Of course, it was an entirely different matter if one of the mechs jumped in the air and drove the tip of its sword down the chest of another mech that had been toppled onto its back. There were plenty of ways that a duel could end in tragedy. How will the mech pilots escape death or injury? There are stronger safety precautions in place, she told him. Not only are there stronger shield generators in place, the cockpit ejection system is extremely fast. It only takes a tenth of the time for the cockpit to launch from the rear compared to other ejection systems. That's not a guarantee for safety. She looked a bit downcast. You're not wrong. Mechs are big, dangerous, and incredibly powerful in the right circumstances. While the safety precautions work well enough in one-on-one duels, they sometimes have trouble with coping with situations that can arise from the 5-on-5 group matches. That's where most of the accidents take place these days. Despite acknowledging these risks, Kedis left no doubt in her tone that the Sword Maiden mech pilots would not miss out on this risky event. What are your goals for all of this? Ves probed. I can understand it if you feel the need to test or prove your martial prowess, but this sounds like it's about more. Are you hoping to win the contests? Not particularly. We'll be doing our best, but the competition is too good. We just need to put up a good showing in order to help us achieve our real aim. We want to attract a lot of recruits. You can recruit qualified personnel while remaining in the main fleet. There are plenty of people to pick up at our next destination. Port systems are never short of job seekers looking to join a good crew. It's not the same, Ves. The kind of women we need for our sword maidens are very rare in civilized space. While we are in the process of raising a batch of trainees, it takes far too long for them to mature. We don't want our combat strength to be limited to a single mech company. We'll only become less relevant as the other mech forces expand their mech piloting ranks by the thousands in the coming years. I would never neglect the sword maidens. Kedis lowered her head. I know, Ves, but not everyone shares your high regard for us. If we want to hold our own in the clan, we need to raise our strength in the most direct way possible. We need to acquire strong swordman mech specialists whose fighting styles and outlooks are compatible with ours. In our opinion, there should be plenty of them among the Heavenswarders and sword enthusiasts flocking to the Great Omandry Festival. This is our only chance to revitalize the sword maidens. Ves faced a difficult choice. He had a lot of misgivings about this trip, yet as his eyes fell on his student's nervous and downcast expression, he didn't have the heart to reject her proposal. She was looking forward to this trip so much that it would crush her and her fellow sword maidens if he played spoilsport. Very well, he reluctantly decided. The sword maidens can go if they want. Yes. Thank you, Ves. Chapter 27:17 Plain Mech. The Great Omandry Festival indeed sounded like a great opportunity to the sword maidens. Back when they were known as Lydia's sword maidens, they used to number hundreds of mech pilots. They had grown into a formidable outfit in their own right in the Ferris Star region. Sadly, numerous battles caused their ranks of active mech pilots to dwindle to a single mech company. The catastrophe that took place on Aeon Corona 7 was the most devastating moment in their history. They should have laid low for a few years in order to restore their lost strength. Yet what happened to them afterwards only led to further losses. Their lack of external recruitment made it so that they had never been able to gain enough time to replenish their ranks before they were thrown into yet another dangerous battle. Ever since they joined the Larkinson clan, Ves treated them with care. He never wished to throw them against his enemies head-on, because frontal clashes always led to a lot of attrition. Instead, he had gotten used to keeping the sword maidens in reserve. This not only preserved the lives of their mech pilots, but also allowed him to employ their strength in the most favorable circumstances during a battle. While this still allowed the sword maidens to prove their worth in battle, he was not blind to the fact that they thought this was less than ideal. Sword maidens love to get in the fray. They should be fighting in the front alongside the avatars and other elite mech forces. Instead, V's unwillingness to lose any of the elite veterans that had survived every disaster their group caused them to feel as if they were being coddled. Their pride and honor did not allow them to accept their new circumstances. Our blades will dull from lack of use. We need to contribute more comprehensively in battle to keep our edge, Kedis emphatically stated. The sword maidens truly saw a lot of hope in a possible trip to the Heavensward Association. However, Ves wasn't really sure it would work out the way they expected. How difficult will it be for you to pick up the recruits you want? Your requirements are rather strict, and the people who meet them will likely be considering better opportunities. His student didn't show any concern. It's not going to be a problem. We are strong and proven warriors, and we have the records to back it up. The recent battles we've fought are excellent showcases of what prospective members will become a part of as long as they join our ranks. Besides, the fact that we have an expert pilot who is willing to provide tutoring in both swordsmanship and mech piloting is already an irresistible draw to many swordswomen. That was true. Expert pilots were mythical and distant figures to many mech pilots. Who wouldn't want to come under the tutelage of one of these superhuman heroes? Just a half hour's worth of tutoring was enough for any mech pilot to become clear on what they needed to do to improve. The sword maidens hadn't chosen to take part in the Great Omandry Festival on an impulse. They planned ahead and accounted for many variables. Despite their gruff exteriors, not every sword maiden was a muscle brute. Their leaders were shrewd and thoughtful enough to approach this opportunity with a solid game plan. Are you really not aiming for the top? Ves asked again. I didn't take you sword maidens for settling with less than the best. We know our limits. Kedis crossed her arms and sighed. If we took part a decade later, then it would probably be a different story, but we are still in a moment of weakness. We really can't compare to the champions prepared and nurtured by the various groups of the Heaven's Word Association and elsewhere. They have been preparing to win the various competitions for many years. While Kedis sounded rather accepting of these facts, Ves was still sensitive enough to sense an undercurrent of dissatisfaction in her mind. Just because she acknowledged the current reality didn't mean she was willing to embrace it. If the circumstances enabled it, she truly wanted her and her sword maidens to reach the finals. Ves hesitated for a time. A lot of consideration swept through his mind. He recalled his debt of gratitude for everything the sword maidens had done to help him out. They didn't owe him their service, but they fought and died for him anyway. While they didn't fight solely for him, it was undeniable that there would have been a lot more sword maidens alive today if they didn't commit to the Larkinson clan. He valued their unflinching loyalty. While it was not the kind of dedication that was engraved in their very bones like the battle criers, that only made their deeds more praiseworthy. While he had already accommodated them plenty of times, it didn't hurt to prepare more favors for them. He could think of several ways to increase their chances to perform well in the Grand Omandry Festival. When will you leave? It will take some time to complete our preparations, she answered. Not only do we need to wait for the Star Striders to prepare a separate escort, we also have to purchase a lot of training equipment and supplies for our next step. We'll probably be ready to depart in a week. Ves thoughtfully nodded. I can help you in various ways. We can work together to improve the gear of your sword maidens. I can also help you in another way that you're already familiar with. While I can't make you all as strong as I wish, I can still give some of you a powerful physical boost. Are you talking about implants and genetic modification? They can definitely help, but I've already spoken to Dr. Rania about this. It takes months to complete all of the steps necessary for us to augment our physical capabilities. It's too late to begin now. I'm aware of that, but I have more ways to augment your bodies. Ves smiled coyly at her. Did you remember the time when I fed you a bunch of candy that caused you to improve by leaps and bounds? She adopted a strange expression. I do. Back then, I was awfully confused, but now that I think about it, you did something to me, right? Those candies are a lot more valuable than any augment I'm familiar with. Do you have more? I do. Not as much as you think, but I still have plenty to transform your strength and the strength of many of your fellow sword maidens. I'll need to make some preparations beforehand. Your strongest group of sword maidens must come to my workshop in person once we emerge out of FTL travel. We can work on some other preparations in the meantime. Such as? What if we can prepare unending alloy greatswords for all of your sword maiden mech pilots? You won't have to worry about your blades succumbing to any enemy weapon. I thought you had already used up all of the unending alloy at your disposal, Kedis said. Where would we get the materials? Ves shrugged. We'll just take it from one of our existing mechs. I'm sure the Shield of Samar won't mind if we slim it down a little bit. We don't even need to shave too much material from her shield and frame. The difference in scale means that fashioning 40 extra human-sized greatswords will only lose a trivial amount of mass. Perhaps Venerable Janzi wouldn't like it, but what could she do? Her mech was still under his control. His offers came as a pleasant surprise to Kedis. As they discussed various other ways he could help the sword maidens out, she became a lot more hopeful about the success of this trip. Naturally, there were concerns as well. While Kedis did not reject the offer to supply unending alloy swords to her fellow sword maidens, she was afraid it might attract the greed of others. Ves frowned as well. How safe is the competition? It's very safe. The Heaven's Word Association takes the festival and the contest seriously. If incidents of foul play took place, then the contest would be a lot less attractive to foreigners. That would seriously affect the universal appeal of the event, which is detrimental to the state. That didn't mean that everything was fine and dandy. Kedis didn't have enough information to know for sure. Your sword maidens should keep their briar alloy swords just in case, Ves advised. In the meantime, I'll be making some inquiries myself. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. This is what you all deserve. Even though he had many design obligations, Ves decided to spare some time to help the sword maidens prepare. Still, in order to supply more attribute candies, Ves urgently needed to acquire more design points. After he splurged most of his savings on the Odini, he only had around 50,000 DP left. This was not enough. At most, he'd be able to boost every sword maiden mech pilot with only a single candy. This was a very inefficient way to improve their chances of winning. Ves already decided it was better to limit the candies to just 5 individuals. This was enough to augment their best performing duelists while at the same time transform the combat strength of an entire group. In fact, aside from augmenting 5 strong sword maiden mech pilots, he also wanted to boost Kedis and Venerable Dice while he was at it. Even though it would dilute the amount of candies reserved for the champion team, it would prevent the 2 most influential sword maidens from feeling left out. Ves became quite busy now that he took on this added responsibility. Not only did he assist Kedis with the preparations of her trip, he also had to fabricate the first production copy of the Bright Warrior IB straight away. When Gloriana entered his workshop with Clixie, she looked rather irked. I would rather spend our time on completing our remaining 5 mech design projects before we do this, she began. Why are you so impatient? He couldn't tell her that he needed to fabricate a Bright Warrior IB in order to satisfy the system's requirements for evaluating his design and awarding him with a lot of DP. The Spirit of Bentheim will soon begin to mass-produce our new Bright Warriors. You don't want the first copy to be a rough first attempt that was made by a team of ordinary mech technicians, do you? Our design deserves better. Let's do our best and provide our new mech model with a good start. Though she didn't entirely agree with him, she didn't object any further. She partially agreed with his sentiment. The issue was that their mindsets weren't optimal for this task. When the pair began to fabricate the first new Bright Warrior that wasn't a prototype, either of them entered into any special state of mind. They just approached their work as a necessary chore. While this did not detract too much from the quality of their work, their relatively lack of passion and commitment in their work prevented them from achieving exceptional results. After 3.5 days of careful and meticulous work, they completed the Bright Warrior IB without any fanfare. The couple looked at the first production copy with evident disappointment in their faces. It's nowhere near the quint, Gloriana flatly said. The first complete Bright Warrior IB complete with the components of all 4 of its configurations paled in comparison to one of their great successes. That's true, but the relation between the Quint and the Bright Warrior product line means we can finally upgrade our older masterwork to a proper second-class mech. That was something to consider for later, as the Quint had morphed into a substantially different mech. As for the newest mech that they had made by hand, either of the 2 were in the mood to bestow a unique name to it. Its quality and workmanship simply hadn't reached the level where it deserved such treatment. The mech was too plain, just like the design it was based upon. Ves wasn't too upset by this failure. He would have 5 more chances to make another masterwork mech very soon. At least he should be getting his DP. Chapter 27:18 Prosperous Hill System. Shortly after Ves and Gloriana created a rather disappointing first production copy of the Bright Warrior Mark I version B, the expeditionary fleet finally reached its first true stop. Hundreds of combat carriers, support ships and capital ships emerged out of FTL in rapid succession. Their appearance alone represented a considerable show of force. Even if the overall condition of the fleet was far beyond its peak, the Golden Skull Alliance was still one of the strongest fleets to visit this major port system. If that wasn't enough, then the emergence of the Infinity Guard fleet a short distance away only furthered the forceful impression. The vast majority of visitors and local powers couldn't fight against their combined might. While their obvious strength ensured that no one in the star system would pick a fight with them anytime soon, they also attracted immediate attention from the authorities. "Welcome to the Prosperous Hill System," Grand Captain Daria Maria Vrakin introduced to Ves. "This is the second largest port system of the Life Research Association. The Lifers don't take kindly to letting any threatening fleet approach their settlements or space stations. We'll have to wait until traffic control assigns a track to us. They'll want to park us in an empty grid in the outer system to minimize our threat. I don't blame the authorities for being so careful. The destructive potential we possess can easily wipe out a city if we go rogue." The Prosperous Hill system boasted 4 highly developed planets and several settled moons. The former boasted populations numbering in the billions. While that didn't make the planets too crowded, it was far too easy for a ship in orbit to drop something that could easily wipe out an entire city district. Naturally, it wasn't that easy to perform a terrorist attack of this nature. Second-rate states possessed plenty of tech that could defend against incidental attacks from above. It was best not to test them, though. The best way to prevent incidents was to deny any ship from entering the inner system in the first place. Of course, that left the expeditionary fleet and every other visitor with the question of how they would be able to bring themselves and their goods inside. Authorities in charge of Prosperous Hill had to establish an expansive transit and transportation network in the star system. Every single starship, transport, and shuttle was under their complete control. Only vetted lifers who came from Prosperous Hill were allowed to design, produce, maintain, and crew these vessels. Prosperous Hill wasn't the only commerce-oriented star system that adopted such a strict traffic policy. In fact, regimes like these would become a very common sight as Ves continued his travels. Perhaps looser governments might allow visitors to approach their settled planets with a small number of vessels, but it was out of the question to allow an entire fleet approach for no reason. Though Ves detested the lack of control, it was useless to lodge a protest. This was a common standard throughout the galaxy. Those who intended to pay a visit to any of the settled planets had to abide by the rules set by the local authorities. If they did anything wrong, there was no escape. The local government monopolized every possible transportation channel in the inner system. Soon enough, traffic control formally contacted the Allied fleet. The Golden Skull Alliance easily navigated the intricacies of negotiating with traffic control by relying on the assistance of the Infinity Guards. This wasn't the first time the 14th Fleet visited Prosperous Hill. They actually visited regularly enough for their ships to be a known entity to the local authorities. With the help of the mercenaries, the Golden Skull Alliance managed to gain a favorable parking spot that was right at the edge of what the locals defined as the border to the inner system. Not only that, but the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers, and Crossers received priority access to local transportation. This and various other conveniences would make their stay much more pleasant in this highly populated port system. There is never enough inter-system transit to go around, Captain Vrakin told Ves once the brief negotiations concluded. The hegemony's busiest port systems are a lot slower, but that is because we don't get too many foreign visitors in the first place. Most foreign traffic consists of trade vessels and trade convoys looking to get a good bargain from our local economy. VS twitched a smile. I can't imagine why foreigners are so eager to shun your welcoming star systems. You don't need to joke around. We don't exactly present a good impression to outsiders. The Komodo star sector is also very out of the way compared to majestic teal. The regional economy is more developed, so a port system such as Prosperous Hill naturally attracts greater traffic. It also helps that the lifers have developed a lot of good expert products, VS noted. Their famed biotech industries allow them to maintain a strong competitive advantage in this aspect throughout majestic teal and the rest of the star cluster. The great emphasis on biotechnology may have turned the Life Research Association into an attractive business destination, but it also made the lifers weird. VS had no doubt that he would be encountering that in person in the coming months. The captain mentioned another disadvantage. There is another downside to visiting Prosperous Hill. Unless you are a prominent citizen or organization of the LRA, you are not allowed to bring even a single mech to the inner system. You're only allowed to bring guards on foot. VS frowned even deeper. This was a severe limitation. Any mech would easily be able to squash him if its mech pilot decided to do so. VS would have scant few means to prevent any hostile mech from taking his life with the power it had at its disposal. At least Lucky is small enough to be disarming, he muttered under his breath. Perhaps it was a bit ridiculous to be afraid of rogue attackers in a highly regulated port system with a good record of safety, but VS could not rule out the potential risks. The ambush he recently lived through had taught him how foolish it was to let his guard down. The older woman reassured him. It's not that bad. While we aren't allowed to bring our own mechs, the same is not the case for the Infinity Guards. They have told us that they possess a quota of 2 mechs. While their mechs aren't allowed to enter into many zones on the surface of the settled planets, they still pose enough of a threat to deter most potential threats. If some Fridayman lurking in this star system ever wants to take your life, they probably won't succeed because they can't overcome the power of mechs. That was only true if the threat came from the Friday Coalition. Unlike the Hexers, the Friday men were avid traders. Many of them took on careers that brought them to other star sectors in order to foster better relationships, negotiate new trade deals, and find other ways to benefit their state. Since Majestic Teal was close to Komodo, there were bound to be Friday men trading in diplomatic delegations in Prosperous Hill, so the threat that Captain Vraken considered was very real. Yet VS didn't think the local Friday men would be able to do anything. They had to abide by the same restrictions as other visitors, so the total amount of firepower they could bring to bear against him was ultimately limited. What he truly worried about was the threat he might face from locals. VS had already been betrayed by governments before. Still, that didn't stop him from wanting to visit one of the settled planets in person. As the clan patriarch, he needed to represent the Larkinsons in various official meetings. If he didn't show up and handle these high-level meetings in person, his clan would encounter a lot of restrictions that would make it hard for it to rebuild its forces. For example, renting a couple of mech production facilities to produce his bright warrior IBs was not something that any random stranger could accomplish. Not only did VS have to meet with various bureaucrats, he also had to accept Dr. Federico Navarro's challenge. As long as VS was able to win over an established journeyman mech designer from LRA, his clan would be able to gain access to a lot more channels and services. Locals faced much fewer restrictions than foreigners. Prosperous Hill may be known as a relatively friendly trade destination, but it was not a free market. As VS learned more about the local circumstances, he became even more determined to lay low. He absolutely couldn't afford to stir any trouble with any powerful lifers. He and his clan should strictly act like any other trading partner, and no more. Maybe I should cut short my planned sightseeing tour on Prosperous Hill 6, he muttered. The star system featured 5 highly developed planets in total. Prosperous Hill I hosted most of the local heavy industry. This was also the planet where a lot of classical mechs were being produced. Foreigners were not allowed to visit Prosperous I by default. They had to gain a measure of trust or familiarity from the local authorities first. If the Larkinson clan wanted to rent enough production capacity to produce Bright Warrior IB and other crucial LMC mechs, then VS had to convince someone powerful enough in the local power structure. Prosperous Hill 3 was the administrative center of the star system. It also hosted a lot of locals who mostly kept to themselves. Foreigners were not allowed to step onto the planet at all. Only a handful of exceptions occurred in the past couple of centuries. Prosperous Hill 4 was one of the more exotic destinations of the local star system. It was the regional capital of biotechnology in the surrounding star systems. The planet was a font of green as wildernesses blended together with highly unusual biological cities where humans lived alongside lots of biotech applications. Entry to this star system was open to foreigners as the locals there didn't feel threatened at all. Lifers reigned supreme in this weird and exciting place. VS eagerly wanted to visit it if only to experience the local biomech industry firsthand. Finally, there was Prosperous Hill 6. It was the typical tourist trap and trading planet and the favored destination of many foreigners. The planet was famed for offering a lot of shops where many LRA specialties could be bought as long as the purchaser owned the right permissions. This was also a destination where the Larkinson clan would be hanging around a lot. This was the best place to recruit talented personnel to replenish and expand its ranks. He even considered hiring another batch of assistant mech designers on this planet. In addition, now that the expeditionary fleet arrived in the LRA, the small group of surviving Zona stalkers were also eager to contact their families again. VS wasn't sure how well that would go. The Zona stalkers had originally been exiled from this state. The only reason why they were allowed to go in again was because they were registered as Larkinsons now, thereby causing them to shed all of their prior ties to the LRA, both good and bad. When he contacted Captain Raina Ember, the highest-ranking member of the surviving Zona stalkers did not look optimistic. "We've tried to contact all of our families and invited them over to Prosperous Hill 6 in order to reunite with us. Many of them have declined." That certainly didn't sound good. "What will you do?" "What else? We'll meet with the family who hasn't forgotten us and see from there," she replied. "We've been out of touch with the LRA for too long, so it will be good to catch up. Once we are up to date on the local circumstances that aren't known to the public, we can help you navigate the local environment." VS nodded in satisfaction. "That sounds good. Take your time and make the most out of your time with the family that cares about you and your fellow survivors." Chapter 27:19 Trade and Commerce. Every new major star system offered a wealth of options to visitors like VS. While he felt irked by the sheer amount of house rules set by the local authorities, the Prosperous Hill system was nonetheless a paradise to anyone looking to purchase a lot of goods and services. While the expeditional fleet slowly settled into its assigned parking grid in the outer system, the crews of every starship became busy. The vessels had to be cleaned up and checked for anything that the authorities might take fault with. Radioactive materials, explosive payloads, unstable power reactors, and any other risky element had to be properly secured and stowed away. The ship's manifests had to be in order. The new arrivals also had to submit a summary of the goods and services they expected to buy or sell. All in all, traffic control and many other official institutions demanded a lot of paperwork in order to make sure that every visitor had honest intentions in mind. "Some of the information we've submitted are shrouded in uncertainty," VS skeptically remarked to Gavin during a status report. "For example, There is no guarantee that we'll actually be able to recruit at least 5,000 mech pilots and 50 apprentice mech designers in Prosperous Hill. The authorities won't quibble over that, boss. What they truly care about is our intentions. As long as we go through the motions by setting up a recruitment center and interview a lot of applicants, the Planetary Guard won't look nervously at us. If we don't do what we've stated and instead decide to visit some of the cedar places of Prosperous Hill 6, then their inspectors will soon knock on our doors. I see. Is it hard to maintain order in this star system? His assistant shook his head. It's not that bad according to our sources. The potential for problems is always great when a star system becomes host to millions of visitors who come from all kinds of places. Many of them are average people, but there are also those who are used to making their own rules rather than obeying them. Local security has to show a forceful stance in order to curb any excess behavior. It was not easy to maintain law and order in such an open star system. The rulers of Prosperous Hill wanted to attract a lot of trade and commerce, but did not want the living environment to sink to a low point. They had to balance the demands of both locals and visitors in order to maintain an acceptable equilibrium. All I'm hearing is a lot of nuance. Ves frowned. That makes it difficult for me to determine the actual circumstances. Just give me a verdict. Is this place safer than Bentheim in its prime? I would say it is safer, Gavin reluctantly answered. Don't take my word for it though, boss. My information is based on secondary and tertiary sources. If you want to know the real score, you need to ask someone who is rooted in this star system. Still, the amount of incidents that have actually taken place is low unless you venture off the beaten path. Trouble is bad for business, and Prosperous Hill doesn't have a history of open gang warfare like what Bentheimers took for granted. Yet there are still gangs in Prosperous Hill 6, right? He had seen too much of the galaxy. There were always groups of malcontents in every large concentration of humans. There are, but they're not as crude or ugly as those who can be found in third-rate states. What do you mean by that, Benny? Well, they're smarter. They don't style themselves as gangs, and even their lowest-ranking members don't dress up like literal street thugs. They wear discreet suits or uniforms, and they act as if they are part of a gentleman's club or an employee union or something. They mostly earn their living from honest business with a bit of gray market activities on the side. There is always a veneer of legality to these disguised gangs, but deep down they aren't above pulling off bombings or assassinations to expand their turf. That sounded just like his former as far as Ves was concerned. What about the black market? That is more complicated. Gavin looked doubtful. There is very scant word about the shadier side of business in this star system. All I can tell you is that it definitely exists, but it is kept well under wraps. That's unusual considering the sheer amount of control and surveillance that takes place. While the black market organizations may just be that good, I think there's another explanation at hand. The official institutions are colluding with the black market organizations, Ves guessed. That's my guess as well, though I won't go as far to say that the highest officials are in on it. You have to know that the greater the control, the greater the need for release. As long as a small group of key officials are swayed, an entire portion of the security structure becomes compromised. That was true. When it came to these kinds of structures, a chain was only as strong as its weakest link. No matter how much a security structure tried to control everything, the people in charge of specific responsibilities could easily tamper with important system. Well, this has nothing to do with us. Ves frowned. I don't even know why we're delving into this matter. There is absolutely no need for us to engage with the murkier side of Prosperous Hill. We only have honest business in mind. You're correct, boss, but you shouldn't dismiss the black market so easily. While I don't have any indicators that describe the local situation, from what I have learned, busy port systems like these actually offer a lot of exclusive goods. It's just that the buyers and sellers of these goods have to be competent enough to seek out contacts, forge connections, gain approval, and conduct business while remaining completely innocent on the surface. Those who get caught don't deserve to enter a black market in the first place. So it's that kind of arrangement. This reminded Ves of something. He pulled back one of the drawers of his office desk and pulled out a secure comm that he normally didn't use. He activated it and navigated its file structure until he projected the item he sought. A virtual bronze member card spun into view. The prominent logo of a white wing adorned its front. "What is that, boss?" Gavin curiously asked. "This is an invitation card that I've received a long time ago." Ves smiled. "I have a feeling that Prosperous Hill is exactly the kind of place where a huge black market organization that spans the entire galactic may be present. Does the card convey any directions or coordinates where you can find one of their branches?" Ves looked closely at the virtual card. "I'm not sure. I think I need to activate it or something. I haven't really explored it before. We'll have to be careful on how we utilize it lest we attract the wrong kind of attention. Earlier you said you just wanted to conduct honest business. Have you changed your mind all of a sudden?" "It's not what you think. I'm merely keeping my options open." Ves quickly defended himself. After all, what was a resource for if it wasn't being used? He hated letting potentially valuable assets go to waste. Of course, that didn't mean he would just head to the nearest branch of the Angel's Wing Foundation straight away. The provenance and background of the member card was highly problematic. He recalled that a cultist awarded him with the virtual card after doing his best in some kind of contest back in the frontier. The Church of Hotamak turned out to be a lot more dangerous than he thought. The crazed cultists were not only affiliated with the Five Scrolls Compact, but also tried to ambush the flagrant Sword Maidens. It stood to reason that the Angel's Wing Foundation was also suspect. Ves guessed with great confidence that this black market organization was also operated by the Five Scrolls Compact in secret. Yet the more dangerous it sounded, the more Ves felt intrigued by the products it offered. The organization was famed for selling rare and prohibited biological goods. Illegal bioimplants, experimental gene mod templates, loyalty organs, and many other items that he couldn't even begin to imagine were on sale. Since these goods had to be worthwhile enough for customers to go through all of the trouble to buy, they had to be extremely interesting to people like Ves. It was too bad that it was far too irresponsible for Ves to visit any location connected to the Foundation in person. He shut down the comm and put it back into his drawer. He intended to explore this option later. He may decide to pass it on to the Black Cats and let them visit the Foundation as his surrogate. That was the most prudent course of action. "Let's talk about something else." Ves changed the topic. "Has there been any progress with regards to exchanging our ore lease for another capital ship?" Gavin brightened up. "Interest in the ore lease is higher than expected." "Oh? Others want to get their hands on our golden prize that bad?" "Yes. While it may seem normal to us, not everyone has access to ships built according to military standards. The Hexers treated you quite well when they filled up the Spirit of Bentheim with military-grade systems and components. Not every power player is as chummy with the government of a powerful second-rate state like you. While anyone who obtains the ore lease must doubtlessly invest a lot of time and money in removing as many hidden dangers as possible, this is still a worthwhile trade-off considering they can get powerful features that can't be bought on the open market." His personal assistant's meaning was very clear. The ore lease was a very scarce commodity that was normally in the hands of military organizations. Now that one of them suddenly became available to purchase, dozens of interested buyers had already approached the Larkinson clan with an offer. Ves smirked. He enjoyed this situation. As long as he managed the bidding process well, he could milk a lot of benefits out of this exchange. "Are there any concerns or issues?" Gavin nodded. There's one important matter that needs your input. You need to tell our engineers whether they should leave the most valuable systems in place, or if we should rip them out and take them for ourselves. Wouldn't that diminish the Oralis value? You're right. It will. Still, our engineers are already drooling over the long-range FTL drives and the AI core of the Friday manned capital ship. If you are confident that we'll be able to strip them down, inspect all of the parts, and assemble them back together, it may be worthwhile to use them ourselves. Ves could already imagine expanding the FTL range of the Spirit of Bentheim. It would become a lot more difficult to catch up to her with upgraded drives. Yet, could he really trust Friday Man hardware? No matter how thoroughly the engineers combed over every single part, there was no guarantee that they would be able to catch every single anomaly. Ves could think of at least 100 subtle ways to sabotage the operation of any machine without leaving any obvious traces behind. He became plagued with doubt. Without enough confidence, he would never dare to implement the valuable long-range FTL drives in any of his capital ships. Let's keep this question open for now, he eventually decided. Try and find out how much the bidders are willing to pay for an Oralis with or without her powerful FTL drives. Will do, sir, but the total valuation of our prize will drop by at least a third, I think. That sounded harsh but fair. A deep strike fleet carrier couldn't really be called that way anymore without the drives that enabled her distinct role. Chapter 2720 Superwomen. When Ves entered the workshop of his flagship, he met a collection of sword maidens. The women all flourished their new great swords with relish. While the mass, balance, and design of their weapon had changed, they actually took to them better than their older briar alloy blades. How are you enjoying your new gifts? Commander Sandra grinned as she repeatedly chopped the air with her recently made weapon. It's great! Ever since the Battle of Reckoning, I always dreamt of wielding the same type of blade as the Bright Sword Prime. Now, my wish has come true! Look at how easily it tears into the deck. Wait, stop! Don't damage the ship! The enthusiastic sword maidens couldn't be stopped. Ves already noted to his distress that the ecstatic warriors had already left more than 100 different holes and cut marks into the deck of his workshop. While this damage was rather light and could be fixed by bots with ease, Ves didn't want the women to trash his personal workspace any further. Please sheathe your blades. You can play around with them when you've returned to your own ship. Fortunately, the sword maidens respected him enough to obey these instructions. They dampened their eagerness, and calmly sheathed them in scabbards specially prepared to contain the deathly weapons. Ves turned to Kedis, who looked proud of her work. He left the actual job of fabricating the unending alloy greatswords to her. She not only knew more about swords than him, but also knew every recipient in person. Instead of fabricating 40 copies of the exact same blade, she listened to the demands of the recipients and made various measurements. She then used her own design skills to tweak the standard greatsword design in order to come up with individualized variants that fit the hands of their new owners a lot better than the alternative. Some swords were a little longer. Some of them were shorter. Others were thicker, while a handful were slightly curved. Venerable Dice received a grander-looking weapon than the rest. Even though she was no longer the commander of the Sword Maidens, she was still their greatest hero and authority figure. As an expert pilot with several major victories under her belt, she deserved to wield a sword that matched her glory and prestige. The grip and guard looked more elegant in the way it entwined silvery metal with dark, unending alloy. The pommel had been machined to look like the head of Kalanxo back when she was alive. The eyes of these decorative elements were embedded with lustrous jewels that reflected incoming light. What's the name of this weapon? Ves gestured towards the great sword that Venerable Dice just sheathed in an engraved metal sheath. The sheath was another work of art from Kedis. Its two broad surfaces depicted some of the most tragic and heroic moments of the history of the Sword Maidens. The final scene where the bright sword prime stabbed through the chest of the Jeanne d'Arc looked especially prominent. "I call it the Maiden Protector," Kedis answered with a tired voice. "I put in all my effort and accumulated knowledge to design and make this sword. It's the best sword that I have made so far. While I made it for Venerable Dice, I hope my work will continue to compel its future wielders to protect the Sword Maidens to come." Ves indulgently smiled. "I hope so as well." He was very glad with her approach to her work. It seemed he passed on his preferences to create legacy products and works that lasted. While there was no guarantee that they would be able to gain access to better materials and techniques in the future, Ves believed that the Maiden Protector would not be worse off in comparison. Not only was it made out of unending alloy, which was by far the most powerful and potent material that Ves had ever gotten his hands on, it also had the potential to become alive. As Ves inspected the weapon from a spiritual perspective, he noted that it was not a living totem like the other products he made by hand. This was natural as Ves didn't involve himself in this job aside from setting Kedis up. He briefly instructed Kedis how to use the relevant machines of the Alkyne production line and supplied her with the necessary materials that he secretly lifted from the frame of the shield of Samar. Yet what Ves found interesting was that Kedis added her own touch to the weapon. He could somehow sense that its blade had been imbued with an element of sharpness that shouldn't normally be present. In fact, all of the swords she made bore the same traits, but to a lesser degree. She invested significantly more in the Maiden Protector to make sure it was by far the most potent weapon out of the entire batch. Whether the swords had the potential to grow into totems or transform into something else, Ves didn't know. What he did know was that the spiritual properties of unending alloy would undoubtedly make a huge difference over time. "Now that I've finished making all of the weapons, what's next, Ves? Can we finally receive our candy?" The other Sword Maidens looked confused at Kedis. Why did she sound so eager to receive candy of all things? Was this a euphemism of a secret drug of sorts? Ves looked amused. "You'll get your candy, and so will some of your sisters. Kedis, please bring Venerable Dice and the 5 strongest Sword Maidens that will comprise your best team in the group personal combat contest to my secure compartment over there." "Okay." It turned out that the main combat team included Kedis, Commander Sendra, as well as 3 other notable sisters. Ves wasn't entirely sure about this arrangement. Both Kedis and Commander Sendra played key roles in their mech force. If any accident befell either of them, the Sword Maidens would definitely become disarrayed. It didn't seem like the Sword Maidens were hesitant about their selection. They always thought that their leaders should be fighting women who could overpower any other sister. They were much like vicious mountaineers in that regard. Not even Kedis could be persuaded to reconsider. Since that was the case, he better make them as strong as possible. He guided them all into a secure chamber that was meant to perform covert experiments, and briefly studied the 6 women with his system vision. It turned out that their physical attributes were already high. This relieved him a bit, but it still meant he would have to spend big in order to upgrade all of their attributes to a high level. Ves briefly debated to himself whether it was worth it to invest this much DP into so little people. If he acquired a lot of attribute candies, that meant it would take even longer for him to redeem other offerings from the system. Eventually, he felt like going through with his plan. It might not make logical sense, but his feelings steered him towards bestowing this favor to the Sword Maidens. Making them stronger than ever before might even pay off in the long run. Not only would he receive their gratitude, he also acquired a strong team of champions who could fight in many possible challenges on his behalf. "Wait in this testing chamber while some of my scanning equipment quickly inspects your physical conditions," We need to make sure that each of you are healthy enough to undergo your upcoming treatment. Ves stood in an observation room and indeed activated some scanners that inspected their bodies. He wasn't interested in the data that the scanning equipment spat out. He just used it as a smokescreen for his actual measures. Dice. Strength, 1.4. Dexterity, 1.2. Endurance, 1.5. That's pretty good if she's a third-rater. It fell a bit short of second-raters who dedicated themselves to physical combat, though. Ves had researched some of the top competitors that took part in the contests held during the Greater Omandari Festival, and was very impressed by their strength and vigor. While a stronger physique was not a guarantee for victory, it helped a lot. Together with great skill, the Sword Maidens had the potential to defeat a large succession of opponents, thereby improving their attractiveness to the recruits they sought. Helping the Sword Maidens ultimately benefited him as well, so Ves no longer quibbled with the cost of boosting these attributes. Let's see how many DP I can spend. He summoned his system comm and activated it. Just as he expected, he first gained an infusion of DP on account of finishing one of his works. Design Evaluation, Bright Warrior Mark I version B BWA01B. Model Name, Bright Warrior Mark I version B BWA01B. Original Manufacturer, Ves Larkinson, Gloriana Woden. Weight Classification Medium. Recommended Role, Modular Mech Platform. Armor, C+. Carrying Capacity, C+. Aesthetics, B+. Endurance, C. Energy Efficiency, B. Flexibility, C. Firepower, C+. Integrity, B. Mobility, C. Spotting, C. X Factor, A. Cost Efficiency, D. Project Involvement, 58%. Original Component Composition, 24%. Overall Evaluation. The Bright Warrior Mark I version B is a second-class conversion of the first version of the Bright Warrior design. The design has been re-envisioned to perform a more fundamental role as a starter modular mech platform to the Larkinson clan. Despite its new role, the mech's base performance is considerable in relation to mechs designed with similar purposes in mind. The Bright Warrior Mark I version B also contains remarkable properties that can change the lives of its mech pilots under the right circumstances. The growth potential of this mech is significantly greater. You have received 50,000 design points for completing an adequate original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 50,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X factor. The system's evaluation matched his expectations, even though he still wasn't sure about its standards. It disappointed him a bit that none of the criteria attained an A grade except for the usual X factor. It matched his own impression of the Bright Warrior IB as a balanced but plain design. He didn't waste much time in going over the implications of his scores. Instead, he went into the store and browsed the interface until he reached the section where he was able to purchase candy for other people. This was actually one of the most potent and useful features the system bestowed upon him. He long wondered why it sold its candies at relatively low prices. Now he understood that it wasn't undercharging its products at all. While it was relatively affordable for him to boost the attributes of a single person, it was a different story when he wanted to augment an entire group of people. Spending my DP on 6 people will already make me broke. He made some quick calculations as he noted down their physical scores. Fully raising Venerable Dice's strength, dexterity and endurance to 2.0 would cost Ves a whopping 30,800 DP. And this was just a single person. Since the other sword maidens in the chamber were somewhat comparable to dice when it came to their physiques, that meant that VS would have to spend a total of 180,000 DP to raise their physical attributes to the limit that they could bear. They might as well be superwomen at that stage. It was unfortunate that he didn't have the points to support this spending. Also, it might not be necessary to boost them all the way to 2.0. He briefly considered his strategy, and decided to skimp a bit on dexterity. While he could guess that it might be useful in combat, the sword maiden fighting style largely revolved around power rather than finesse. Improving their fine control would not benefit them too much. Only Kedis might find it handy whenever she needed to do some precision work. Well, I'll do the best I can. Attribute candies became more expensive the higher the score, so VS could save a significant amount of DP if he skipped dexterity to a degree. With his latest gains, he currently possessed 157,342. Properly speaking, he should keep it all in reserve, but he didn't worry about spending it all because his other mech design projects were close to completion. Therefore, he felt free to spend as much as it took to turn the strongest sword maidens into even scarier killing machines. Chapter 27-21, Desirable Partner. It took around 134,000 DP to purchase the attribute candies he needed to elevate the physical attributes of 6 sword maidens to the level he wanted. His DP reserves dwindled at an alarming rate as VS kept purchasing attribute candy after attribute candy from the system store. He stopped when he only had less than 25,000 DP left, but only for a moment. After a bit of thought, VS decided to be a little more daring and shower some extra attention to Venerable Dice and Kedis. He wanted to give them the option of boosting their dexterity to 2.0. Dice is an expert pilot, so her combat acumen is by far the best. She can develop a wealth of new techniques that make the most out of her abnormally dexterous body. As for Kedis, she'll become a lot more precise whenever she needs to make something delicate. In the end, he was only left with a measly sum of 1142 design points after he redeemed a bunch of dexterity candies. As VS gazed at the large collection of candies lying haphazardly on the surface of the control console, he became a little dazed. Have I gone crazy? Objectively speaking, he thought it was incredibly foolish to squander more than 150,000 DP just so that he could turn 6 sword maidens into extremely powerful fighters. Physical strength didn't matter when it came to mech combat. While a fit and healthy body definitely improved a mech pilot's performance when interfacing a mech, the relationship wasn't strong. It was quite doable for people with average constitutions to compete against the mech pilots. The only benefits these candies provided was boosting the personal strengths of Venerable Dice, Kedis, Commander Dice, and 3 other sisters. The immediate and obvious benefits were distressingly few as far as VS could tell. Sure, there may be times where having a lot of strength by his side may help, but that was what infantry weapons and combat armor was for. High-tech weapons and armor could kill any augmented superhuman with ease. Despite his logic telling him what a dumb decision he made, VS didn't feel any regret for his impulsive choice. I can earn DP easily enough as long as I design more mechs, he consoled himself. Besides, it will be interesting to see the effects of boosting their attributes to such a large extent. Justifying it as an experiment eased his mental burden a bit, though it wasn't strictly necessary. It was enough to consider this extravagance to be a reward to Kedis and the sword maidens. He carefully marked the candies and put them into containers that he had already prepared in advance. He picked them all up and entered the testing chamber which had just completed the physical scans. Here you go, he simply said and gave each sword maiden present a small box that held the candies. What is this? Commander Sender questioned as she looked at the odd candies stored inside. We don't have a habit of eating candy. That's for children. Kedis quickly raced to stop the commander from randomly ingesting one of the candies. Stop! It's not that kind of candy! Be careful with that! It's much more powerful than you think! All of the Sword Maidens turned to their resident mech designer for an explanation. I think it might be best for you to try one of them out, but only in the order that Ves has specific, she said. Ves nodded. Start with the candies marked with strength. They all rummaged through their candy containers until they picked up the strength candy that corresponded to their current strength score. While the women were rather suspicious about what they held, they weren't overly suspicious towards Ves. Besides, Kedis already vouched for them, so they should probably be safe for consumption. Once they popped them into their mouths, the women immediately felt the effects. Their bodies shook as they felt a myriad of changes taking place inside their bodies. Initially, they became alarmed. What? Some of them even reached for their new unending alloy greatswords as if that would ward off the threat. Fortunately, the candies worked quickly and efficiently. It only took a few more seconds for their body fluctuations to subside. What happened? Venerable Dice frowned. She had become a lot more agitated due to the changes to her body and that of her other sisters. Her protective instincts had become riled up. Even if she was willing to take Ves and Kedis at their word, she still felt that there was something fishy about this situation. Ves could already feel Venerable Dice's force of will turning against him to an extent. He innocently raised his hands. Nothing bad has happened. In fact, you should all feel better than before. Why not step outside this chamber and swing your new weapons a few times? They did as he suggested. They all stepped out into the workshop and spaced themselves apart so that no one would be slicing anyone by accident. Since their bodies felt weird, none of them started going wild straight away. They performed standard practice routines that they had already performed an uncountable amount of times. The women immediately noticed the difference. A sword maiden champion called Jelena gasped as she swung her weapon with greater ease. My sword had become lighter. Our swords are exactly the same as before, Venerable Dice corrected. Our bodies have changed. We can exert more power than before. Now that she pointed this out, the other sword maidens eagerly tested their new changes. They were amazed. Even though their strength only increased by 0.1 according to the scale used by the system, this actually represented a major leap. Each and every sword maidens immediately embraced their changes, especially when it became clear that it didn't seem to come with any negative side effects that they could tell. Wait, if this is the power of just one of those candies, what about the rest? The sword maidens eyed their candy containers with a lot more hunger than before. Ves had the illusion that they were just moments away from stuffing their mouths with a dozen candies. Fortunately, Venerable Dice kept a sober mind. Control yourselves. Drastic physical changes should never be taken lightly. Ves nodded in agreement. She's right. I've enjoyed some of these candies myself, and I can tell you that the load on your body becomes increasingly greater if you ingest more candy at once. I highly suggest you space them out. Just eat 1 or 2 of the candies a day at most. That way, your physical changes won't warp your bodies to the point you feel like strangers in your own body. I can tell you from personal experience that it will take weeks or months to fully adapt to your changes. This was not a severe consequence, but one that nonetheless held a lot of implications to the sword maidens. Strength without control was never good. Their training constantly emphasized the need to master and control their strength. Exerting strength blindly would just endanger their fellow sisters and leave them open to counterattacks. Ves engaged in a brief discussion with the sword maidens. Together, they decided that the sword maidens should just ingest 1 candy a day at most. In the meantime, They would undergo intense physical training in order to allow them to adjust to their changed parameters as best as possible. We need to space out the improvement over time in order to retain full control over our own bodies when we are able to participate in the competitions, Commander Sendra decided. It's not as fast as everyone wants, but I think this is the best course of action. Kedis didn't agree. Why not swallow multiple of them in the same day? Sure, the adjustment period is harsher, but the sooner we finish off the candies, the more time we can spend on learning what we are capable of at our maximum strength. Venerable Dice crossed her arms. Both of you make some valid points, but I'm inclined to favor Sendra's theory. We are already trained and seasoned warriors. We know what we are capable of when we are weak, so we will definitely not be starting off from scratch when we have augmented yourselves to the fullest. It is much more important to maintain peak control than to try to achieve a greater height in battle effectiveness. Since the expert pilot had spoken, every other sword maiden instantly agreed. Even Kedis dropped her theory. Ves left them to attend these matters for themselves. He already did his job when he handed over all of the candies. Before he left, Kedis and the other sword maidens bowed to him in utter sincerity. Thank you for giving us all this candy. His student spoke. I don't know where you got it from, but it must have cost a lot for you to obtain them. I've never heard of anything that could transform our bodies to this extent without requiring complicated surgery or expensive implants. With these, we'll definitely perform well during the upcoming competitions. Venerable Dice did not hide her appreciation either. You're a true friend to us, Ves. We shall be your sword for however long you need us. Wield us at any enemy you need to kill. Ves modestly smiled. You don't need to thank me so much. We're friends. As long as we stay true to each other, we will always be able to rely on each other. Inwardly, he still cried about the 150,000 DP he gave away, but it was worth it as the Sword Maidens were one of the few people he viewed as completely loyal. Sure, they were rough, uncivilized, and uncouth. Yet that was why he liked them more. They were so honest and direct about everything that Ves had nothing to fear from their schemes. If they supported him, they did so openly without any hidden agendas. If they did have other intentions in mind, they would tell him honestly. Their frontier ways also made them prone to putting their full trust in the few people and groups they considered to be their true friends. Before the Sword Maidens left, Kedis inquired about another important matter. Ves, you told us that you would arrange a backer for us who would take care of us while we're in the Heaven's Word Association. Have you managed to do that, or do you need more time? I've already made a deal with someone. Here's her contact information. Ves activated his normal comm and swiped the relevant data to her own comm. Who? Is Angelique Harcourt? Someone I met by chance on the galactic net, Ves casually replied. While I don't actually know her that well, she's a talented journeyman mech designer who specializes in designing a specific kind of mech. Since she is rooted in the mech industry of the Heaven's Word Association, she possesses enough influence and contacts to address any impropriety that might take place. Though Kedis felt dubious about this, the Sword Maidens truly needed the backing. As foreigners, they had no other protection should the authorities or powerful local factions ever wanted to find fault with them. This became even more important now that their expectations in the contests had risen. We'll contact her and see how we'll be able to get along. I hope she's receptive to us. I don't want us to fall out. Don't worry, Kedis. Both of you are obsessed with swords, so I have no doubt you'll be able to get along swimmingly. Besides, if Angelique Harcourt wanted Ves to uphold his end of the bargain, she better abide by her promises. He still couldn't believe how easy it was for him to convince the woman he met only once in a virtual setting to accept his deal. He only offered to contribute to one of her fencer mech designs, but she already jumped on it as if she was a ravished dog. It's just a contribution, not a full-on collaboration. He didn't want to invest too much time in this distraction, so he only offered to make a pass on one of her designs, but that was already enough to gain her agreement. It appeared that his desirability as a collaboration partner had already shot up on account of his fame and all of the accomplishments he made. Chapter 27-22 Repressed Urges. I'm bored! A certain figure slumped on a sturdy, specialized hover chair. The man rubbed his rough stubble as his chair spun around in a circle. He looked frustratingly at his quarters, wishing he could stand up and sit on his couch or lie on his bed without requiring the aid of the bots integrated in his unwieldy chair. Niall! Minxie jumped on the tray that was placed above the LAP and began to settle on it like it was her personal perch. Her fluffy white tail swished back and forth as the chair stopped spinning. This was what Vincent's life amounted to these days. I'm supposed to be a heroic expert candidate, he lamented. Why am I being treated this way? I should be going on parades and earn the appreciation and worship of my friends. I shouldn't be confined to my chair and be unable to do anything that requires me to stand. I'm not even allowed to pilot a mech. Niall. The cat completely disregarded his feelings and dozed off. While the feline thought it was strange that one of the humans who took care of her was stuck in a chair all the time, she still got her usual scratches, so everything was fine as far as she was concerned. If you want your new legs to be attached to your body without complications, you better do as the doctors say, a female voice warned. Ves Larkinson entered their quarters with a stern face. Even though she was facing an expert candidate who confronted the trost head-on, there was no awe to be found in her expression. She wore a formal business uniform that made her look professional and formal. Despite the sudden drop of mech pilots in the clan, interest in the Larkinson mech games circuit only increased. The Battle of Reckoning served as a giant wake-up call to all of the complacent clansmen. They learned that as long as they adopted the Larkinson name, their fates became bound to the fortunes of the clan. An enemy that targeted the clan also threatened the lives of every individual member. Even though it sounded obvious, during the Nixian Gap campaign most of the non-combatants were never exposed to any danger. This was different. Becoming a part of an expeditionary fleet meant that every Larkinson became exposed to the same threat. If they lived on a planet in a cozy little state, then the loss of the combat forces wouldn't have been able to threaten their lives, at least under normal circumstances. Yet because they lived and worked alongside the same Larkinsons who ventured out for battle, the civilians and support personnel within the clan had nowhere to run in the event their soldiers lost. Though certain people such as Riella thought that this kind of thinking was silly, she was glad that her fellow clansmen became less naive. Her days would only get busier in the upcoming months when the Larkinson clan was slated to undergo another rapid expansion. That meant she had less time to spend with Vincent, not that she minded that. Ever since her boyfriend lost his legs, he had become a lot more tedious to be around with. They were no longer able to do many activities together because his disability got in the way. Vincent looked at his lower body in distress for the umpteenth time. The stumps of his legs were mercifully hidden from his sight, but there were moments in his day where he couldn't avoid looking at it. Just a glimpse was enough for him to recall the moment his mech crumpled inwards when it collided straight into an expert mech. According to the mech technicians that inspected his ruined mech after the battle, he had come very close to losing another leg. If the force of the collision was just a tiny bit stronger, if the front of his coc pit pressed against his body just a centimeter or two deeper, then he didn't even know whether he wanted to continue living. Have you asked the big man whether he can do anything about the Adonis Colossus? His girlfriend directed a stony glare at him. Hell no. Why would I do that? Our patriarch doesn't need to waste his time on fixing up your stupid old mech. I did approach Keddy's though. Even though she seems to be preparing to go on a trip, she did me a favor and approached a number of her colleagues. And? Riella shook her head. No one has any time to fix up your mech. The assistant mech designers are all being worked to the bone in the design department. Their design projects are way behind schedule and Gloriana is practically hounding them to complete their work. Even after they are done with their current projects, there will be new ones that will occupy their time as well. What they do over there is much more exciting than trying to reconstruct the Adonis Colossus. In other words, the only people who were skilled and knowledgeable enough to restore his personal mech to a working condition didn't want to work on his mech. They all looked down on his manly mech. Damn! If I had legs, they wouldn't have dismissed me out of hand. I'm no good now that I can't stand anymore. Don't be such a W.H.I.N pointer, Vincent. Your legs will come in due time. It will only take a couple more weeks to finish their growth and make sure they fit your body well enough. The doctors can't rush this process any further. Vincent scowled. These docs are too incompetent. I heard that the organ doctors based in Prosperous Hill 4 can grow out an entire limb within an hour and attach it to a body in the very same day. That's because the lifers excel in this aspect. The very best specialists in this area are at the forefront of their research fields. Do you think these highly regarded researchers can be approached so easily? Ha! They're superstars in their own circle. Just like how Ves can't be bothered with trivial matters, you can forget about catching their attention with your boring little request. Just sit in your chair honestly and wait for your new limbs to be ready. Even though Vincent had already spent weeks after he was discharged from the medical bay in this condition, he didn't know whether he could go on for another day in this condition. Due to safety concerns, he wasn't allowed to pilot a mech or enter a simulator pod either. The doctors mentioned a bunch of theories about how his brain structure would get confused about having legs when his actual pair was gone, and how that might screw up his body coordination after he finally gained his new limbs. It was all confusing to him, but the only answer he remembered was that he wasn't allowed to do anything related to mechs. This was incredibly frustrating. I can't even do anything over here. He whined. I'm an expert candidate. There's an itch inside me that urges me to pilot a mech all the time. I have so many new ideas, but I can't do anything but play them out in my mind. Oh, you poor baby. Riella approached and kissed him on the cheek before petting him on his head. His dirty blonde hair became messed up due to her ministration. Would you like me to spoon feed you while you are at it? You're such a brave and heroic expert candidate. Nio, Minxie purred as she dove her head in a bowl laid out on the table. I need a new mech like the Adonis Colossus, Vincent said as he took a bite out of his juicy steak. Fortunately, his body condition didn't prevent him from eating food like normal people. Riella looked up from her own meal. You'd be facing the same problem as before. There's a huge list of priorities over at the design department. There's no way that any of their mech designers have any time to address your needs. I'm not trying to get them to work on my mech straight away. I just want to experience what I had with the Adonis Colossus once again in a modern second-class mech. It doesn't have to be a full custom piece like before. I just want Ves to make a manly mech that makes me feel powerful again. I can pull some strings to allow you to purchase any mech for sale in Prosperous Hill 6. It's not the same. I can barely tolerate piloting other mechs. Not even the new Bright Warrior version B? That's a great mech in its own right, but it's not masculine, you get what I'm saying? Just look at its waist. There's no bulge to be found in that area. Is that how you judge mechs these days? You don't care about their cost, performance, or mech type. Your eyes just lower straight to their crotch, is that right? Don't misunderstand me, babe. I pay attention to all of that stuff as well. It's just that even if everything falls in line with my needs, if the mech is not to my taste, I won't be able to get my groove on. Almost every mech is designed in a way that shows no regard to the matter I care about the most. Ves was the only mech designer who understood me as a man. The Adonis Colossus is such a masterpiece to me that I really can't imagine going back to piloting a normal mech. You sound like you're addicted. Vincent thumped his chest with his palm. Maybe I am. So what? I became an expert candidate with the help of the Adonis Colossus. That mech just sung to me when I was fighting against the Tros back then. When I went through apotheosis, or whatever it's called, me and the Adonis became one during that critical moment. Do you know what I was thinking about when I melded my heart and soul with my living mech? You needed a bigger codpiece? We both wanted to become heroes, the injured expert candidate claimed. We both wanted to save the day, attract everyone's admiration, and enjoy life at its greatest by betting the loves of our lives. Riella rolled her eyes until she suddenly frowned. What do you mean with that last bit? Vincent paused and lowered his head. It's so sad, don't you think? The Adonis Colossus died of virgin. In its short time of existence, it never really got to enjoy the touch of a female mech. Every time I piloted it, my mech would always become more excited whenever a Valkyrie Redeemer flew close. There's just something about the contours of that Hexer mech that caused my Adonis to heat up a bit, both literally and figuratively. It's too bad it will never have the chance to experience life at its most splendid moment. I think you need to see a therapist. I'm not crazy. I know what I'm talking about. Our mechs are alive, aren't they? You recently piloted one of the prototypes, so you should know that this is true. Well, let me tell you that they have the same wants and needs as any human. They take after us in a way. What's sad is that unlike us humans, they can't seduce each other on their own accord. They need the cooperation of their mech pilots to relieve their urges. We should do something about it. Don't you think that's a great idea? Hell no! Chapter 27-23 Memorable. So you're truly leaving? I am. Though Kedis was still busy trying to organize everything the Sword Maidens needed for their upcoming visit to the Heaven's Word Association, she still made time to meet with Joshua. I wish I could come with you. Anything can happen over there, and I'm not sure whether you'll be doing okay by yourselves. There's no need for you to fret, Joshua. We'll be accompanied by a sizable escort of Infinity Guards. We are also being cared for by a local mech designer who can help us keep out of trouble. She tried to reassure him as she was inspecting, cleaning, and polishing the parts of her combat armor. The unending dragon mark I was largely made out of the same wonder material that comprised the weapons of the Sword Maidens. Before the Battle of Reckoning, she wasn't really sure why VS was so crazy about unending alloy. Sure, the material was as hard as first-class armor, but it was way too unattainable through normal means. It wasn't until the battle when Kedis understood the true value of unending alloy. When she witnessed Venerable Dice and her fellow Sword Maidens in action, she became captivated by their most glorious moments. She repeatedly rewinded the footage where the Bright Sword Prime and the other swordsman mechs managed to slice the limbs off the Jean Dark in an instant. She never thought that non-expert mechs were capable of unleashing such a powerful cutting energy attack. She held her upgraded CFA greatsword many times. With the help of Sharpen, she eventually learned that her living sword was able to pass something to the blade. Ever since then, she tried to use the methods that VS had taught her, and what she figured out on her own to metaphysically hone her weapon. In fact, she didn't just limit her attempts to her sword. She picked up one of her gauntlets and concentrated on the fingertips. She felt sharper responding to the sharpness that had been imbued in these parts. While it was only a minute for now, Kedis had a feeling that it could tear through solid metal if she kept honing over a longer period of time. The same might also hold true for the rest of her unending dragon if she diligently kept up her efforts. Unfortunately, Kedis didn't think she'd be able to see the fruits of her efforts. Sharpa was too big and her resilient combat armor was too big and massive. Maybe she'd be able to accelerate her efforts once she became a journeyman, but that would take some time to accomplish. Isn't this visit merely about recruiting a bunch of new mech pilots who are suitable to become a part of the Sword Maidens? Joshua questioned as he watched her take care of her equipment. I don't think your fellow sisters need a mech designer considering that the contests are all held using mechs supplied by the organizers. You don't get it. This trip is important to me. No offense to Ves, but he's not that enthusiastic about swords and swordsman mechs. He can't teach anything about swords to me because I know much more than him in this specific area. The Heaven's Word Association is known as the paradise for swordsman mech, so I'll be able to learn a lot more about my chosen specialty over there. In fact, a part of me wants to stay there and never return. Will you? No. Kedis shook her head. As much I'd like to indulge myself by spending my life with like-minded sword enthusiasts, that's not where the future of the Sword Maidens lie. We want to go out of our corner of the galaxy. We want to see the cosmos and use our power for something more than trying to fight for ourselves. While our grand expedition is filled with peril, there is a sense of purpose that we have long been lacking. It's so nice to be able to step outside of the box we are confined in. It feels as if we have finally managed to jump out of our cages that kept us boxed in place. I can understand the feeling. I feel the same way. If not for the opportunities provided by Ves, I'd still be languishing in the Komodo star sector. In fact, without his virtual mechs, I would have never been able to progress all the way to expert pilot. Both of them were grateful to Ves. Their lives had already changed beyond their wildest dreams, and this was just the start. When Kedis completed her inspection, she reassembled her undying dragon and packed it up so that she could stow it with the rest of her luggage. Do you think you'll be able to achieve good results over there? Joshua curiously asked. Oh, I think the Heavenswarders will be awfully surprised when my sisters and I enter the arena. Kedis grinned. We've gained some awesome gifts from Ves that should help us reach the later stages of the contests. I can't say anything further than that. Some of the seeded contestants are truly ridiculous. I don't think I'll be able to defeat any of them in the one-on-one personal combat competition. What about the group competition? We sword maidens excel at fighting alongside each other. What we lack in sophistication, we make up with trust and familiarity with each other. In the coming months, we'll be drilling with each other very frequently in order to make sure we know what everyone else is capable of. That will help us cover each other's backs when we finally compete. She was truly hopeful about her odds. The candies she and her fellow sword maidens already ingested had boosted their strength and combat prowess at a much faster pace than she imagined. Since she received more candies than everyone else, she might actually become the strongest member of their main combat team. She grew a little disappointed when she thought about how she would have to stand by the sides when the swordsman mech competitions took place. It's too bad I'm not a mech pilot. I truly want to exchange blows with other swordsman mech pilots. Joshua moved close and embraced her strong and athletic body. You are already a great mech designer. There's no need for you to feel envious. Enabling your sisters to fight better is also satisfying, right? She tried to smile back. I guess so. There are plenty of swordsman mech designers over there who I can exchange with. That will definitely broaden my horizons. I don't think I'll be able to approach any journeyman, though. I'm still an apprentice. I haven't designed any mechs that sold for millions like Ves. You're his student, though. Kedis shook her head. That doesn't mean much in the mech industry. Mech designers can teach many students, but that doesn't mean that those people will become as great as their instructors. We still have to carve out our own place in the community. She normally didn't care about her own reputation or accomplishments. She just wanted to become better so that she could design the best swordsman mechs for her sisters. Yet now that she was about to head off to a state that could teach her a lot about her interests, she suddenly realized that she was not in a position to take maximum advantage of the opportunities. While the sword maidens could still leech off the rising reputation of the Larkinson clan to an extent, this did not apply to her. She could hardly take any credit for the stellar accomplishments of the Larkinson clan. If she wanted to gain something from her fellow peers, she needed to find a way to stand out from the crowd, just like Ves. He would probably choose to present a fantastic swordsman mech design and dazzle the crowd. Yet that was not in the cards for Kedis. She still didn't feel she was ready to design her monster slayer yet. Even if she started right now, she'd never be able to complete it by the time the Greater Omandry Festival had ended. She turned around and grabbed her great sword. The only way she could attract the attention of her peers in the mech industry was to fight her way to the top in one of the competitions. As long as she made it near the end, she would be able to attract a lot of attention solely due to the fact that she was a mech designer by profession. There had never been a mech designer who reached the later stages in the personal combat competitions in the history of the Greater Omandry Festival. As long as she broke this record, she believed she could definitely break into the local circle of swordsman mech designers. "I would really like to see you fight in person," Joshua sighed as he embraced Kedis from the side. "I'd also be there if any accident takes place. I know you can hold your own in the arena, but you never know what might happen when the blades start swinging." Kedis grinned and leaned her head over to plant a kiss on his cheek. "You're so cute, Joshua, but you should be worrying about my opponents. The strength I've employed in my spars against you is nothing compared to when I'll go serious." They were anything but a typical couple. Even though Joshua was an expert pilot, he felt rather inadequate whenever Kedis kicked his butt during their practice bouts. Even though his swordsmanship was improving by leaps and bounds, pure skill was only a part of the equation. Kedis still had him beat when it came to physical conditioning and intuition. Even if Joshua caught up in those aspects, he would never be able to equal her when it came to comprehending the essence of swords. "I'll miss you, Kedis," he said. "Who will I practice against now that I've lost my favorite sparring partner?" "Why not ask the other expert pilots? They're no fun. Tusa is busy with his own thing while Janzi is way too serious. Orphan is too old. Dice is going with you. As for the expert candidates, they're not suitable for various reasons. The only one who is somewhat worthwhile to be around is Ayman Ingvar, but he stopped being difficult for me to beat since I've started to learn from your lessons." Being an expert pilot was not all that pleasant sometimes. Joshua could feel how his status affected other people's attitude towards him. They began to think he was truly a superhuman, or even a demigod. While he had definitely changed in many aspects, he still yearned to be treated as a regular clansman. Sadly, that would never happen as his sheer presence was able to overpower other people and cause them to feel an irresistible sense of awe towards him. Only a handful of people were truly able to treat him like normal. Kedis happened to be one of them. The adoration she showed towards him was much more personal. As he looked into her eyes, they seemingly shared the same thought. They both leaned in and shared a deep kiss with each other. "Let's forget about our coming separation for a moment," she whispered. "Before we go, let's make a memory that we will never forget. Does that sound okay with you, Venerable Joshua?" "Of course." The two pressed their bodies against each other and felt each other's body warmth. Their passion became inflamed as they kissed each other over and over again. Kedis' growing strength was put to the test for the rest of the evening. Chapter 27-24 Foreign Celebrity. After local inspectors spent days going over every ship of the expeditionary fleet, the Golden Skull Alliance finally received permission to engage in their planned activities. Finally! Incoming cargo vessels operating under the purview of the local government already flew in to facilitate the first trades. The cargo vessels brought raw materials to feed the production halls of the Spirit of Bentheim and lots of supplies to replenish the fuel, ammunition, energy cells and other goods consumed over the course of the Battle of Reckoning. In turn, the cargo holds of the expeditionary vessels also emptied a little as they transferred some of their valuable salvage. More deals were being made with each hour that passed. The Larkinson clan, the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan all made their separate arrangements, though they occasionally banded together in order to leverage their combined bargaining power to receive more discounts for their bulk purchases. Even though Ves spent most of his time in the design lab, he made sure to remain apprised of the logistics. The PHTS hasn't allocated nearly enough transport capacity to us, Gavin complained during a meeting. Even with the added quota the Infinity Guards have delivered to us, we still need several weeks to offload our salvage and receive our ordered goods at this rate. If we could just get our fleet in orbit of Prosperous Hill 6, then we could have everything done in a week. Pretty much every visitor in this star system loathed the Prosperous Hill transportation services. It was a nationalized consortium of intrasystem transport and transit companies that all operated in unison. Since everyone relied on the PHTS to get anything done, the people and managers working for this company were not as efficient, to put it lightly. As long as they bring the goods we need while taking away the junk we are trying to get rid of, there's little point in complaining. Our fleet is just too big. It's a huge challenge to any transportation network to take care of the needs of a fleet that approaches that of an entire mech division. Instead of wasting his time on useless complaints, he preferred to go over more interesting topics. Has there been any progress in searching for a good deal for the Aurelies? The results are as you expected. Our buyers are much less enthusiastic about acquiring the capital ship once we had the possibility of keeping her long-range FTL drives for ourselves. If we sell the ship as a whole, we can probably gain one really good capital ship as well as a bunch of extras, or we could choose to obtain two cheaper but serviceable capital sh.I.P.S. If we keep the FTL drive for ourselves, we can probably get a decent capital ship, but don't expect too many bells and whistles. That sounds within my expectations. These options aren't as exciting as I hoped for. Maybe we should just put up with the potential risks and find a way to incorporate the Aurelies into our fleet. Gavin grew concerned. Everyone in the clan I've spoken to about this matter isn't confident we'll be able to make the Aurelies safe. There are even some who believe the vessel is haunted due to how many people died at once. Ves paused. Do people really believe in that superstition? You can't blame them, boss. It's really creepy if you think about it. Even I wouldn't even want to step aboard the ship. We all feel it's better to get rid of her and start with a more neutral vessel. That sounds really stupid, do you know that? Gavin simply shrugged. Tell me about the sh.I.P.S that we can acquire instead. Are there any fleet carriers or other interesting vessels in the mix? Oh, there are numerous second-hand fleet carriers as well as a larger assortment of non-combat vessels available for selection. We can even acquire some of them with cash if you think we can handle the financial burden. They're all cleaned up and prepared for sale as best as possible. They've even been certified as safe for use by purchasers, so we shouldn't worry too much about hidden dangers. If anything goes wrong, we have the possibility to ask for compensation from the sellers. That was actually a clever market development. The demand for *I.P.S was huge, but just like Ves, not everyone looked forward to acquiring a second-hand vessel that was still rife with traps set by their original owners. In order to reassure potential buyers that their *I.P.S wouldn't suck out all of the air in their quarters while they were asleep or increase the gravity on the bridge by 50 times all of a sudden, the sellers had to make their products more attractive. The way to do this was to hire a lot of specialists or contract the services of companies that excelled in these jobs. Certifying institutions made sure that these companies remained honest and that they were competent enough to know what they were doing. Of course, whether this entire industry could be trusted at all was another question, but it was still reassuring to know that it existed. Keep gathering more offers and fill me in whenever there is a ship that sounds useful to our expeditionary fleet. Also keep on the lookout for any good bargains that we can acquire for cash. Will do. In fact, our resident shipwright is already looking into the dossiers of various capital sh.I.P.S. The S began to ask about other issues. How is the recruiting landscape? Is there any great demand to join the Larkinson clan? Well, at the very least, our clan is attractive enough to spark the interests of some second-raters. The issue is that we aren't getting the kind of people we are truly eyeing. That's to be expected. The S sighed. For all our recent claims to fame, we are still upstarts as far as most people are concerned. Second-class job seekers were far more critical than their third-class counterparts. It was actually pretty easy to find any ordinary workers in any highly populated star system like Prosperous Hill. Yet there were lots of companies as well who were on the lookout to hire talented and highly competent personnel. These talents were much more scarce because the people that tended to have promise enjoyed superior conditions. For example, their parents invested in an expensive cranial implant. They received quality genetic treatments that just happened to react extremely well to their DNA. They attended an elite institution that exposed them to excellent teachers who were skilled in maximizing the potential of their students. Whatever the case, these harsh conditions meant that the pool of talented manpower was quite limited even in a state comprising trillions of citizens. In places like Prosperous Hill, most talents already had their next gigs lined up for them before they even visited the galactic net. Yet the reality was much less encouraging than he thought. Why haven't we generated enough interest among high-value personnel? There's several reasons for that. First, we're not lifers, so we don't hold much attraction to the locals who comprise the vast majority of the job seekers in this star system. Their mech pilots are unaccustomed to piloting classical mechs, so they don't want to do anything with us. Their other personnel can find more attractive opportunities at domestic companies. What about the foreigners? A highly trafficked port system like this should be home to plenty of foreign-born workers. That's true, boss, but we're actually not that famous around these parts. Majestic Teal hardly pays attention to anything that goes on in Komodo, so all of the feats we have accomplished have barely rippled in this star sector. Another factor that diminishes our importance is that we aren't the most prominent, famed, or eye-catching organization around these parts. There are lots of other organizations that are much more renowned and prestigious among the locals. The S frowned. Is that true? This was very different from their home star sector. Influencing the course of the Komodo War, defeating a pirate warship and designing numerous mechs that changed how outfits fought each other all caused him to become known to almost every citizen, whether they were third-raters or second-raters. Yet all of that merely amounted to a stone thrown in a lake. The lives of majestic Tealers aren't as impacted by our work. Gavin pointed out the key reason. The Komodo War doesn't directly intrude in their lives. You're not from this star sector, so no one here has any reason to cheer for you. Most importantly, our increasingly more popular LMC mechs are all third-class models that are too weak to be fielded in the Life Research Association. As a result, our influence in Prosperous Hill is practically negligible. As for the average citizens who comprise the vast majority of people, they simply went about with their own day while treating any news relating to him as celebrity gossip. Gavin noted his disappointment. There is an easy way to fix this problem, you know. What do you suggest, Benny? Change your mind about the ferocious piranha version B. his assistant daringly proposed. I can guarantee you that as long as you release this model into the mech market, every second-rate state in this star sector and the surrounding star sectors will blow up. They will all want to purchase as many ferocious piranhas as possible because this mech is really a cancer against any weak-willed mech pilot. It's not just the weak-willed ones that are vulnerable to the ferocious piranha. Ves mildly corrected him. While I think you are correct, I'm afraid our clan will blow up as long as we release this model to the public. It's too effective, especially against melee mechs. A lot of vested interests will have a very good reason to follow in the Friday Coalition's footsteps as long as we introduce a mech that threatens their core business. We'll have supporters as well. Think about all of the loyal customers we'll be able to gain. Based on the performance of the Piranha Prime and the prototype Ferocious Piranhas, I can already tell you that every single light mech pilot will instantly get sold by this mech. In fact, a lot of other mech pilots who are accustomed to piloting medium mechs will probably want to pilot this ravenous beast regardless of their specialization. VS knew that Gavin was right because a lot of mech pilots in the clan were already clamoring to get a piece of the ferocious piranha as well. The allure for this explosive new light mech that could turn many nearby mech pilots into paralyzed idiots was just too great. In comparison, the Bright Warrior version B that was just starting to roll out of the production lines of the Spirit of Bentheim hardly attracted any enthusiasm at all. While it was still a good performer by most standards, its lack of powerful glow and distinctive strengths made it hard for mech pilots to get hyped. Chapter 27-25 Prosperous Hill 6. Prosperous Hill 6 was a bustling planet. It not only featured varied industrial sectors, but also funneled in trade goods produced from the other planets in the inner system or transported over from other star systems in the region. In turn, Prosperous Hill 6 also shipped a lot of goods outwards. The PHTS constantly worked their cargo sh.I.P.S and transports to the bone due to the sheer amount of goods they had to cart back and forth. In fact, some trading companies didn't even bother to go through this whole song and dance. A huge amount of aging and dubiously space-worthy cargo haulers floated permanently in the outer system. They acted as private warehouses that offered convenient storage space and transfer of goods to any trade vessels that happened to be in the vicinity. It was much cheaper and faster to hand over or receive goods this way, but only if the vessels in question arrived from the right star system. If not for the fact that the local rulers disapproved of anyone constructing permanent bases and space stations in the outer system, there would have been a lot more commerce in the outskirts. As it was, the strict rules forced everyone interested in doing business to converge to Prosperous Hill 6, where the authorities meticulously kept an eye on every transaction. A fast courier vessel silently cut through space. The luxurious corvette bore the colors and markings of the Prosperous Hill Transportation Service, as she should. Otherwise, the vigilant-looking biomex patrolling all of the established routes to and from the inner system would have swooped in to stop the unauthorized intrusion. Except for vessels belonging to powerful or high-ranking LRA officials, no other ship was allowed to enter the sphere that denoted the inner system. This frustrated every smuggler, terrorist, or malcontent that wished to do something that the authorities wouldn't take kindly of. The fact that hardly any news appeared that spoke of trouble arising from external causes was a good sign that this policy was doing its job. Even if it was possible to circumvent these harsh conditions, the gains weren't worth the costs. Perhaps someone attempted to operate a stealth vessel as a means to smuggle goods in or out, but it only had to get caught once before a very expensive asset had to be written off. That did not necessarily mean that shady business never took place in Prosperous Hill. There were plenty of locals competing against each other, and foreigners still needed a central space to conduct face-to-face meetings. VS wasn't thinking about that at the moment. He and Gloriana, along with a small group of other clan officials, were enjoying the comforts of their current transit vessel. Due to the favorable grid position of the expeditionary fleet, Prosperous Hill 6 was actually fairly close, so it wouldn't take too much time to reach the planet. While VS was garbed in his formal patriarch uniform in order to denote that he was on official business, he did not intend to spend all of his time in meetings. Every highly populated planet offered numerous venues for sightseeing, relaxation, learning, and inspiration. VS was particularly keen on the latter. Every novelty he encountered provided him with different ideas that could cause him to develop an entirely new mech design concept. The more divergent the locale, the greater the possibility of coming up with a radical new idea. In that regard, VS was slightly regretful his first visit did not bring him to Prosperous Hill 4. The fourth planet from the local star was hailed as the true center of biotechnology and biomechs. He definitely intended to drop by there in the time his fleet was laid over in this star system. "What are you thinking about?" a female voice asked. "I'm just thinking it was a shame that we didn't get accosted by local patrols," he murmured as he looked at the large projection showing random views of scenic spots in the star system. "I would have been able to look at a biomech up close. I've never gotten close to any of these odd machines." She smiled and patted her dainty hand over his own. "Be patient. We'll be getting close to them soon enough. Even if Prosperous Hill 6 is not the focal point of biotech in this star system, it still features plenty of applications." Practically every settlement in the LRA incorporated at least some form of biotechnology in place of regular technology. This could be as simple as organic air filtration devices to ultra-thin biomechanical suits that the lifers wore in place of conventional vac-suits. Even though a normal vac-suit already performed well in protecting their wearers against vacuum and moderate radiation exposure, lifers took an obsessive pride in replacing mechanical products with organic alternatives. There was a certain rationality about it. Even if these organic alternatives couldn't beat the performance or cost efficiency of the products that the rest of the galaxy considered standard, then their continued use would lower the cost of production, while also spurring further development. The advocates of ubiquitous biotechnology all thought that humanity would be better off if they made use of organic alternatives. VS thought it was better that these advocates remained a fringe group. Just because he was curious about biomechs and such didn't mean he was ready to embrace them wholesale. He just wanted to take a look, that was all. Hopefully he would get to see plenty of biomechs up close. "Would you ever accept biomechs in the Larkinson clan?" he asked. She crinkled her nose. "You already know what I think about them. Not a single biomech is completely consistent with each other. Small variables during their growth can considerably affect their performance and other parameters. I can't stand the sight. Besides, no one in the clan knows what to do with them. We can't produce or service them. We need to bring in a whole crew of lifers in order to establish a basic infrastructure that is capable of handling biomechs." "You're right. It's unnecessary for us to make use of two different and incompatible mech systems at once." A part of him still felt it was a shame, though. He would have loved to obtain a handful of biomechs if only for him to admire and play around with. Perhaps the recruiters might be able to sign on a sufficient number of lifer mech technicians to devote a single combat carrier into a specialty biomech vessel. As VS and Gloriana chatted, Lucky and Clixie chased each other while threading through the seats and tables. Lucky eventually caught the other cat by jumping on her back and softly biting her neck. Despite possessing teeth that were sharp and powerful enough to chew through unending alloy, Lucky's metallic incisors didn't even pierce Clixie's skin. "Meow!" VS had seen this plenty of times, so he wasn't concerned about Lucky drawing blood. He did grow curious about the teeth issue, though. Either Lucky exerted perfect control, which was extremely difficult, or there was something funny about his teeth. One of the theories that VS formed was that Lucky was able to generate an energy field over his teeth that did the actual cutting. How that worked, he couldn't even begin to guess. He observed Lucky crunching exotics that were as hard as mech armor and still hadn't been able to detect any unusual energy emissions. Soon enough, the Corvette approached the orbit of Prosperous Hill 6. One of the perks of traveling on a small transit vessel reserved for VIPs was that her passengers weren't forced to transfer over to a space station. Neither Ves nor anyone else aboard the vessel noticed any fluctuations. The second-class ship was so well dampened against vibrations and other fluctuations that everyone felt as if they were still on solid ground. The transit vessel quickly approached the sprawling city known as Villain, the capital of Prosperous Hill 6. As the ship was on her way to one of the quieter and more exclusive spaceports of the metropolitan area, Ves switched the projected view to a direct angle pointing downwards. "That's a lot of trees," Gloriana immediately noted. "There is far more green in this city than any place I've visited before." "Supposedly, not all of them are merely trees." The spaceport that the Corvette finally landed at was a prime example of that. It was a broad and sprawling collection of giant structures that all featured walls that resembled wood. When the miracle couple and their entourage took their first step on Prosperous Hill 6, they all couldn't help but gawk at the walls around them. Their resemblance to wood was uncanny, but there was a strange coloration to them that made it clear that they were more than ordinary organic matter. Yet the walls were nothing compared to the roofs. Huge, sprawling branches extended from the top and soared into the sky. The leaves they bore eagerly absorbed the energy radiated by the local star. A small delegation of Infinity Guards met the new arrivals in a hallway up ahead. They consisted of armored guards, but their weapons were safely stowed on their backs. Only a single person was wearing an ordinary uniform. "Welcome to Prosperous Hill 6, Patriarch Larkin's son, Lady Woden Larkinson. I am Irvine Speffen. I am assigned to be your guide and attendant for the duration of your stay on this lovely planet. Should you ever require additional services from us, feel free to ask. Even if we do not provide the service you seek, we have extensive contacts throughout the local economy." Ves looked curiously at the maroon-haired man. His slightly odd accent stood out from the other Infinity Guards. "Hello, Irvine. Are you a local, perhaps?" "Not quite, but I have lived here long enough to pick up the local customs." "So you're not a part of the main fleet?" "Oh no. My assignment is purely ground-based. The Star Striders make a habit of establishing branch offices in every port system. That is where we get much of our business from, after all. We are also able to coordinate with your guard duty to make sure that no one runs afoul with local laws and customs." "I see." The group ventured forward. They went through the usual checks, though they were brief because everyone had already gone through more extensive checks and verifications when they stepped on board the transit vessel. Soon enough, they were allowed to forward. They entered one of the main halls of the spaceport. "How beautiful!" Gloriana gasped. The interior decoration made it look as if they had entered a garden, but one that still bore all of the traits of a typical public structure. Plants, trees, and flowers adorned the space, while various strange organisms meticulously attended to them to make sure they were presented in a good light. There weren't any animals such as birds, mammals, or other creatures to complete the scenery. Instead, all Ves spotted were colorful beetle-like creatures that basically functioned as organic bots. These artificial lifeforms looked rather cute and disarming, though a part of him felt horrified as well. "Please don't mind the caretaker beetles." Irvine spoke in a tone that made it clear he said this many times. "The beetles are harmless and completely incapable of doing anything outside of their genetic programming. They are used to tend to the organic structures and scenery. Please don't get too close to them. If you accidentally kill or damage them in any way, you'll receive a mark on your record. If you incur too many marks, you'll be requested to leave the planet." "Is that necessary?" "Very much so. The beetles are designed to be incapable of resisting attacks. They are not even allowed to run away in the event of an attack due to safety reasons. You cannot believe how many visitors couldn't resist the urge to kick them in the air when prosperous Hill 6 was just starting to grow as a trading destination. VS smiled wryly. He was just entertaining that urge himself.